Chapter 301. As Shin Chi-han thought, the water god palace in her sea of consciousness immediately teleported to the front of Lin Zichen at a speed that even her spirit could not perceive. Lin Zichen, who was diving rapidly in Shin Chi-han's sea of consciousness, stopped diving as soon as he saw the water god palace, and quietly floated in front of the water god palace. Shin Chi-han looked at this scene in her sea of consciousness, and felt very magical. It's incredible. Why is there a Lin Z in the sea of consciousness? Is this Lin Z himself? Or is it just a fantasy in my mind? Well, it should be just a fantasy, just like thinking about something during the day and dreaming about it at night. Let's try to interact with Lin Z in the sea of consciousness. Thinking about it, Shin Chi-han thought and continued to control the water god palace to approach Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness, wanting to interact with him through the water god palace. But before he could interact, a huge figure appeared in Shin Chi-han's sea of consciousness. It had huge wings on its back. The body surface is full of tiny hairs. The huge body. This huge figure is the completely alienated Yeong-shung. But the will belongs to the Night King. Seeing the second life form besides Lin Zichen appear in the sea of consciousness, Shin Chi-han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then her mind was a little confused for a while. She could barely explain Lin Zichen's appearance in her sea of consciousness by thinking about it during the day and dreaming about it at night. But at this moment, Yeong-shung, the treacherous deputy state lord, actually appeared in her sea of consciousness, which made her feel very puzzled. She had never thought of Yeong-shung, and she didn't have much impression of Yeong-shung, she had only seen him. However, at this moment, Yeong-shung's figure appeared in the sea of consciousness. Could it be that the image in the sea of consciousness is not a so-called fantasy, but it is real? Is everything that Lin Z is experiencing now projected into my sea of consciousness? Or is it that my sea of consciousness is essentially a space in the source land, and Lin Z and the treacherous deputy state lord just happened to break into this mysterious space, that is, into my sea of consciousness, in just a blink of an eye? Shin Chi-han thought a lot, combining various possibilities, analyzing the reasons why the figures of Lin Zichen and Night King suddenly appeared in her sea of consciousness. Just as she was thinking about these, Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness was suddenly pressed on the head by Night King with one hand. Then, Lin Zichen's face was full of pain, and the pain was so severe that his whole face was distorted. Shin Chi-han, who saw the scene, was immediately anxious. Not good. Lin Z is in danger. I want to save him. Shin Chi-han didn't know what the image in the sea of consciousness was. Is it real or illusory? But none of this matters. She only knew that Lin Zichen in her sea of consciousness was in danger, and she had to rescue him. She didn't know how to save him, so she could only control the water god palace in her sea of consciousness and suppress Night King. As for the possibility of accidentally hurting Lin Zichen, this was also unavoidable. She could only pray silently in her heart that nothing would happen. 13,000 meters deep under the sea, a huge figure was raising a strong arm high, opening a huge claw, and grabbing a young man's head with one hand. It was Night King and Lin Zichen. Night King grabbed Lin Zichen's head with one hand. As Night King's mental power continued to invade, Lin Zichen felt that his brain was about to split. The memories in his brain were constantly being pulled, and he was in agony. On the contrary, the Night King, who was harming him at the moment, had a calm face, and was patiently searching for the memories he wanted. In just a blink of an eye, the Night King found the memories he wanted. At the same time, there were many extra gains. Shin Chi-han, the carrier of the water god's revival? The water god palace is in her sea of consciousness. Isn't the water god palace right in front of her? How could it be in her sea of consciousness? System? Son of the Abyss? What are these? The Night King murmured in confusion while peeking at Lin Zichen's memories. Even the Night King, who had lived for several epochs, could not understand the contents of Lin Zichen's memories, and was confused. Whether it was the water god palace, the system, or the Son of the Abyss, he felt extremely unfamiliar with them all. Just as he was muttering, boom! A rapid voice suddenly sounded. He looked up at the sound and found that the water god palace, which was just in front of him, suddenly moved to the sky above his head. Then, under his horrified gaze, the entire water god palace suddenly pressed down like a mountain. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. The huge water god palace pressed down with a terrifying power. Like a purgatory tower that imprisoned the evil, it instantly took in the Night King and Lin Zichen. During this period, Lin Zichen, who was swept by severe pain all over his body, didn't know what happened at all. He only knew that his eyes suddenly went black, and then he couldn't see anything. Even the perception of his five senses was completely blocked. It was as if I was in a deep, dark space, isolated and helpless. After a few minutes, when Lin Zichen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange hall with a blue light. The hall was very empty. Except for a huge shell, there was nothing else. The shell was about the size of a ping-pong table. It was located in the center of the hall. The surface was covered with mysterious and ancient runes. It was emitting a blue light. Where is this place? Why am I here? Where is the Night King? Lin Zichen observed the surrounding environment, and the more he observed, the more confused he became. He was forced to search his memory by the Night King just a moment ago. He had a mental breakdown, and was in so much pain that he wanted to hit his head against the wall. But how come he suddenly appeared in such a strange place in a blink of an eye? Another thing, where is the Night King? He was also suppressed by the Water God Palace. But there was no trace of him in the hall. Just as Lin Zichen was wondering. Boom! The shell in the center of the hall suddenly exploded, turning into a large number of fragments. Amid the shell fragments, a familiar huge figure appeared in front of him. It was the Night King who had taken over Yi Yongxing's body. The Night King at this time was no longer as calm and composed as before in the deep sea. He was covered with scars and looked miserable. From this, it can be seen that he had just been trapped in the shell and suffered a lot of torture. Lord Water God, I have no intention of offending you. Please let me go. The Night King hovered over the broken shell, looked down at the vortex formed on the shell fragments, and said with fear and awe, although he sincerely chose to give in. But what responded to him was an unimaginably strong suction force coming from the vortex. As soon as this terrifying suction force appeared, it was clearly and accurately intended to suck him into the vortex. Seeing this, the Night King immediately increased his strength to give in and beg for mercy, his eyes full of desire to survive, and said, Lord Water God, let me go. I can help you recover. Lord Water God. The Night King only said the word Lord for the last two words Lord, and then his entire huge body was instantly sucked into the vortex and disappeared, without any movement. Lin Zichen looked at the vortex in the hall, his face a little shaky. Did the Night King, who is a mythical creature, just fall like this? Is this the Water God Palace? The Water God is in that vortex? What about the Water God Palace in Hanen's Sea of Consciousness? Are there two Water God Palaces? In the blink of an eye, Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts, and what he was experiencing now felt very unreal. I originally thought that he was going to be possessed by the Night King. Unexpectedly, a Water God Palace suddenly appeared halfway and sucked away the Night King, an invincible mythical strongman, without any effort. It was like an old man ran out of the ring to save the situation. It was a bit outrageous. I don't know whether the Night King who was sucked in is dead or alive now. Lin Zichen looked at the vortex in the center of the hall and murmured in a low voice. As soon as the voice fell, the originally calm vortex suddenly became violent, and water splashed everywhere. The next second, a huge beast's claws stretched out from it, and the sharp claws on the fingertips extended infinitely, piercing into the floor of the palace like cutting iron with mud. Then, a familiar huge figure emerged from the vortex and caught Lin Zichen's eyes. It was the Night King who had just been sucked into the vortex. The Night King could actually climb out. This was bad. The moment he saw the Night King's figure, Lin Zichen's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. However, he soon came to his senses, and did not sit and wait for death. He immediately burst out all his blood and spirit, and dealt a double blow to the Night King physically and mentally, trying to help the vortex. However, these attacks of his, falling on the Night King, whose biological level was as high as the mythical level, were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they did not work at all. He could not be hurt at all. Escape. Escape was the right choice. Lin Zichen did not hesitate at all, and immediately looked around and chose a passage that could leave the hall. After a round of scanning, he was a little desperate. The hall in front of him was surrounded by airtight walls, with no entrances or exits. How could he escape? There was nowhere to escape. Just when Lin Zichen was extremely anxious. Sizzle! A crisp tearing sound came. The Night King in the vortex was torn apart. The body, which was as high as the mythical level of the biological level, was directly torn into pieces by the powerful pulling force of the vortex. The splashing blood instantly dyed the entire azure vortex red. Soon, the blood in the vortex began to struggle and wriggle frantically, trying to recast its flesh and blood. What a pity. The powerful pulling force in the vortex did not give this opportunity at all. In just a few seconds, all the blood in the vortex was sucked into the depths of the vortex and disappeared completely. Not long after, a scarlet bead slowly rose from the vortex and then floated directly towards Lin Zichen, who was not far away. Lin Zichen looked at the scarlet bead floating over and sensed a familiar breath from it, the unique breath emanating from the Night King. The Night King, whose biological level is as high as the mythical level, was refined into a bead by the vortex in front of him? What does it mean that the bead floats to me? Are you going to give it to me? Thinking of this, Lin Zichen felt a little flattered for a moment. After taking the floating bead, he immediately looked at the vortex in the center of the hall and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord Water God, for your help. Thank you, Lord Water God, for your reward. If Lord Water God has any use for me, please let me know, and I will do my best." The hall was dead silent. No one responded to Lin Zichen's words. Lin Zichen waited for a moment, and seeing that there was still no response, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This water god seems a little cold. I don't like to talk to people. Lin Zichen thought about this in his heart. Just as he was thinking about this, suddenly, a huge suction force came from the whirlpool, instantly sucking him in. 1 second. 1 minute. Or 1 hour. I don't know how long it took. When Lin Zichen opened his eyes again, he unexpectedly found himself hovering steadily on the sea, no longer in the water god palace. He looked around 4 times. If he hadn't held a scarlet blood bead in his hand at this moment, and his head was still tingling due to the invasion of the Night King's memory, he would have thought he was dreaming just now. What exactly is going on with the water god palace just now? Did they come to save me? Could it be Henen's handiwork? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of Shen Qinghan, and suspected that everything that happened in the seabed just now was controlled by Shen Qinghan behind the scenes. Shen Qinghan is inseparable from the water god. If Shen Qinghan can contact the water god, it seems that it is not difficult to let the water god rush to rescue. Or dive into the seabed again to find out? Forget it. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. There is no need to make trouble. With such a cautious idea, Lin Zichen thought about it, put the blood bead in his hand into the storage space, and then his figure flashed, and the whole person turned into a red stream of light, rushing to the number 1 city at a high speed. Shen Qinghan is still in the city now, and I have to go back quickly to see what her current situation is, and whether she needs help. If she is fine, I have to take Shen Qinghan away as soon as possible, away from the number 1 city. Inside the number 1 city. At a glance, wherever I look, there are corpses and ruins. The once majestic number 1 city has been reduced to a ruin in the war. The center of the battlefield. Shen Qinghan was doing 2 things at once. While helping the wounded to recover blood, she was always paying attention to the scene in her sea of consciousness, and she was very concerned about the safety of Lin Zichen in the picture. However, before she could sense it for long, the picture in her sea of consciousness had lost the figure of Lin Zichen. There was only a silent water god palace, and boundless sea water containing a large amount of source power. Is it really just an unreal illusion? Shen Qinghan sensed the empty sea of consciousness, and felt very dazed about the fact that she had just rescued Lin Zichen in her sea of consciousness. She thought that it was probably a dream she had thought about during the day. After thinking about it, she withdrew the part of her attention that was in her sea of consciousness, and began to treat the wounded on the battlefield wholeheartedly. During the treatment, she did not forget to pray for Lin Zichen in her heart, hoping that Lin Zichen would be fine, and could defeat the enemy as soon as possible and return safely. Chapter 302. Above City Number 1. When Lin Zichen returned here, the previous battle to defend the city had already ended. The once huge and glorious city was now only a dilapidated ruin. At a glance, there were broken walls and corpses everywhere. Many familiar city dwellers have now become cold corpses, left forever on the battlefield. Some of the more miserable ones have no bones left, not even a trace left. The entire dilapidated ruins are shrouded in a dead and sad atmosphere, and despair is everywhere. This is war. Lin Zichen murmured in his heart, feeling a little uncomfortable. He has participated in many wars, but he has never seen such a heavy battle like the one in front of him. The visual impact is very strong. After a little calming down, Lin Zichen spread his mental power to cover the entire battlefield, looking for Shen Qinghan's figure. Soon, he found Shen Qinghan's figure at a position below. Without a moment's pause, he immediately turned into a stream of red light, and flashed down, landing accurately in front of Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan was helping the wounded to recover blood. Seeing Lin Zichen suddenly appear in front of him, a smile suddenly appeared on his delicate face. "Lin Zi, you are finally back safely. I have been worried about you. Don't worry anymore, all the troubles are solved." Lin Zichen stretched out his hand, and wiped the dust on Shen Qinghan's face. His movements were very gentle. He could completely release his blood and qi, or his spirit, to help Shen Qinghan clean the dust on his face from a distance. It's just that this is convenient, but it lacks some intimacy. Rather than convenience, he prefers to touch Shen Qinghan's pretty face with his hands, and feel the warmth from her pretty face. And Feel the silky coolness from her pretty face. How is the traitorous deputy state lord? Why did you come back alone? Where are the others? Shen Qinghan asked 3 questions in a row, her pretty face full of curiosity. She has been like this since she was a child. She likes to ask Lin Zichen when she doesn't understand, and completely uses Lin Zichen as a search engine on her mobile phone. For these 3 questions, Lin Zichen answered patiently in a gentle voice. The traitorous deputy state lord is dead. But I didn't kill him. He was possessed by a mythical strongman called Night King. The city leaders who fought with me against the traitorous deputy state lord, unfortunately, all died, and died at the hands of the traitorous deputy state lord before he was possessed. When answering these questions, Lin Zichen's voice was very calm, so calm that he didn't sound like a participant. It gave people the feeling of being a bystander who had nothing to do with the matter, with no inner fluctuations. Lin Zichen deliberately described his experience as normal in order not to worry Shen Qinghan. However, Shen Qinghan was not a fool. At this moment, she knew very well how dangerous the things Lin Zichen said were. You know, the city leaders who followed to encircle and suppress He Yongsheng had a biological level of at least legendary. But even the city leaders with such a high biological level, none of them were left, all sacrificed. From this point alone, we can judge how dangerous Lin Zichen's previous experience was. Not to mention, the treacherous deputy state lord was possessed by a mythical strongman. Even the mythical strongman showed up, so you can imagine how desperate the situation was at that time. Although he knew clearly, Shen Qinghan did not ask questions about these things. Instead, he sensibly skipped the topic and asked Lin Zichen, Lin Zi, what should we do after we clean up the battlefield? Now that wars broke out everywhere in the source area, no place was safe, and Shen Qinghan was a little overwhelmed. I don't know where to go, and what to do after the battlefield is cleaned up. Lin Zichen didn't rush to answer. He silently scanned the surrounding environment, and after a moment of silence, he said to Shen Qinghan, go to other cities to help clean up the aliens. The aliens in city number 1 have basically been killed, and there are not many resources to devour. If you want to continue to evolve at a high speed, it's time to change the battlefield. When Lin Zichen said that he would go to other cities to help clean up the aliens, many people around him stood in awe, looking at Lin Zichen with admiration. These people didn't know that the reason why Lin Zichen wanted to help other cities clean up the aliens was mainly to devour the life source and source power of the aliens. They thought that Lin Zichen couldn't bear to see his people suffer and wanted to devote himself to shining. However, a gentleman judges deeds rather than hearts. No matter what the purpose is, what the real idea is, as long as it is beneficial to the tribe, it is the savior of the tribe. Shen Qinghan knew that Lin Zichen wanted to kill the aliens and devour them, and said very sensibly, well, I know, then I will speed up the aftermath and try to go to other cities as soon as possible to help clean up the aliens. After that, she quickly went to recover blood for the wounded. Lin Zichen had nothing to do, so he joined the rescue operation, spreading his mental power to cover the entire battlefield, and looking for undiscovered wounded in the ruins. With the help of him and Shen Qinghan, the wounded on the battlefield quickly received the most basic treatment, which saved their lives. After treating the wounded, Shen Qinghan remembered something. She walked quickly to Lin Zichen, stretched out her slender jade hand to hold his hand, and said with blood and chi transmission, by the way, Lin Zi, just a while ago, I encountered a very magical thing. What is it? Lin Zichen was a little curious, and asked back with blood and chi transmission. Shen Qinghan's eyes were full of water, and her voice was soft. Just a while ago, I saw you in my sea of consciousness, and I saw you constantly diving in my sea of consciousness, and then you were chased by that treacherous deputy state lord. What? Hearing this, Lin Zichen's pupils shrank slightly, his eyes widened, and his face was full of surprise. What does Henin mean by this? Could it be that the seabed I dived into earlier was actually Henin's sea of consciousness? That's why I encountered the water god palace there? The entire boundless sea is Henin's sea of consciousness. Am I dreaming? Lin Zichen felt that this was too exaggerated, and the surprise on his face gradually turned into disbelief. Shen Qinghan, who was opposite, saw all the changes in Lin Zichen's expression. Then, a hint of surprise gradually appeared on her delicate face. The change in Lin Zichen's expression made her realize one thing. The picture she saw in her sea of consciousness not long ago was not a projection, nor a false illusion, but a real picture. But how is this possible? How could Lin Zi appear in my sea of consciousness? Isn't the sea of consciousness an abstract existence? Isn't it a manifestation of the strength of will? Where did the entity come from? At this moment, Shen Qinghan felt that her brain was not enough, and she couldn't figure this out at all. Lin Zichen on the opposite side was also a little confused. This matter was too outrageous, far beyond the cognition of the two. After calming down a little, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan and confirmed with her in a serious tone. Did you see that the treacherous Deputy State Lord and I were sucked into the Water God Palace, and then the treacherous Deputy State Lord was sucked into a vortex and died, and his body was refined into a scarlet bead? Yes, that's it. Shen Qinghan nodded frequently like a chicken pecking at rice, and the expression on her face became more and more shocked. If she was not sure that the picture she saw in her mind before was real, then now, she can be 100% sure that it is real. What Lin Zichen said was exactly the same as what she saw in her sea of consciousness, without any discrepancy. Seeing her nodding her head repeatedly, Lin Zichen's heart was also filled with shock. It was actually true. The sea I dived into before was actually Henin's sea of consciousness. Wait, no! If that sea was really Henin's sea of consciousness, then it stands to reason that Henin should be able to see creatures living in the sea in her sea of consciousness. Could it be that Henin's sea of consciousness was not a whole sea, but that her sea of consciousness was partially connected to that boundless sea? The reason why I suddenly appeared in her sea of consciousness before was that I passed through a hidden connection point while diving into that sea and happened to enter Henin's sea of consciousness. Still not right. There are so many creatures living in that sea. If there is any special connection point, then many creatures should have entered Henin's sea of consciousness. It seems that I have to go back to the sea just now and spread my mental power to see if I can find the so-called connection point. Lin Zichen thought so in his heart. Shen Qinghan, who was standing next to him, asked curiously and puzzled, Lin Zi, why did you suddenly appear in my sea of consciousness? This is so magical. It was difficult for Lin Zichen to answer this question. The only answer he could give was to tell Shen Qinghan his guess just now. Shen Qinghan thought about it, and quickly gave such a guess. Lin Zi, do you think it was the water god who took action? The water god knows that you are very important to me, so he deliberately helped me save you. Think about it, when we were in danger in the coastal forest before, there was also a mysterious and unknown force who rescued us. I feel that it was the water god who took action. Shen Qinghan's guess sounded reasonable. Lin Zichen was lost in thought after hearing this. Water god? Maybe. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen took out a scarlet bead from the storage space. This bead was the one that was spit out from the vortex of the Water God Palace before. It was made from Yi Yongqing's body, and the will of the Night King. Just by holding it in your hand, you can clearly feel the powerful vitality emanating from the bead. This is the mythical vitality, which comes from the will of the Night King. This is the bead made from the body of the traitorous Deputy State Lord, and the will of the Night King. It contains a lot of vitality, which is very helpful for evolution. See if you can absorb it, Lin Zichen said, handing the scarlet bead in his hand to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan looked at the bead handed to him, and asked with clear and bright eyes, Aren't you going to absorb it? This bead was taken from the Water God Palace, and it belongs to you. Then let's take half each. No, absorb it yourself. This is your own evolutionary resource. Lin Zichen really needs evolutionary resources, and wants to become stronger urgently, but no matter how much he needs it, he will not covet Shen Qinghan's evolutionary resources. Shen Qinghan knows Lin Zichen's character. Seeing that Lin Zichen said no, she didn't persuade him anymore and chose to absorb the bead by herself. She didn't know how to absorb the bead. When she took it from Lin Zichen, she was still thinking about how to absorb it. However, before she started to study, the scarlet bead in her hand suddenly turned into a stream of red and blue light, and instantly poured into her Tianmen. As soon as she entered the heavenly gate, this stream of red and blue light automatically turned into two hot warm currents. The red warm current flowed through Shen Qinghan's body, nourishing every cell in her body. The blue warm current flowed into the sea of consciousness deep in Shen Qinghan's brain, making her sea of consciousness, which originally seemed boundless, expand at a very fast speed and become even more boundless. When the two warm currents faded at the same time, the strength of blood and spirit in Shen Qinghan's body began to rise steadily, soaring at an incredible speed. In just a blink of an eye, her biological level evolved to the first level of legend, causing a strange phenomenon in the world. The originally clear sky suddenly began to rain heavily, accompanied by the scorching sun. At the same time, countless underground waters broke out of the peaceful earth and rushed into the sky, merging with the rain falling from the sky, transforming into various forms of aquatic creatures, filling the entire sky. At this moment, all the people present looked up at the sky at the same time, and were stunned by the sudden strange phenomenon in the sky. Water dragons soared in the clouds. Water phoenixes soared into the sky. Kunpangs appeared together, covering the sky and the sun. The originally empty sky was suddenly filled with various creatures that looked extremely high. They had lived for so long, and had never seen such a spectacular phenomenon. Lin Zichen, like everyone else, was looking up at the strange phenomenon in the sky at this moment, and felt a shock in his heart. The strange phenomenon caused by Shen Qinghan's evolution into a legendary creature was too spectacular, far more spectacular than the strange phenomenon caused by his evolution into a legendary creature, and it was completely different in level. Lin Zichen carefully observed the various aquatic creatures transformed by rainwater in the sky, and found that they all looked very familiar, as if they had been seen on the murals and the underwater ruins. During this period, he also unexpectedly saw the figure of the sea god. The sea god transformed by rainwater in the sky still looked the same as seen on the murals, a gatekeeper with no sense of existence. The action was still kneeling on the ground respectfully, worshipping a mysterious woman lying on her side in a shell. Perhaps, Henin is not the carrier of the resurrection of the water god, but she herself is the water god. Lin Zichen quietly watched the strange phenomenon in the sky. His eyes fell on the mysterious woman worshipped by all aquatic creatures, and such an idea came to his mind. From various experiences in the past, he felt more and more that Shen Qinghan, who had been with him for many years, was not like a lucky person who had inherited the water god. Instead, it was more like the reincarnation of the water god himself. Chapter 303. Central Region. The mythical war is still going on, but the intensity has gradually subsided. Almost 1/3 of the land has been affected by the war. At a glance, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and corpses were everywhere. None of the creatures in the range of the war were spared, and all turned into debris and lost their lives completely. The Central Region is the origin of a large number of relics, and a life-forbidden zone comparable to the Abyss. The creatures that can survive in the Central Region are extremely powerful, starting from the epic level. But such a powerful creature in the Central Region did not even have time to escape under the influence of this mythical war, and died directly on the spot. No, if we continue like this, sooner or later we will all die in the Central Region. Su Mei, the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, smiled, hovering in the sky and breathing heavily, her chest heaving constantly. The blood, spirit, and source power in her body were almost exhausted, and her combat power was greatly weakened. The situation of the four people around, Sea God, Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Xian Yuan Wanyu, was equally bad. All of them showed fatigue on their faces, and their combat power was less than 2/3 of their peak. Only Qi Qingmo, who was wearing a Taoist robe, was still full of blood and his combat power did not decrease at all. On the opposite side, the three mythical masters, Lord Ji, Old Tree, and Flower God, were always in peak condition under the continuous vitality supply of Wood God. Even if they were 3 against 6, they could suppress Qi Qingmo and others throughout the whole process. The Wood God represents endless life, and can infinitely supply vitality to the target creature, allowing the target creature to fire at full power to the maximum extent without worrying about physical consumption. But in contrast, the combat power of the Wood God itself did not open up a big gap with the conventional mythical masters in the source land. It mainly played an auxiliary role, and could impose various life-enhancing states on its own members. Find a chance to break out. There's no need to stay here and waste time with them. Xian Yuan Wanyu, whose face turned pale due to excessive consumption, was like Su Mei Xiao, with her chest rising and falling constantly, and she spoke in a weak voice. Among the mythical powerhouses on the scene, she consumed the most, and was close to exhaustion, and was no longer able to fight. After hearing this, the other mythical powerhouses in the same camp all agreed to the choice of retreat. The Wood God is the god of life. As long as he is there, the side he is in will never perish. With his vitality supply, the target creature can be resurrected instantly even if its soul is wiped out, and it cannot be killed at all. Unless, you can capture the king first and get rid of the Wood God first. However, the tenacity of the Wood God's life is simply not something that mythical creatures can solve. Only the existence of creatures higher than the mythical level can completely wipe out the vitality of the Wood God. But the existence of creatures higher than the mythical level only exists in the conception of mythical creatures, and has never been confirmed. Just as Qi Qingmo and his party were preparing to find an opportunity to evacuate the battlefield, suddenly, a huge-scale heaven and earth phenomenon broke out in the south region. Countless high-level aquatic creatures appeared in the sky above the south region in the form of condensed water. From a distance, they covered the entire sky like locusts passing through. Once these powerful beings appeared, they all knelt down facing the same direction, with awe on their faces, worshipping a mysterious woman lying on her side on a shell. In the central region, All the mythical strongmen present saw the strange phenomenon in the sky above the south region at the first time. Seeing the scale of the strange phenomenon was so exaggerated, they were all stunned for a moment, and their hearts were deeply shocked. They who can evolve into mythical creatures have lived in this world for a long time, and have seen various phenomena caused by the evolution of creatures. However, the super-large-scale phenomenon that appeared in the sky above the south region at this moment was the first time for them to see it. What happened in the south region? Why did such an exaggerated phenomenon suddenly erupt? Is there a new mythical creature born? It shouldn't be. I didn't sense any mythical creature in the south region. I sensed it, and it seems that there is a phenomenon caused by the evolution of a creature to the legendary level. Such a large-scale phenomenon is only caused by the evolution of a creature to the legendary level? How is this possible? Su Meishao, Li Lao, Sima Xian, Xian Yuan Wanyu, the four mythical strongmen, are looking at the phenomenon in the sky above the south region together at this moment, communicating constantly, with doubts and confusion on their faces. Qi Qingma didn't say anything, but frowned throughout the whole process, staring at the phenomenon in the sky above the south region. She sensed a very familiar breath in that amazing vision. It was Shen Qinghan's breath. Did that weak girl evolve into a legendary creature? Qi Qingma sensed the extremely familiar breath, while muttering in his heart, "It's just evolved into a legendary creature. Why can it cause such a huge scale of heaven and earth vision?" When Qi Qingma was wondering about this, the sea god not far away, his whole face was full of fear. What's going on? Why can the water god still appear? This is impossible. When the sea god was so scared that his whole body trembled uncontrollably. On the opposite side, the wood god, who appeared in the world as a towering tree, and had not yet fully recovered to his peak, could not help but waver when he sensed some of the breath of the water god. The water god is also going to recover. After the consciousness wavered, his huge body emitted a lush green light, illuminating the entire central region. At the moment, the green light came on. In the central region, known as the Forbidden Zone of Life, countless fresh green buds suddenly broke out of the ground. Once these green buds appeared, they thrived at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a blink of an eye, the central region, which was originally a desert, turned into a lush and vibrant forest. It completely became the domain of the wood god. In a hidden corner in City No. 1, Shen Qinghan, who successfully evolved to the first level of legend and had a great transformation in her body, could no longer suppress her joy in her heart. Her delicate and tender face was filled with a sweet smile. "Lin Zi, I have also successfully evolved, and I am a legendary creature like you." Being able to keep up with Lin Zichen's pace on the evolutionary path is Shen Qinghan's greatest joy at this stage. Seeing Shen Qinghan's smiling face, Lin Zichen was also infected and smiled. "We will keep moving forward together like we do now." "Of course," Shen Qinghan said confidently. As soon as she finished speaking, she frowned slightly and said in confusion, "It's so strange, Lin Zi, why is my biological level always exactly one level lower than yours?" Now her biological level is legendary level 1, while Lin Zichen's biological level is legendary level 2. The two of them went around in circles, and the level difference returned to only one level. This made her feel puzzled. It's okay once or twice, but it's like this every time. This can no longer be explained by coincidence. "Maybe it's a coincidence," Lin Zichen said calmly. In fact, he also felt that this was not a coincidence, but the problem was that this matter could not be studied at all, so he could only treat it as a coincidence for the time being. Let's go to other cities." Lin Zichen saw that the time was almost up and thought it was time to leave, so he said this to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan responded, and then followed him to take off in the air, flying to other cities on Earth. "Which city are you going to?" Shen Qinghan turned his head to look at Lin Zichen beside him, and asked softly. Lin Zichen already had a destination, and said lightly, "Let's go to City No. 36 first, which leads to Shanghai City, and solve the aliens there first. My family is in Shanghai City, and I must give priority to clearing the aliens in Shanghai City. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. I am always worried that City No. 36 will be breached, and a large number of aliens will enter Shanghai City through the biological channel, and kill people in Shanghai City." After hearing what Lin Zichen said, Shen Qinghan also became worried. Even the strongest City No. 1 was breached, so the situation of the cities below is probably not good now. Even if they are not breached, they are probably in dire straits. Both parents live in Shanghai City, and this City No. 36 must be defended. Thinking of this, Shen Qinghan immediately urged anxiously, "Then let's go quickly. I hope that City No. 36 has not been breached yet." "Well, let's go now." After Lin Zichen finished speaking, He stretched out his hand to hold Shen Qinghan's slender waist, and wanted to hold her all the way to fly to city number 36. His flying speed is much faster than Shen Qinghan, and he can arrive faster by holding Shen Qinghan. Just when the two were about to turn into a stream of red light and fly to city number 36. Wait a minute. A cold voice came from below. Lin Zichen looked down in the direction of the voice, and saw Luo Qianxue with messy hair flying up. What's the matter? When Luo Qianxue flew to the same height, Lin Zichen looked at her calmly and asked. His tone was a little cold, the attitude towards strangers. Although he and Luo Qianxue had a friendship in the 2nd grade of elementary school, he did not take the short friendship seriously. The two of them had such a friendship at the beginning, purely because he saw Shen Qinghan pitying Luo Qianxue. Otherwise, how could there be so much free time to make friends? It is better to do more push-ups to exercise. I want to visit Master in city number 36. Can you trouble me to take me with you? Luo Qianxue's voice was as cold as ever. She didn't mean to be cold, but she got used to it over the years, and couldn't change it for a while. Then let's go together. Lin Zichen's voice was still calm. He didn't lose anything by taking Luo Qianxue with him, so why not? Thank you. Luo Qianxue said these two words a little awkwardly. She has been in city number 1 for more than 10 years, and she has basically never used these two words, so she couldn't help but feel a little awkward when she said them now. Lin Zichen suddenly thought of a question and reminded Luo Qianxue. I went back to Earth before and learned that Yuan Shao was injured and unconscious in bed. Now she may still be on Earth, not in city number 36. Well, I know. Luo Qianxue responded with a slightly cold tone. Whether Yuan Dongji is there or not, she will go over to take a look. Now city number 1 is also destroyed anyway, so there is no point in staying. If Yuan Dongji was not in the city behind number 36, she would stay in number 36 city to help defend the city, and swear to defend the biological passage there. She didn't want Shanghai City, where her master was, to be destroyed into ruins by the aliens from the source. Then let's set off now. Lin Zichen said this lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he skillfully sucked Luo Qianxue over, put one hand around her slender waist, and then the blood and spirit in his body burst out, instantly turning into a stream of light, and flying to number 36 city. Heading to the sky above number 36 city. A stream of red light, so fast that it tore countless void cracks in the air, spanning a distance of tens of thousands of miles in just a blink of an eye. In the stream of light, Luo Qianxue, whose biological level was still at an advanced stage, could not even open her eyes under the strong pressure of the airflow around her, and her vision was pitch black the whole time. Similarly, her ears also lost their hearing in the huge sound of breaking through the air, and she could hardly hear anything. Lin Zichen's speed was too fast, so fast that she, who was only at a high level, could not bear it. Not only her, but even Shen Qinghan, whose biological level was only one level lower than Lin Zichen, almost lost her vision and hearing at Lin Zichen's high-speed sprint. It was not that the two were too weak, but that Lin Zichen was too strong. Lin Zichen knew that the two were uncomfortable, but he did not slow down. Discomfort is the lowest cost. As long as there is no injury and the body is intact, no matter how uncomfortable it is not a big deal. Boom! 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 Suddenly, several terrifying explosions came from the sky above the central region. When the explosion occurred, the entire central region was ablaze with fire, lightning and thunder, as if the world was about to end, which made people feel desperate. Lin Zichen followed the sound and looked at the movement of the mythical battle in the central region. Feeling the powerful power that erupted when the mythical masters fought, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately burst his blood and spirit to the maximum, and flew to the location of city number 36 at the fastest speed. The energy that erupted when the mythical masters fought was too powerful, and it was simply not something that a small legendary creature like him could resist. In order to gain a glimmer of life in the hands of the mythical masters, he had to devour as many aliens as possible to evolve. The area in front of the gate of city number 36. The fighting continued, and the roars continued. Led by several beast kings, a large number of aliens attacked the city gate in groups, erupting with deafening crashes. Facing the attack of the alien race, the leaders in the city did not sit still and wait for death. They all went out of the city to fight head-on. Above the city, Yuan Dongji burst out her mental power crazily, controlling a 100-meter-long water dragon that covered the sky and the sun, rushing around on the ground battlefield, responsible for cleaning up some small shrimps. Seeing her bursting out her mental power desperately, Lu Chuanwu on the high wall of the city gate immediately shouted, "Dongji, your body has just recovered, don't fight so hard." Yuan Dongji ignored Lu Chuanwu's shouting, and continued to burst out her mental power to control the water dragon to rush around on the ground battlefield, cleaning up the small shrimps on the ground for the city leaders who were resisting the strong in the sky. Seeing that she didn't listen to his advice, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Then he jumped high and jumped to the battlefield in front of the city gate, and also contributed his own strength. Chapter 304. City number 36. At a glance, everywhere you look, there are ruins and corpses everywhere. The situation is not as tragic as that of city number 1, but it is not much worse. Above the city, earth-shaking sounds continue to explode one after another. Several legendary masters are fighting fiercely. It is 3-2. 3 legendary city leaders are fighting against 2 legendary beast kings. The 2 legendary beast kings are a phoenix and a blue dragon. Although it is 3-2, they have an absolute advantage in numbers, but because of the huge difference in individual strength, the 3 city leaders are suppressed by the 2 beast kings throughout the whole process. They are suppressed to the point that they have almost no chance of fighting back, and can only rely on maneuvering to delay time. Regarding this situation, the 3 city leaders sincerely hope that other cities can get rid of the attacking aliens as soon as possible, and then send strong men to rescue them. The other side. Below. The area in front of the city gate. This is the battlefield of advanced creatures, rare creatures, and epic creatures. The epic creatures are all restraining each other, and moving away from the center of the battlefield. Those who remain in the center of the battlefield are all advanced creatures, and rare creatures. Therefore, the battle in front of the city gate is mainly dominated by rare creatures. As for advanced creatures, they are almost all cannon fodder. Cannon fodder is cannon fodder, but the advantage is that there are many. From time to time, you can see rare creatures that do not take advanced creatures seriously being overwhelmed and beaten to death by a group of advanced creatures. Buzz! In the open space 10,000 meters away from the city gate, a light blue 100-meter water dragon was rampaging, accompanied by a deafening sound of breaking through the air. Wherever it passed, the alien races wailed, and the ground was full of corpses and debris. Under the infection of blood, the originally light blue 100-meter water dragon soon turned scarlet. About 10 minutes later, this water dragon that killed countless enemies suddenly scattered into water drops all over the sky, dripping to the ground. No, the injury has not healed yet, and there is no way to control the dragon for a long time. Above the battlefield, Yuan Dongji, who had just controlled the 100-meter water dragon to efficiently kill the aliens, looked at the water marks on the ground with a pale face, and murmured weakly. Her sea of consciousness has not yet fully recovered, and she cannot use her mental power for a long time. As she spoke, she raised her jade hand, and a dark blue pill appeared out of thin air on her palm. This is a pill that helps to restore mental power. Under the epic level, just swallowing one pill can restore most of the mental power in just a few minutes. Yuan Dongji opened her rosy lips, and put the dark blue pill in her hand into her mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, turning into strands of cool cold currents, quickly moistening Yuan Dongji's swollen and painful brain. In just a blink of an eye, Yuan Dongji clearly felt that her swollen brain had eased a lot. In just 1 or 2 minutes, her almost exhausted mental power would be restored to the state where she could ride the dragon and kill the enemy again. Buzz! Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air exploded. Before Yuan Dongji could react, a bone spur with rich source power burst out from below at a speed that was difficult for the mind to catch. Wherever the bone spur passed, the air was rubbed to produce large sparks, leaving a red tail light at the tail. Puff! There was only such a sound of bone and flesh breaking. When Yuan Dongji realized that she was attacked, her chest had been pierced by the bone spur that suddenly shot out, and a large amount of blood sprayed out, which turned into a hazy blood mist under the evaporation of the source power. Puff! 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 Almost at the same time, several more bone and flesh fractures were heard. Yuan Dongji's limbs and head were directly pierced by other bone spurs that shot out at high speed, breaking a shocking blood hole, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Among them, the right arm was directly shot off. Under the powerful impact of the bone spur, the entire right arm was almost shattered into a blood mist, which spread in the air. In just a moment, Yuan Dongji, who was still hovering high in the sky the moment before, fell freely with serious injuries the next moment, leaving a slender and conspicuous blood path in the air. The situation instantly reversed. The reversal was so fast that it was difficult to understand. The ground. Lu Chuanwu was using his powerful body, with the help of the members of the Shanghai University Student Union, to beat a rare first-level fire tiger beast back step by step. Just as he was excited to see his victory in sight, His peripheral vision swept over Yuan Dongji, who was falling at high speed from the sky. When he saw Yuan Dongji's dilapidated body, he was briefly distracted for a moment. And it was this brief moment of distraction that exposed his flaws, and he was counterattacked by the fire tiger beast, and was knocked away with a bang, and a very hot flame ignited on his chest. Once the flame ignited, it instantly spread to his whole body, burning his flesh and blood crazily. When he reacted, he immediately vomited blood and rolled quickly on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. Unfortunately, he didn't roll over for a few rounds. The next second, buzz! The fire tiger beast took advantage of his weakness to kill him, and turned into a flaming arrow and rushed towards him at high speed. It's over. Lu Chuanwu's face changed slightly. Just when he thought he was going to die in the tiger's mouth. Boom! A large amount of groundwater suddenly broke out of the ground, and instantly turned into a 100-meter water dragon, swallowing the fire tiger beast directly into its stomach. Under the suppression of the dragon's belly, the flames on the fire tiger beast were extinguished in an instant, and then the body exploded with a bang, turning into a large piece of blood and dyeing the 100-meter water dragon red. Then, there was a walla sound. A large piece of cold groundwater fell on Lu Chuanwu, like a torrential rain, instantly extinguishing the flames on his body. It was Yuan Dongji who fell heavily to the ground who made the move. With her dying body, she forcibly consumed the remaining mental power in her body, and controlled the 100-meter water dragon from a distance of thousands of meters to save Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu knew that it was Yuan Dongji who saved him. The moment the flames on his body went out, he ignored the severe pain from the burning parts and immediately got up from the ground and rushed to Yuan Dongji. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Chuanwu rushed to the seriously injured Yuan Dongji, squatted down and asked anxiously, "Dongji, are you okay?" "I won't die," Yuan Dongji said in a very weak voice. "But you, don't be distracted on the battlefield. Not every time someone can save you in time." If she hadn't acted in time just now, Lu Chuanwu would have been a charred corpse. "I know, I will pay attention next time." After Lu Chuanwu finished speaking, he immediately released his blood and qi, and transferred his blood and qi to Yuan Dongji. This is a unique method of pure-blooded humans, which can transfer their own blood and qi to the target organism, so that the target organism can repair its own damage. With the continuous supply of blood and qi, soon, Yuan Dongji's pale face became rosy again at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood in the body became more and more abundant. The spirit in the sea of consciousness became more and more vast and boundless. According to this recovery efficiency, Yuan Dongji's seriously injured body can be restored to half of its peak in less than a minute. "Dean, is Principal Yuan okay?" Song Yuyan, who was thousands of meters away, saw Yuan Dongji just being seriously injured and the whole person was free-falling on the spot, and immediately ran over from the front in a hurry and asked with a worried look on her face. Yuan Dongji said coldly, "I'm fine, you don't need to come and ask about my situation, go back to your original position and resist the aliens." "I'm fine, I go back then." Song Yuyan didn't stay for too long, and turned around to return to her original position. But she had just turned around and hadn't walked far when a shocking explosion suddenly came from the sky. Accompanied by a dazzling light, 3 figures soon fell from the sky at high speed. Song Yuyan looked up, and was horrified to find that the 3 figures falling were the 3 legendary leaders in the city. The 3 city leaders had lost all their vitality and consciousness at this moment, and were falling to the ground at high speed in the form of a corpse. They all died at the hands of the 2 beast kings, and stayed on this battlefield forever. The city lord and his men were defeated. Song Yuyan looked at the 3 bodies falling at high speed in the sky, and her mature and pretty face was suddenly filled with despair. The top combat power on the battlefield was defeated, which meant that the entire war would be defeated. It also meant that city number 36 would be breached and Shanghai City would be invaded by the creatures from the source. Once Shanghai City was invaded by the creatures from the source, the entire city would be devastated and all the people on Earth would be buried in the belly of the beasts. At this moment, not only Song Yuyan felt desperate. Everyone present had a deathly pale face and despair in their eyes. No matter how advantageous the ground battlefield was, once the top combat power in the sky was defeated, the soldiers on the battlefield would fall into panic, and the entire battlefield would collapse. Humanity will eventually be no match for the alien race, and the Earth is probably going to be finished. Lu Chuanwu murmured without fighting spirit, while supplying blood and energy to Yuan Dongji. Before evolving into an advanced creature, he had never entered the source to fight against the alien race, and had no idea about the source. For him, a rare-level strongman was almost invincible in his eyes. But since he went down to the source land, he found that the rare-level strongman who was invincible in his eyes, was just a higher-level ant on the battlefield of the Source Land, and could be crushed to death by other higher-level creatures at any time. Only creatures whose level has evolved to the epic level can be called strong. And if you want to dominate the battlefield, the level of the creature must be at least legendary. At this moment, the 3 legendary strongmen who can dominate the battlefield on the Earth have all become a lifeless cold corpse, which means everything is over. City number 36 is about to be broken by the aliens. On the other side, Yuan Dongji listened to Lu Chuanwu's words, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. What if you can't defeat them? The Earth is over, so what? At least before we die, we have to drag a few more damn aliens with us. After saying that, Yuan Dongji pushed away Lu Chuanwu, who was supplying her with qi and blood, and her spirit burst out instantly, and the whole person soared into the sky. Then, regardless of her own life, she decisively overloaded and controlled a vast amount of groundwater to break out of the ground, condensing a huge 100-meter water dragon. This 100-meter water dragon is much longer than the 100-meter water dragon she had condensed before, and is more than 300 meters long. As soon as it appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of all creatures present, especially the attention of alien creatures. Buzz! 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 Just when Yuan Dongji rose to a high altitude and condensed a 300-meter-long water dragon, a series of sharp air-breaking sounds suddenly sounded. In the direction where the sound came from, several bone spurs with rich source power flew at high speed. This time, Yuan Dongji, who was prepared, was not hit by the bone spurs that suddenly shot from below. As the bone spurs shot, she controlled the water dragon to protect her whole body and blocked all the bone spurs. Then, she immediately locked onto a strange beast with bone spurs on its back on the ground according to the direction from which the bone spurs shot. It was a strange beast that looked a bit like a turtle. It had sharp bone spurs on its back. I found you. After saying that, Yuan Dongji's eyes condensed, and she burst out her mental power to the maximum extent, controlling the 300-meter-long water dragon to rush to the ground, swooping down towards the strange beast on the ground that liked to play sneak attacks. She was clear about gratitude and resentment, repaying gratitude with gratitude and revenge with revenge, and never letting any good or bad person go. In just a few seconds, there was a loud bang. The rare second-level beast on the ground was directly hit by the 300-meter-long water dragon and turned into a pool of blood, and completely fell on the battlefield. Heh, ants who could only hide in the dark and shoot cold arrows are vulnerable to direct attacks. Yuan Dongji looked down at the pool of blood on the ground below with contempt in her eyes. After saying that, she didn't waste a second and quickly controlled the water dragon to hit other aliens. She wanted to kill more aliens in her limited life and make the most of her remaining heat before she died. Knowing that the situation was not optimistic, she no longer had hope for survival. Now she just wanted to contribute to the Earth before she died and kill more powerful aliens. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came. Yuan Dongji just controlled the 300-meter-long water dragon to make a collision action, and the next second, the 300-meter-long water dragon was crushed into a large piece of water by a powerful energy, and turned into raindrops dripping on the ground. Ant? Aren't you an ant? A low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind Yuan Dongji. The moment she heard the voice, Yuan Dongji immediately burst out her mental power and flew backwards at a high speed, keeping as much distance as possible from the direction where the voice came from. As she quickly distanced herself, a figure surrounded by black air gradually appeared in her field of vision. It was a man surrounded by black air. The biological pressure emanating from his body was as high as a terrifying epic level. When Yuan Dongji sensed the biological pressure emanating from the other party, as high as an epic level, her whole heart fell to the bottom of the valley, and her heart was full of despair. Being targeted by an epic-level strongman. Everything is over next. Chapter 305. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and there were constantly flashing arcs inside, covering the entire area below in a shadow that made everything despair. Looking closely, it was not dark clouds, but a large area of lifeless black fog that gathered together. Under the lifeless black fog, there was a man surrounded by black air. The man looked down at Yuan Dongji below with flashes of arcs. He looked at Yuan Dongji with disdain, as if he was looking at an ant that could be easily crushed to death. He was an epic creature, a higher status existence than rare creatures. Rare creatures were no different from ants in front of him. Epic strongman. I was targeted by an epic strongman. It's over. Yuan Dongji looked up at the man, who suddenly appeared above him, his eyes full of despair. Under the pressure of the powerful aura emanating from the man, she felt that she had difficulty breathing. A thin layer of sweat oozed from her forehead and back, and her body was shaking uncontrollably. Although she was a famous female warrior on Earth, she was in a high position and was respected by people. However, her biological level was only rare level 3. A creature of this level was no different from an ant in front of an epic warrior. If I'm not mistaken, you and the old man who was burned all over the body below should be in a relationship. In the sky, the man looked down at Yuan Dongji in a dead voice and said. After saying that, without waiting for Yuan Dongji to respond, he immediately said, "Kill him with your own hands. I can spare your life and let you be my bed slave." This epic alien warrior from the land of desolation took a fancy to Yuan Dongji's sexy and somewhat obscene body. Yuan Dongji, wearing a cheongsam, exuded a mature woman's temperament, which fascinated him. He wanted to take Yuan Dongji back to the land of silence and train her well, and train her into a humble bed slave who would only serve her master. Hearing the man's words, Yuan Dongji's eyes flashed with a fleeting disgust. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately burst out the remaining mental power in his body to the maximum extent, and dived down to Lu Chuanwu below at the fastest speed. The speed of the dive was so fast that it rubbed a deafening sound of breaking through the air, leaving a dazzling red flame behind. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but have a hint of expectation in his eyes. A woman was forced to kill her partner in order to survive, and then committed herself to her enemy to live a miserable life. What a pleasant plot. Every time he witnessed this kind of plot, it would stimulate his sexual desire. He couldn't wait to see Yuan Dongji kill Lu Chuanwu with her own hands, and then fly back to the sky and kneel in front of him to beg for life. Buzz! Accompanied by a rapid and piercing sound of breaking through the air, Yuan Dongji quickly rushed to Lu Chuanwu under the gaze of the man. Immediately, under the man's expectant gaze, she reached out and grabbed Lu Chuanwu, and fled with Lu Chuanwu at the fastest speed. She knew that she could not be the man's opponent. But this did not mean that she could not successfully escape from the man's hands. As long as you dare to try, everything is possible. Seeing that Yuan Dongji, who was diving down, did not kill Lu Chuanwu, but grabbed Lu Chuanwu and fled with him, the man in the sky could not help but be stunned. He didn't expect Yuan Dongji to be so ungrateful. She actually gave up her life and chose death. What does this mean? Do you think you can escape from an epic master? Where does your confidence come from? After a while, the man came back to his senses, and his eyes, which were originally full of expectation, gradually showed a hint of anger. What a stupid woman! She didn't cherish the chance to survive and chose death. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly turned into a large piece of black fog, and at a speed far exceeding Yuan Dongji's escape speed, he caught up with Yuan Dongji, who was escaping with Lu Chuanwu, in the blink of an eye. Below, Yuan Dongji still fantasized about escaping. However, she had just grabbed Lu Chuanwu and flew less than 10,000 meters away. The next second, her sky was covered by a large piece of black fog, and the surrounding environment suddenly became extremely dark. Then, before she could react, a huge palm stretched out from the black fog and slapped her with a force that covered the sky and the sun. Yuan Dongji sensed the danger and burst out his mental power frantically, trying to rush out of the shadow. Unfortunately, the attack of the epic creature was not something that she, a rare creature, could dodge. Soon, there was a loud bang. Yuan Dongji and Lu Chuanwu, who were flying at high speed at low altitude, were hit head-on by the huge palm, like slapping a fly, and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. There were large cracks. Dust was splashed all over the sky. Buzz! The huge palm waved gently, and the dust in the sky dissipated instantly. Then, a deep pit with spiderweb cracks on the edge suddenly appeared on the ground. In the center of the deep pit, there were two figures with half of their bodies sunk into the soil. It was none other than Yuan Dongji and Lu Chuanwu, who had just been knocked down by a palm. The former was seriously injured, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The latter was even more seriously injured, and the whole person fell into a coma, completely lost consciousness, and the vitality in the body was close to zero, on the verge of death. This was because the man held back, otherwise the two would have been annihilated on the spot and ceased to exist. At the same time, the situation in other areas of the battlefield was also not optimistic. A large number of Earth's strong men died or were injured. Song Yuyan, who had taken the time to check on Yuan Dongji's injuries, was now seriously injured, with a bloody hole in her abdomen. She was lying on the ground, dying, desperately waiting for death to come. Li Chuxin, Liu Yongjian, Li Muyu, Ma Shiwei, Zhou Xiahong, Ma Zhenhe, and other teachers and students from Shanghai University were also seriously injured at this moment, and unable to resist the invasion of aliens. under the invasion of a large number of aliens. On the Earth side, almost everyone lost their fighting spirit and waited for death to come. The entire battlefield was completely defeated. The outcome of the battle was clear. Judging from this situation, it was only a matter of time before City 36 was breached by foreign races. The sky above the battlefield was shrouded in despair. In a huge deep pit, Yuan Dongji slightly stabilized his injuries and pulled out half of his body that was stuck in the soil with difficulty, and then immediately checked the situation of Lu Chuanwu beside him. Seeing that Lu Chuanwu was seriously injured and his vitality was almost zero, Yuan Dongji suddenly became nervous. Without thinking too much, Yuan Dongji quickly took out a blood-red pill and stuffed it into Lu Chuanwu's mouth, forcing him to breathe and prevent him from dying completely. Then, Yuan Dongji immediately had an idea and controlled the groundwater under the deep pit to break through the ground and open a gap on the surface of the deep pit. Then, he threw Lu Chuanwu into the gap and let him flow away from the battlefield along the underground water. After doing all this, Yuan Dongji quickly took off and fled in the opposite direction of the underground water flow, sacrificing himself to create a chance for Lu Chuanwu to escape. The above scenes were all completed in a flash. The man in the sky had a panoramic view of these scenes in the deep pit. He couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Ants always like to use self-proclaimed clever means to escape, but in fact, this is all in vain in front of the strong. After the words fell, this male alien from the land of silence, whose biological level was as high as epic, controlled two wisps of black mist to shoot out violently. One wisp shot towards Yuan Dongji, who was escaping on the ground. One wisp shot towards Lu Chuanwu, who was flowing away from the battlefield along the water. The two wisps of black mist shot out quickly turned into two huge shriveled black hands at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, they caught Yuan Dongji and Lu Chuanwu, who were going away. During the time when she was caught by the black hand, Yuan Dongji tried to break free from the black hand's restraint. However, the black hand can block any energy in the body of a living being, leaving her powerless to resist. She could only be tightly bound by the black hand throughout the whole process, becoming a lamb to be slaughtered, watching herself being pulled into the sky and falling into the hands of the man. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you are stupid and can't see the situation clearly. In that case, then you can just be a corpse. Corpses don't need to see the situation clearly. As soon as the words fell, wisps of black air emanated from the man's body and slowly poured into Yuan Dongji's mouth, trying to change her body structure and refine her into a corpse. At the moment when the black air invaded her mouth, Yuan Dongji showed a painful expression on her face, and her originally rosy and attractive face suddenly became dark and lifeless. At the same time, the blood vessels on her skin were turning black and hard at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black air that invaded her body was changing the structure of her cells at a very fast speed, causing her cells to lose the structure of conventional organisms, slowly lose their activity, and become stiff. The whole person's appearance was gradually changing from a living person to a lifeless corpse. And with a bit of beauty, during the time you can still have consciousness, watch how your partner dies, the man said expressionlessly. After saying that, he immediately had an idea and grabbed Lu Chuanwu in front of him. Then, in front of Yuan Dongji, he continued to devour the little vitality left in Lu Chuanwu's body, and the woman was in front of him. Watching Lu Chuanwu gradually approaching death in front of him, Yuan Dongji, whose body was tortured, was also tortured in the same way in spirit. Her eyes were filled with despair, and she felt that life was worse than death. In despair, she was powerless and could only close her eyes while enduring the pain, choosing to be an ostrich with its head buried in the sand, not watching Lu Chuanwu die in front of her. Just when she thought her life was about to end. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from below, shocking all the creatures on the battlefield. Yuan Dongji didn't know what happened, but she instinctively opened her eyes when she heard the sound. Then, the scene that came into her eyes instantly made her open her eyes wide, with a face full of shock. I don't know what happened, but a large amount of groundwater suddenly gushed out from the battlefield below. In just a blink of an eye, the entire battlefield below was submerged into an endless ocean. It was really endless, and the end of the sea could not be seen at all. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of explosions. On the originally calm sea surface, countless water columns suddenly shot up into the sky. Once the water column appeared, it rushed straight into the sky, so high that the top could not be seen. One after another, it spread across the entire sea surface. From a distance, it seemed like iron columns forming a cage, imprisoning all the creatures present on the sea surface, becoming a caged bird without freedom. What's going on? Where did so much groundwater come from? What's going on with these water columns that shot up into the sky? Is this an illusion before death? Yuan Dongji looked at the ocean below, and the shock on her face slowly turned into a daze. The scene happening in front of her was far beyond her cognition, leaving her puzzled. Not only her, all the creatures on the battlefield didn't know what happened. The man who was devouring Lu Chuanwu's vitality and pouring black air into her mouth didn't understand, and the dragon and phoenix kings hovering in the sky didn't understand either. All the creatures present were confused and puzzled at this time, watching the groundwater on the battlefield accumulate more and more, forming a vast ocean covering the entire land. What's going on? At the highest point of the battlefield, a gorgeous woman in a bright red robe looked at the man in green and asked. The man in green frowned and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what happened. This man and woman were the dragon and phoenix, who had fought with the 3 legendary city leaders before. At this time, they had finished the war, and they all turned into human forms and hovered in the highest sky of the battlefield, overlooking the strange scene happening on the battlefield. As legendary strongmen, they had lived in the source for countless years and witnessed countless big scenes. However, the scene happening in front of them at this moment was something they had never seen or even heard of. Even the blue-clothed man who lived in the ocean was the same. Just when they were extremely puzzled, the sky-high water columns on the sea surface below suddenly all moved towards the center of the sea surface. The movement speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, they were already circling and intertwined with each other. However, under the gaze of all the creatures on the battlefield, a huge water dragon was formed at a very fast speed. The shape of this water dragon was almost exactly the same as the 100-meter water dragon controlled by Yuan Dongji before. The only difference was that the water dragon that was being rapidly generated on the sea surface at this moment was much larger than the 100-meter level. Even more than 1,000 meters, it reached an astonishing 10,000 meters long. Once the 10,000-meter water dragon was formed, it instantly occupied the sky above the battlefield, covering the sky and the sun, reflecting the battlefield that had turned into an ocean in a deep blue luster. At this moment, all the creatures present were in shock, staring blankly at the 10,000-meter water dragon in the sky, unconsciously stiff in place. Some creatures with a strong sense of crisis quickly recovered from the shock, or stagnation, or fright, and madly burst out the blood and spirit in their bodies, and moved away from the 10,000-meter water dragon in the sky at the fastest speed. This 10,000-meter water dragon appeared too suddenly. No one knew whether it was an enemy or a friend. In the case of uncertain risks, it is the wisest thing to do to stay away. When other creatures were fleeing, Yuan Dongji, who was bound by the Black Hand, could only look up at the 10,000-meter water dragon that suddenly formed in the sky, with an unbelievable look on his face, wondering if he was dreaming at this moment. Familiar water dragon. Exaggerated size. This must be a beautiful fantasy that I had in my heart after falling into despair. I fantasized that I could change my fate, kill all the aliens on the battlefield, and save all my fellow Earthlings. Otherwise, there is no way to explain what is happening in front of me at this moment. Chapter 306. A water dragon as long as 10,000 meters hovered high above the battlefield, covering the entire battlefield below with a blue luster. In the luster, the black air lingering on the body of the epic male alien from the Land of Silence was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, it was completely dissipated. The 2 black hands made of black air also dissipated at the same time, and Yuan Dongji and Lu Chuanwu, who were bound by the black hands, were able to escape and fell from the sky. Yuan Dongji still retained a trace of consciousness, and immediately burst out his mental power to slow down his falling speed. At the same time, with a thought, he sucked Lu Chuanwu, who was free falling not far away, over. Liao Chuanwu, whose physical strength was only the advanced 9th level great perfection, would not fall heavily to the ground from thousands of meters high, breaking into a pool of scarlet and dazzling flesh, and completely dying. Buzz! A rapid sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. While Yuan Dongji and Lu Chuanwu were slowing down their fall, the 10,000-meter-long water dragon in the sky suddenly swooped down at high speed, aiming directly at the epic male alien from the Land of Silence below. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the 10,000-meter-long water dragon, the man knew that he was powerless to resist, and chose to turn into a ball of black mist and escape at the first moment. Unfortunately, he had just escaped less than 100 meters, and the next second he was caught up by the 10,000-meter-long water dragon, and was hit head-on, and was destroyed on the spot. Seeing with their own eyes that an epic-level strongman was killed so easily by a single blow, like an ant being easily crushed to death without any effort, all the aliens present were frightened. For a time, all the aliens on the battlefield fled like crazy, only knowing to follow the instinct of survival, and completely lost the courage to attack the city. The 10,000-meter-long water dragon in the sky was too huge. Its body covered the sky and blocked out the sun. The aura it exuded was full of oppression. Even the dragon and phoenix, whose biological level was as high as the legendary middle level, were uncontrollably afraid of this 10,000-meter-long water dragon and instinctively wanted to evacuate. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud noises. A large number of water columns rose to the sky on the sea surface. Under the gaze of many creatures, these water columns quickly turned into high-level aquatic creatures of various shapes. There were mermaids holding stone forks. There were snake women with venomous snakes in their hair. There were basalts as solid as rocks. There were also deep-sea banshees with graceful figures. These high-level aquatic creatures condensed from groundwater. In the second after they were completely formed, they all rushed towards the fleeing aliens at an extremely fast speed that was difficult for the spirit to perceive, with a clear goal. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of aliens died. Under the attack of these aquatic creatures formed by water, whether they were advanced creatures, rare creatures, or epic creatures, they were all killed instantly without any resistance. The situation on the battlefield changed from a complete defeat of the Earth side to a complete defeat of the alien side. Our strong men are here to support us. Everyone is saved. Which strong man is here? Seeing that the situation is reversed, there was a burst of excited shouts on the sea. Among them, many people wondered which Earth strongman came to support them. Among the public Earth strongmen, there seemed to be no one who was good at water attack. The same doubts also appeared in Yuan Dongji's mind. She belongs to the Yuan family, the largest family in Nanjiang province. They are all strong people who are good at water attack. They are so good at water attack that they are the best in the world. However, among these strong people who are good at water attack, the strongest one is only at the 9th level of the epic creature. And the 9th level of the epic creature can't support such an exaggerated scene in front of him. So, who is the strong man coming? Is he really a strong man from the Earth? Could he be a neutral alien strong man? Yuan Dongji's mind was full of thoughts. Just as she was thinking, the 10,000-meter water dragon in the sky suddenly turned around and flew towards her. Faced with this sudden scene, she was a little at a loss for a while. She stood there motionless and waited for death. It's not that she didn't want to escape, but she knew she couldn't escape at all. The strength of that 10,000-meter water dragon was at least legendary level. She was a rare creature, even if her potential was thousands or tens of thousands times. In front of this 10,000-meter water dragon, she was at best a fast-running snail, and could be caught up in an instant. In this case, she could only give up the meaningless struggle and silently pray in her heart that the 10,000-meter water dragon flying towards her at a high speed was a friendly force. Soon, the 10,000-meter water dragon that covered the sky and the sun flew from the sky to the top of Yuan Dongji's head and hovered. An extremely large dragon head, like a mountain with no visible top, enveloped Yuan Dongji in a cool blue shadow. Facing such a terrifying behemoth, even Yuan Dongji, who had an extraordinary psychological quality, felt weak in his limbs for a while, instinctively felt fear, and lowered his head involuntarily, not daring to look at the 10,000-meter water dragon. Master! Suddenly, a soft and sweet voice came from the dragon head. Yuan Dongji was very familiar with this voice. When she heard this voice, she immediately looked up. Then, 3 very familiar figures came into her eyes. They were Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Luo Qianxue. How could it be the 3 of them? This 10,000-meter water dragon is controlled by Qinghan? But how is this possible? Yuan Dongji looked at the 3 people standing on the dragon head, her eyes full of shock and confusion. Under her puzzled gaze, Shen Qinghan had an idea and separated a thin layer of water from the 10,000-meter water dragon, landing herself, Lin Zichen, and Luo Qianxue in front of her. Master, are you okay? As soon as Shen Qinghan landed, he immediately stepped forward to care about Yuan Dongji. At this time, Yuan Dongji's body was full of shocking wounds, his face was pale, full of fatigue, and his condition looked very bad. I'm fine. Yuan Dongji calmed down a little, and her voice sounded very weak. After that, she immediately asked, "What's the situation with the water dragon behind you that covers the sky and the sun?" When she asked this question, her eyes were all on Shen Qinghan. She suspected that the 10,000-meter water dragon in front of her was condensed by Shen Qinghan controlling the groundwater. However, she thought about it, and felt that this was outrageous, unrealistic, and unlikely, so she had to ask the 3 people. Facing Yuan Dongji's question, Shen Qinghan did not hide anything and answered directly, "Master, I have evolved into a legendary creature. The water dragon behind me was condensed by me using my mental power to control the groundwater. You evolved into a legendary creature? Yuan Dongji's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of incredible shock. How long has it been? Evolved from an advanced creature to a legendary creature? Is this reasonable? Yuan Dongji suspected that she was dreaming. In her cognition, there could not be such a heaven-defying earthling in this world. If there was, the Earth would not have been at a disadvantage all these years. Opposite. Lin Zichen thought, took out a scarlet pill from the storage space, handed it to Yuan Dongji and said, Principal Yuan, this blood pill can revive the dead, the dean looks very poor, you can give it to him. Okay. Yuan Dongji responded, took the blood pill handed by Lin Zichen without hesitation, and quickly stuffed it into Lu Chuanwu's mouth. At this moment, she no longer entangled with the matter of Shen Qinghan evolving into a legendary creature. Saving people is important. The blood-soaked pill melted in the mouth, turning into countless hot and warm currents, flowing quickly through Lu Chuanwu's body, repairing every damaged cell in his body. In just a moment, Lu Chuanwu, who was just looking at the dying and could die at any time, suddenly became ruddy and full of vitality. Is this so-called blood-soaked pill so effective? Yuan Dongji saw the changes in Lu Chuanwu's physical condition, and was shocked by the excellent therapeutic effect of the blood-soaked pill. After calming down again, Yuan Dongji looked at Lin Zichen, hesitated for a while and asked, Zichen, do you still have blood-soaked pills? If there are still a lot, I want to buy a few from you. She was embarrassed to say this. A magical medicine like the blood-soaked pill must be a priceless treasure that cannot be bought no matter how much money is spent. She wanted to buy a few pills from Lin Zichen, which was a bit of taking advantage of the younger generation. In the past, she would never do this, because she wanted to save face. But now, after seeing the cruelty of the war, she really needed the bloodbath pill to protect herself and the people around her, and she didn't care about the so-called face at all. I have a lot of bloodbath pills, but you don't need to buy them. There are 20 pills in this bottle. Yuan Xiao, you can use them first. If you don't have enough, I have a lot here. Lin Zichen said, taking out a simple medicine bottle from the storage space and handed it to Yuan Dongji. There were a bunch of bloodbath pills in his storage space, all of which were given to him by Qi Qingma before. There were so many that they could almost be piled into a mountain, and they could never be used up. Yuan Dongji didn't know this, and thought that Lin Zichen said that he had a lot of bloodbath pills in order to make her feel at ease to accept them. Although he thought so at his heart, Yuan Dongji was not a shy person, and he didn't be polite to Lin Zichen, and directly accepted the medicine bottle. But she would not accept it for nothing. She would keep this favor from Lin Zichen firmly in her heart, and repay him in other ways in the future. As long as Lin Zichen needed it, she would satisfy him at any time. Whether it was money, evolutionary resources, or other rare treasures. Lin Zichen didn't know what Yuan Dongji was thinking about, and he didn't care about Yuan Dongji's return at all. Yuan Dongji had been good enough to him, and Shen Qinghan in the past 2 years. The bottle of blood pill he just gave was his return to Yuan Dongji, not a favor. Besides, he had evolved into a legendary creature, while Yuan Dongji was still a rare creature. The biological level gap is so big that even if he wants Yuan Dongji to repay, Yuan Dongji is not able to repay. The only way to repay is to pledge her body. However, this kind of brainless stallion drama can never happen to Lin Zichen. When it comes to the love between men and women, he only has Shen Qinghan in his eyes. Yuan Xiao, you three, leave quickly. Lin Zichen suddenly looked up at the sky and urged calmly. The U3 he mentioned refers to Yuan Dongji, Lu Chuanwu, and Luo Qianxue. Yuan Dongji didn't waste any words, and immediately burst out his mental power to take Lu Chuanwu and Luo Qianxue away from here. As soon as the three left, Shen Qinghan frowned and asked, What's wrong, Lin Zi? As she said this, she looked up at the sky with Lin Zichen, but she couldn't see anything and couldn't feel anything. The two legendary beasts in the sky are now swooping down towards us at a high speed. Lin Zichen said calmly. With the blessing of biological attributes, such as Eye of the Sky and Danger Sense, he could clearly see two human figures in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, swooping down towards his position. At the same time, he also sensed the bodies of the two human figures, a legendary second-level Fire Phoenix, and a legendary third-level Blue Dragon. What level of legend? Shen Qinghan said with some concern. She was afraid that the strength of the two beasts attacking at this moment would exceed the tolerance range of her and Lin Zichen, making her and Lin Zichen unable to resist. Lin Zichen's face was as calm as water. Not high, they are legendary second level and legendary third level respectively, and they are no match for the two of us at all. That's good. Shin Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Zichen's next words instantly made her nervous. Lin Zichen said to her, "You are now a legendary creature. Try to fight 2 beasts alone and kill those 2 beasts." Ah? Shin Qinghan thought she had heard it wrong. Lin Zichen, why no confidence? Shin Qinghan pursed her lips and said weakly with a sincere face, "Yes, no confidence." Lin Zichen, go and try. I be there to protect you. Nothing will happen. Hearing what he said, Shin Qinghan also felt confident and nodded obediently, "Yes, I try." While the two were talking, on the other side, Yuan Dongji, who had not walked far, heard the conversation between the two clearly and felt mixed emotions. Just 2 years ago, she was still protecting this pair of childhood sweethearts, who had just entered college in the coastal forest. When the two were attacked by the elders of the divine plant cult, they appeared in time to save the situation, showing their magical powers, showing the terrifying power of a rare-level strongman who can control the power of nature, shocking the two. However, only 2 short years have passed, and the childhood sweethearts can now fight against the legendary beast king of the source. Moreover, they are still aiming to fight 1 against 2 and kill the opponent beyond their level. Only 2 short years have passed, and the strength of the childhood sweethearts has changed so much that it feels unreal. Buzz! 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 As the dragon and phoenix kings in the sky get closer and closer to the sea, the sound of breaking through the air that reaches Shin Qinghan and Lin Zichen's ears becomes more and more piercing. Listening to this deafening sound of breaking through the air, Shin Qinghan was so nervous that a layer of sweat oozed out of his palms. Seeing this, Lin Zichen said calmly to give her confidence, "There's no need to be nervous. They are just 2 big ants. You have every chance to kill them by leaps and bounds." Chapter 307. 2 big ants? Hearing Lin Zichen describe the 2 beast kings like this, Shin Qinghan couldn't help but secretly think that he was so arrogant. But she knew that Lin Zichen had the capital to be so arrogant. After all, Lin Zichen had faced the existence of the mythical strongman Night King. Although he was almost on the run the whole time, it was impossible to escape from the hands of a mythical strongman without the strength of the high legendary level. And the 2 beast kings, whose biological level was only the low legendary level, were indeed as weak as ants in front of Lin Zichen, whose biological level was also the low legendary level, but whose strength was as high as the high legendary level. If Lin Zichen wanted to deal with them, he would probably only need 1 punch. Huh? Shin Qinghan took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. She calmed down a little, focused her mind, looked far ahead, and stared at the 2 figures swooping down from the sky at high speed, a human-shaped green dragon in green clothes, and a human-shaped fire phoenix in a fiery red robe. When the 2 oppressive figures were less than 10,000 meters away from the ground, Shin Qinghan suddenly focused her eyes, and the whole person immediately soared into the air. Then, her body full of water instantly turned into a ball of transparent water, merging with the 10,000-meter water dragon hovering in the low sky, and rushed towards the swooping green man and red-robed woman at a high speed. She didn't want to disappoint Lin Zichen. At this moment, she must be brave in front of Lin Zichen. Get rid of nervousness, get rid of cowardice. Under Lin Zichen's gaze, he fought 2 legendary beast kings of higher biological level with his own strength. With this determination, Shin Qinghan desperately burst out his spirit, controlling the 10,000-meter long water dragon to rush towards the green-clothed man and the red-robed woman at the fastest speed. Buzz! The 10,000-meter water dragon rushed at an extremely fast speed, so fast that it tore countless void cracks in the air, rubbing out a deafening explosion. Listening to the increasingly deafening explosion, a trace of surprise flashed across the faces of the green-clothed man and the red-robed woman. At this moment, they could all sense that Shin Qinghan's biological level was only the first level of legend. They couldn't understand how Shin Qinghan, whose biological level was obviously lower than theirs, got the courage to rush forward and fight 2 people alone. Was it a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger? Or was it simply a desperate fight? The green-clothed man and the red-robed woman couldn't figure this out no matter how hard they thought, so they simply gave up thinking about it. When they were less than a few thousand meters away from the 10,000-meter water dragon, the red-robed woman, who was good at fire attacks, took the lead in attacking the 10,000-meter water dragon. I saw its eyes condense, and the next second, a vast source of power burst out from its body, instantly igniting the entire sky, and evaporating the 10,000-meter water dragon that was rushing at high speed into a sky full of water mist. However, the surrounding flames had just ignited, and before they had time to burn everything, they were extinguished by the water mist emitted from the 10,000-meter water dragon in an instant, and no longer existed. Seeing this scene, the red-robed woman frowned instantly. How is it possible? How can my hellfire be extinguished by a mere water mist? What is going on? The red-robed woman could not accept the fact in front of her, and soon her eyes condensed again and burst out the source of power, wanting to reignite the entire sky to prove herself. But no matter how the source of power burst out, the surrounding air was always motionless, and no flame could be ignited. The water mist emitted from the 10,000-meter water dragon contained a majestic spiritual power, and it was this spiritual power that prevented the generation of flames. Seeing that she couldn't ignite the flame despite her best efforts, the red-robed woman frowned even more. Its biological level was obviously higher than Shinching-han, but it was completely at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Shinching-han, which made it very depressed. On the side, the green-clothed man's face was not very good either. It never expected that the red-robed woman would be suppressed by Shinching-han to the point that she couldn't even ignite a flame. You know, the red-robed woman's biological level is as high as the second level of legend, and the flame she ignited is the hellish ghost fire from the abyss of fire, which can burn all things in the world. But such a terrible hellish ghost fire, when its own level is still advantageous, can't even ignite a flame. This is simply unbelievable. Buzz! 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 The sound of breaking through the air from below became more and more deafening. In just a blink of an eye, the 10,000-meter-long water dragon controlled by Shinching-han had already rushed in front of the green-clothed man and the red-robed woman, close at hand. Seeing this, the man in green immediately burst out all the source power in his body and strengthened his water control ability to the maximum extent. Then, with a thought, he forcibly snatched the control of the 10,000-meter-long water dragon from Shinching-han, and instantly decomposed the 10,000-meter-long water dragon into water splashes all over the sky. There was a wow sound. For a moment, the water splashes covered the entire sky, turning into bean-sized water droplets falling from the sky. The man in green did not let these water droplets flow away in vain. He immediately thought and controlled these water droplets to condense into a water dragon, a shocking water dragon with a body length far exceeding 10,000 meters. But before the water dragon condensed, the man in green suddenly lost control of the water molecules. Shinching-han's biological level is not as good as the man in green, but his control over water molecules is far better than the man in green. In just a blink of an eye, she successfully took back the control of the water molecules from the green-clothed man. Then, she thought about it, and the falling water splashes around her instantly condensed into a larger and more powerful 10,000-meter-long water dragon. This 10,000-meter-long water dragon, which covered the sky and the sun, hovered high above the head of the green-clothed man as soon as it appeared, releasing a terrifying pressure that made the green-clothed man despair. Facing this more oppressive 10,000-meter-long water dragon, the green-clothed man's face changed slightly, and he felt afraid. It could never have dreamed that Shinching-han, whose biological level was 2 levels lower than it, would have a stronger water control ability than it, the Dragon King. What happened to this world? Is this still the Earth I am familiar with? There must be something wrong. The green-clothed man doubted his life, and could not accept the fact that Shinching-han's water control ability was stronger than it. Just when it was having trouble accepting it, boom! A deafening crash sounded. The man in green and the woman in red, who were swooping down at high speed, were instantly swallowed up by the 10,000-meter high water dragon and disappeared completely in the sky. But soon, a roar of dragons and phoenixes sounded. A green dragon surrounded by green smoke and a fire phoenix bathed in flames both broke out of the water from the 10,000-meter high water dragon. These two huge beasts were the man in green and the woman in red. Shinching-han's attack just now directly knocked the two beast kings out of their bodies. So strong. The green dragon looked at the 10,000-meter high dragon in front of it, frowning tightly, feeling a huge psychological pressure. The strength Shinching-han had just shown was almost the same as the energy it would burst out with its full strength attack, which made it feel very difficult. Without thinking too much, Xinglong quickly released his spiritual power to invade the body of the 10,000-meter water dragon to see how much energy was contained inside. After sensing it for less than a second, it reminded the fire phoenix beside it. Her body is at the dragon head position. While reminding it, Xinglong had already taken the lead in killing the dragon head of the 10,000-meter water dragon. It could clearly sense that there was a stronger energy fluctuation at the dragon head position of the water dragon, and concluded that Shinching-han's body was hidden there. Seeing that Xinglong had taken the lead in killing the dragon head of the water dragon, the fire phoenix did not pause at all, and immediately burst out its source power and killed it right after it. Its sprint speed far exceeded Xinglong, and it rushed in front of Xinglong in just a moment. At the moment of overtaking, it immediately turned back and shouted to Xinglong, "Back off! Let me do it!" It wanted to rush into the dragon head of the water dragon, release the most powerful fire explosion close to the body, force out the elemental Shinchinghan inside, and even severely injure her with one blow. Qi Long knew what it was going to do, and immediately stepped aside to let it do its best. Bang! A splashing sound was heard. The fire phoenix, with the hellfire burning all over its body, crashed into the head of the 10,000-meter water dragon at a very fast speed. Then, the hellfire around the fire phoenix instantly increased in intensity, and a dazzling flame burst out. When the flame intensified to the brightness of the sun, boom! A earth-shaking loud noise suddenly came. The moment the sound sounded, the huge head of the 10,000-meter water dragon instantly changed from azure blue to red, and then turned into a huge ball of flame and exploded, shooting out a large number of fireballs that fell to the ground like a volcanic eruption. In just a few seconds, the entire sky turned into a sea of fire. At a glance, everything in sight was engulfed by flames, and wisps of smoke were everywhere when everything burned out. It was like the ground that had been bombed by nuclear weapons, and there was no sign of life. Soon, in this smoke that covered the sky, a beautiful figure slowly emerged. It was a graceful figure of a woman. When the figure first appeared, it was lying on its side in a huge shell in an elegant posture, and was worshipped by a large number of high-level aquatic creatures. But in less than 2 seconds, the atmosphere of the entire picture reversed 180 degrees. The woman who had just been lying on her side in the shell elegantly suddenly turned into a lifeless corpse, lying flat on the shell in a dead state. The expressions on the faces of the high-level aquatic creatures, who were kneeling in front of her, and worshipping her also changed from awe to grief. The atmosphere of the entire picture changed from worship to mourning. The above picture is a strange vision, a vision caused by the fall of a legendary creature. This means that just now, a legendary strongman fell. The fall of this legendary strongman triggered a large-scale change in the world. Buzz! After a few seconds, a fiery red figure rushed out from the sea of fire. It was the fire phoenix that just released the fire explosion. At this time, it consumed too much energy when releasing the fire explosion, causing the breath in its body to be disordered, and then the flames on its body became much dimmer. However, it does not care about the consumption of energy. At this moment, its face is full of smiles, and it is in a happy mood. The effect of releasing the fire explosion close to the body was far better than it expected. In its expectation, the fire explosion close to the body could force the elementalized Shinchinghan to reveal his form, which would be considered a success. If it could severely injure Shinchinghan with one blow, it would be a great success. But the result now is that Shinchinghan was blown into nothingness with one blow, and no one could sense Shinchinghan's breath within 100 miles. Not even a breath could be sensed. This is either dead or still dead. There is no second possibility. At the same time, on the sea below, countless earthlings who were watching the battle saw the 10,000-meter water dragon in the sky that covered the sky and the sun, directly blown into nothingness by a huge flame, and then a strange phenomenon caused by the fall of a legendary creature appeared in the sky, and everyone immediately showed despair. Previously, the 10,000-meter water dragon killed everyone on the battlefield as soon as it appeared, which brought them great hope. Now, the 10,000-meter water dragon was suddenly blown into nothingness by the flames, which made them fall into despair again. The gap between the two made many people feel unacceptable. Is Sister Han dead? On a collapsed high wall, Luo Yongjian stared blankly at the sky, with mixed feelings in his heart, and then a trace of sadness. Li Mayu and Ma Shiwei next to him did not speak. Both of them were a little dazed at this moment, looking up at the sky like stone statues. The scene of Shinchinghan controlling the 10,000-meter water dragon to kill all around made the two feel shocked and doubtful about life. Before the two could accept the fact that Shinchinghan, who was the same age, had evolved into a legendary creature, Shinchinghan fell in front of them. For a time, both of them found it hard to accept and lost the ability to react. Unlike these people, Lin Zichen, who was most concerned about Shinchinghan, just stood quietly and looked up at the sky, with no fluctuations on his face. The 10,000-meter water dragon was evaporated. However, he could still sense Shinchinghan's breath. These breaths spread all over the sky and existed in the form of water vapor. Lin Zichen could sense the looming vitality from these water vapors. Very weak, but he could sense it. These vitality were very weak when viewed alone, but when all gathered together, the total amount was exactly equal to Shinchinghan's vitality. This shows that Shinchinghan, who had eaten the fire explosion of the fire phoenix, was now unharmed, but survived in a more incredible elemental form. On the other side, Yuan Dongji fled with Lu Chuanwu and Luo Qianxue, while paying attention to the battle situation in the sky. Seeing the 10,000-meter-long water dragon formed by Shen Qihan being swallowed up by a flame in an instant, and then a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. All the signs in the sky showed that Shen Qihan had fallen. Although she had not been with Shen Qihan for a long time, she had already regarded Shen Qihan as her daughter. She could not accept the fact that Shen Qihan had fallen. "Master, don't worry, she is fine." Seeing that Yuan Dongji looked very bad, Luo Qianxue knew why she looked bad, and she comforted her immediately. "Nothing?" Yuan Dongji frowned slightly. She couldn't figure it out. Now that even the strange phenomenon of falling had appeared, how could Shen Qihan be fine? Luo Qianxue explained with reason, "Master, Lin Zichen did not take any action the whole time, and his expression did not change at all. He just looked at the sky quietly. He was so calm, which means Shen Qihan must be fine." When Yuan Dongji heard this, he immediately looked at Lin Zichen on the sea. Then he found that, just as Luo Qianxue said, there was no fluctuation on Lin Zichen's face. Lin Zichen should not be so calm. If there is anyone in the world who cares about Shen Qihan the most, Lin Zichen must be one of them, even the only one who surpasses Shen Qihan's parents. Lin Zichen, who cares so much about Shen Qihan, can still act so calm after witnessing the strange phenomenon in the sky with his own eyes. This is simply unreasonable. The only possibility is that Shen Qihan really did not fall. But if Shen Qihan really did not fall, what was the situation of the strange phenomenon in the sky? Yuan Dongji was puzzled. Chapter 308. I thought she had some ability, but it turns out she's just an ant that can be killed with a flick of a finger. The fire phoenix soared into the sky from the sea of fire and hovered quietly in the sky. Looking at the strange scene of a large number of high-level aquatic creatures running for their funeral, it chuckled with disdain. In the first round of fighting, the hellish ghost fire it ignited in the air was easily extinguished by the mist emitted by the 10,000-meter water dragon controlled by Shen Qihan, and then it could never burn again. It felt ashamed to be suppressed when it had an advantage in level. Now, it killed Shen Qihan with one blow. If it didn't say something to belittle Shen Qihan to elevate itself, it would feel as uncomfortable as if there were ants crawling all over its body. In comparison, the azure dragon not far away frowned slightly at this time. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that the strange scene in front of him was not right. After noticing the problem, it immediately expressed its doubts to Fire Phoenix. "Feng Yuan, there is something wrong with the strange phenomenon in front of us. The scale is a bit abnormal. Her biological level is only legendary level 1. The strange phenomenon caused by her death should not be so spectacular. There must be something wrong with this. What's the problem?" After Fire Phoenix finished speaking, he continued to say indifferently, "She is not normal. Normal earthlings cannot have such strength as her. I guess she must have some ancient inheritance and extraordinary physique, so the strange phenomenon caused by her death is also extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary she has fallen now, and everything has turned into nothing. A dead genius is not a genius, but a waste." After saying that, Fire Phoenix turned its gaze to Lin Zichen below, and said to Azure Dragon, "There is one left below. I just released the fire explosion, and my body is a little weak now. You go and deal with him." Azure Dragon said calmly, "Leave it to me." As soon as the voice fell, it suddenly burst out its source power, and dived towards Lin Zichen below at a very fast speed. But just after making the dive, before it had time to dive a certain distance, it suddenly keenly sensed that the surrounding environment was changing. It frowned and stopped the dive immediately. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Azure Dragon stopped inexplicably, Fire Phoenix couldn't help but wonder. Azure Dragon frowned. "Do you feel that the humidity around you is obviously increasing?" When Fire Phoenix heard it, it realized belatedly that the humidity in the surrounding air had indeed become much heavier. It thought for a moment, and then said, "The Earth Girl who just died in my fire explosion was very good at controlling water elements. Her physique must be inseparable from water. The humidity in the air is increasing now, most likely because of her death. After her death, the breath in her body permeated the entire sky, changing some of the properties of the sky. This explanation is well-reasoned and convincing." Qinglong thought it made sense after hearing it, so he didn't continue to struggle. Soon, it burst out its source power again and rushed to deal with Lin Zichen below. But not long after it swooped down, its sharp-side vision suddenly saw a water ball behind the Fire Phoenix that was constantly condensing and growing. In just a blink of an eye, the water ball, which was only as big as a plum, suddenly grew to the same size as the huge body of the Fire Phoenix. Seeing this, Qinglong realized something and shouted to Wufeng, "Feng Yuan, be careful behind you." The moment the voice fell, Qinglong suddenly burst out his source power, and rushed to the huge water ball that suddenly appeared behind Huifeng at a speed that was difficult for the spirit to perceive. The Huifeng's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he immediately burst out his source power, and moved away from where he was at the moment. However, the source power in its body had just burst out, and it had not had time to drive its huge body. The next second, the huge water ball behind it instantly turned into a giant shell, and opened a bloody mouth. Then, under the horrified gaze of Qinglong, the mysterious giant shell swallowed the Huifeng in front of it directly into its stomach. It swallowed it alive in one bite. The speed of swallowing was so fast that Qinglong and Huifeng could not react at all. Then, the water element in the shell seemed to have life, and rushed into the body of Huifeng frantically. Nasal cavity. Oral cavity. Lower body. Pores. As long as there is a hole leading to the body of the fire phoenix, the water element in the shell will rush in like crazy. In less than half a second, the fire phoenix's slender body was stretched into a huge ball. It became bigger and bigger. It blocked out the sky and the sun. The fire phoenix wanted to save itself, but was horrified to find that its body was no longer under control. The source power in its body was suppressed by the water element that poured in. In this regard, it could only watch its body swell up like a balloon, and it didn't know when it would explode. Buzz! The azure dragon rushed to the fire phoenix in an instant, and the source power burst out suddenly, pulling the fire phoenix out of the giant shell condensed by water through the air. At the moment when the fire phoenix escaped from the giant shell, the water elements around the whole sky suddenly became extremely active, rushing towards the fire phoenix, whose body had swelled into a ball from all directions. Seeing this, Qinglong burst out his source power again to prevent the water elements in the air from rushing into the fire phoenix. But it didn't take long for Qinglong to stop it, and he became a little overwhelmed. At the moment when it rescued the fire phoenix, the water elements in the air also began to rush into its body. In just a blink of an eye, its body swelled into a huge meat ball like the fire phoenix. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded. The fire phoenix, whose body swelled into a ball, exploded directly like a nuclear bomb explosion, and its flesh was shattered. A large piece of blood mist spread out, dyeing the sky red. Then not long after, bang! The same explosion sounded again. The azure dragon, who had just tried to save the fire phoenix, now swelled up into a ball and exploded, turning into a large blood mist that dyed the sky red. Soon, the blood mist in the air condensed into two blood balls. One contained the will of the fire phoenix. The other contained the will of the azure dragon. At the moment the blood balls were formed, the water elements in the air also gathered together quickly, and instantly condensed into a slender and soft figure of a girl. It was Shen Qihan who disappeared in the flame explosion before. At this time, Shen Qihan was naked, relying entirely on the water elements lingering around her body to cover her body. The blue hair behind her fluttered in the wind, as silky as water, and breathtakingly beautiful. I actually did it. 1 against 2. 1 against 2 by crossing levels. Shen Qihan looked at the two blood balls hovering in front of her, and her pretty face was a little shaky. She had never thought that she, who had always been holding Lin Zichen back, could actually kill a much stronger person than herself like Lin Zichen. Didn't think too much. Soon, Shen Qihan thought, and sucked the two blood balls hovering in front of her. The azure dragon will and fire phoenix will in the two blood balls were very restless, and kept fluctuating, trying to be recast and revived by flesh and blood. Seeing this, Shen Qihan immediately sent out his mental power to invade the two blood balls, ruthlessly erasing the remaining azure dragon will and fire phoenix will. In just a few seconds, the wills of the two beast kings remaining in the blood balls were completely erased. Then, a strange scene of dragons and phoenixes began to appear in the calm sky. The projections of an azure dragon and a fire phoenix circled slowly and intimately in the sky, and then both fell to the ground and fell completely. Buzz! A rapid sound of breaking through the air sounded. Shen Qihan didn't stay in the sky for long. Soon, she took two blood balls full of vitality, and her long blue hair flying, and swooped down to Lin Zichen below at a high speed. In just a blink of an eye, she swooped down in front of Lin Zichen and stopped. Then she smiled sweetly, and handed the two blood balls floating in her hand to Lin Zichen. These two blood balls are for you. She knew that Lin Zichen could swallow the life source of aliens to become stronger, and knew that these two blood balls were of great value to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't rush to swallow the two blood balls, but thought about it, took out a set of clean clothes from the storage space, handed it to Shen Qihan and said, "Put it on." "Okay." Shen Qihan responded, took the clothes handed to her, and started to put them on. Seeing that she was wearing clothes, Lin Zichen began to devour the two blood balls in front of him. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the Hell Phoenix, and obtained the biological attribute Hellfire. Hellfire, you can release flames that burn everything. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the Deep Sea Azure Dragon, and obtained the biological attribute Overturning the Rivers and Seas. Overturning the rivers and seas. Without consuming mental power, you can control the water element by instinct. You devoured a large amount of source power from the Deep Sea Azure Dragon of the Hell Phoenix River, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Legendary Level 2 to Legendary Level 3 Great Perfection. Legendary Level 3 Great Perfection. It's only one step away from the Legendary Intermediary. Lin Zichen looked at the text prompt information flashing in the void, and his heart was slightly excited. At this time, Shen Qinghan put on his clothes and walked out of the mist. She was wearing a sky blue lace skirt and walking barefoot on the sea. Her white jade-like calves were looming when she walked, which was very eye-catching. Lin Zi, how much strength did you improve by swallowing those two blood balls? Shen Qinghan came to Lin Zichen and stopped, and asked curiously with her watery peach blossom eyes. Lin Zichen, evolved to the 3rd level of legend. Shen Qinghan's face was full of surprise when she heard it. She didn't expect that the two blood balls could bring such a big improvement to Lin Zichen. After all, the biological level of the two Beast Kings was not very high, and they were still in the low-level legendary category. In theory, it was already an extraordinary performance to let Lin Zichen evolve to the 3rd level of legend. If she performs normally, she will reach the 2nd level of the legendary perfection. But what she never expected was that the two blood balls could directly make Lin Zichen evolve to the 3rd level of the legendary perfection, which was somewhat surprising. Lin Zichen saw what she was surprised about, and said with a smile, "Those are two legendary Beast Kings. It is normal to greatly increase your strength by devouring their life essence." After that, he did not forget to smile and praise Shen Qinghan. "Your strength far exceeds my expectations. I thought you would have to fight for at least several hours to solve the two Beast Kings, but I didn't expect it to be solved so easily." Shen Qinghan listened a little proud, and said in a joyful voice, "That's right, although I am not as good as you, I am also very powerful." Lin Zichen smiled. "You were not like this before, but you were timid and lacked confidence, which made you nervous and sweaty in your palms." "No, don't slander me." Shen Qinghan pouted slightly, and didn't admit it. Lin Zichen smiled, then said, "Then let's just say I am slandering you. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's quickly clean up the battlefield and get rid of all the aliens inside." "Okay," Shen Qinghan responded. As soon as the words fell, the two of them flashed and turned into a stream of light flying at high speed on the battlefield. Wherever they went, corpses were everywhere, and countless aliens died on the spot. Others on the battlefield were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Especially Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, Liu Yongqian, Li Chuxin and other Shandong University classmates, who were more familiar with Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, all had a dazed look on their faces. The change was too big. It was so big that it was a bit unreal. It was as outrageous as a dream. When the university just started 2 years ago, everyone was a freshman, and there was a gap in strength, but not much. Unlike now, the biological level has already gaped by 2 levels. One side is a high-level creature, and the other side has evolved into a legendary creature. The gap is so big that they can be said to be different creatures. The same fate also appeared on Yuan Dongji's face. Until now, she couldn't figure out why Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were so strong. It's only been 2 years, and this pair of childhood sweethearts has soared from ordinary creatures when they entered school to legendary creatures now. This is too unbelievable. Thinking about it, Yuan Dongji looked at Luo Qianxue and asked, "Qianxue, how come Zichen and Qinghan's biological level has evolved so fast? What did they do every day when they were in city number 1? Luo Qianxue thought for a while and said, "They didn't do anything. What they did every day was no different from the other people in the team of extraordinary geniuses. They just spent most of their time training in the city, and occasionally went out of the city for training." Yuan Dongji fell into deep thought, thinking that maybe this pair of childhood sweethearts got some opportunity when they went out of the city for training, and then their biological level soared like a rocket? At the same time, Central Region. Under the influence of the wood god's innate magical power, the originally lifeless Central Region was now full of towering trees. Every towering tree was covered with thorny vines full of vitality on its branches. At this moment, these thorny vines were constantly whipping and chasing Qi Qingmao and others. About a few minutes passed. Except for Qi Qingmao, everyone else was entangled and bound by thorny vines, unable to move. while Qi Qingmo was fighting with several towering trees at high intensity. In the center of the central region, the tallest towering tree, the wood god who was close to fully recovering, quietly looked towards the south region and murmured, "Pretend to fall and sneak attack the enemy. Water god. You are still as insidious as before. We must strangle you in the cradle of recovery. To avoid endless troubles." Chapter 309. Central Region. The wood god calmly sensed the southern region, and focused all his attention on Shen Qinghan. The aura of the water god emanating from Shen Qinghan made him particularly concerned. At the same time, around him, Qi Qingmo and other mythical masters were still struggling to fight against the large number of thorn vines. The thorn vines all over the sky, with a vast source power like the ocean, rushed towards Qi Qingmo and other mythical masters. Under the full firepower of Qi Qingmo and other mythical masters, most of the thorn vines evaporated instantly, leaving no trace. But because of the presence of the wood god, the thorn vines can be generated continuously, and they are not afraid of consumption at all. As time goes on, some people on Qi Qingmo's side have consumed too much, and slowly began to be unable to resist the attack of the thorn vines. The water god is about to revive. The wood god looked down at the sea god below, his eyes were far away, and his voice was ancient and vicissitudes. "You participated in that incident back then, and the water god will definitely settle accounts with you after he revives. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and you now have a chance to join my camp. Join my camp, and I will help you get rid of the water god." When the sea god heard this, his face changed slightly. He was able to become the sea god because he teamed up with other high-level aquatic creatures to stab the water god in the back and steal part of the water god's divine power. Once the water god revives, he will definitely be settled. At the very least, his divine power will be taken back, and at the worst, he will be destroyed on the spot. Stay awake. Don't be bewitched by the wood god. His words are not to be trusted. Su Meishao saw that the sea god looked wrong, and immediately reminded him, fearing that he would turn against him at this moment. The situation was already disadvantageous. If the sea god really turned against them, the situation would be one-sided. After hearing Su Meishia's words, the sea god fell into deep thought. Then, he looked up and looked around to observe the current battle situation. Then, his figure flashed and appeared behind Su Meishao through the void. Su Meishao hadn't reacted yet. The next moment, puff! Her plump chest was suddenly pierced by a handful of source power, and the vitality in her body was draining away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sea god attacked her. He was merciless and almost killed her with one blow. Why? Why? Su Meishia's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. The sea god was fascinated by her beauty and body, and couldn't help himself. This time he took the risk to participate in this mythical battle to save her. However, at this moment, he killed her, which made her incomprehensible. Facing her doubts, Poseidon did not answer, but suddenly burst out the source of power in his hand, ruthlessly destroying the life structure in her body, without any consideration for the old relationship. At the same time, a stream of blood and chi like a rainbow burst out instantly, carrying endless blood and chi, and slammed into Poseidon. Poseidon had no time to dodge, and directly resisted all the blood and chi that came, and flew backwards. During the backward flight, he couldn't help spitting blood, and his internal organs were displaced, and he was seriously injured. On the other side, after Qi Qingmo rescued Su Meishao, he immediately stuffed a pill into her mouth to repair her body damage. Li Lao and Sima Xian came to check Su Meishiao's injuries as soon as possible, with distressed faces. Both of them were Su Meishi's lovers. They were obsessed with her, and were addicted to her skills in serving men in bed. They cared about her life and death. With the help of the elixir, soon, Su Meishao, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, was self-repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her vitality recovered quickly, and she successfully escaped from the danger of life. On the contrary, the sea god, who had just eaten Qi Qingmo's full-strength attack, was getting more and more seriously injured. Every cell in his body was being madly destroyed by Qi Qingmo's blood and energy, and he could not repair himself. Xianyuan Wanyu noticed this. As a woman, she was not like Li Lao and Sima Xian, who only cared about Su Meishao. Her attention was all on the sea god at the moment. Noticing how badly the sea god was injured, a look of shock appeared on her face. The strength of the sea god is one of the best among the mythical strongmen in the source. However, such a top-notch warrior almost died on the spot after only one blow from Qi Qingmo. Such a scene completely shocked Xianyuan Wanyu, who was also a mythical warrior. Is this still the great love immortal master I know? When did this crazy woman become so powerful? How did she do it? Xianyuan Wanyu looked at Qi Qingmo on the side, with doubts in her deep eyes. On the other side, the seriously injured sea god was constantly spitting blood, and the vitality in his body was rapidly lost, completely losing the ability to repair himself. If there is no external intervention, it will not take long for him to lose all vitality and fall completely. Would God save me? The sea god held on to his last breath, begging with a desire to survive in his eyes. The god of wood was not in a hurry to give him life force, but said without any emotion, "Please call me Lord of Wood. Lord of Wood. Lord, save me." The god of the sea could not hold on any longer. Qi Qingmo's blood and qi were constantly destroying his life structure, reducing his life force to almost zero, and he could die at any time. After hearing the name of surrender he wanted, the god of wood contentedly shot out a green thorn vine. Puff! There was only a sound of flesh and bones breaking. The green thorn vine instantly penetrated the heavenly gate of the god of the sea, quickly conveying a large amount of life force inside. Under the nourishment of the life force of the god of wood, the god of the sea, who was dying the moment before, healed his injuries immediately the next moment, and returned to his peak state. But the god of the sea was not happy. He knew in his heart that he, who had received a lot of life force from the god of wood, would be the dog of the god of wood in his life, and the sole dog of the god of wood in his death, and he would never betray. Otherwise, he would lose his life force in an instant and die on the spot. But there was no other way. In order to survive, he could only choose to follow the god of wood and obtain the protection of the god of wood. Otherwise, with the extreme style of the god of water, even if he could survive the battle against the god of wood today, he would die at the hands of the god of water when the god of water fully recovered. The most important thing is that dying at the hands of the god of water is still a good ending. The fear is that the god of water is unwilling to give him a quick death and wants to torture the traitor. The scene of the god of water torturing the enemy was witnessed many times by the god of sea, who is a subordinate of the god of water. It was a double torture of the body and the mind. It could make life worse than death. The god of sea could not bear it just by watching from a distance, and did not have the courage to experience it personally. He would rather die immediately than be tortured by the water god. Sea god, what are you doing? On the other side, Su Mei, the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, who had also luckily saved her life, smiled and looked at the sea god with 3 parts of anger and 7 parts of confusion. She couldn't understand why the sea god, who was willing to risk his life to rescue her, suddenly said he would betray her. This betrayal came without reason and logic. Without waiting for the sea god to answer, the wood god, who had successfully absorbed the sea god, said, "Because his fear of the water god is greater than his obsession with you." Hearing this explanation, the 5 people on Qi Qingmo's side were puzzled. The sea god was obviously not afraid of the wood god, so why was he afraid of the water god, who was at the same level as the wood god? One thing subdues another. The sea god and the water god are both aquatic creatures, and the sea god was restrained by the water god? Qi Qingmo and others were thinking constantly. Boom! Suddenly, a sound of shaking the earth and mountains came. The wood god, rooted in the center of the battlefield and existing in the form of a towering tree, rose up from the ground under the gaze of Qi Qingmo and other strong men, and slowly rose to the sky, blocking out the sun. "I'm going to the south region to deal with the water god. This place is up to you. Just stop them from leaving." Throwing down this sentence without emotion, the wood god shot out several thorny vines full of source power, tearing a huge crack in the air, and dragged his huge body quickly into it. The moment he left, the plants on the battlefield suddenly grew like crazy. The thick branches and dense leaves crisscrossed. In just a moment, a huge airtight tree cage was formed, trapping the remaining 9 mythical strong men in it, making it difficult for them to fly in a short time. The remaining 9 mythical masters were divided into 2 parties. Qi Qingmo, Su Meishao Sima Xian, Xian Yuan Wanyu, and Li Lao were on one side. The flower god, tree old man sea god, and Lord Ji were on one side. Among them, Qi Qingmo's party had an overwhelming advantage. The flower god's party had the advantage of home court. The tree cage they were in could continuously provide them with vitality from the wood god. As long as the tree cage was there, they would be immortal. They had only one task left, which was to deal with Qi Qingmo's party and prevent them from breaking through the tree cage and going to the south region to hinder the wood god from solving the water god. South region. City number 36. After nearly 10 minutes of clearing the field, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan killed all the aliens on the battlefield. Among them, Lin Zichen devoured a large number of alien life sources and source power, and his biological level successfully evolved to the 4th legendary level, greatly increasing his strength. Lin Zi, which city should we go to next to clear the field? After dealing with the last alien on the battlefield, Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen and asked. Lin Zichen said calmly. Go to city number 35, where the biological channel also leads to Shanghai City. After clearing all the cities connected to Shanghai City, we will continue to clear the cities connected to Nanjiang Province. Shen Qihan urged. Then let's go now. Okay. Lin Zichen responded, and then he put his arm around Shen Qihan's slender waist and took her to city number 35 at the fastest speed. Almost all the survivors on the battlefield witnessed the departure of this childhood sweetheart. Until now, these people still had a daze on their faces, feeling very unreal. When they were most desperate, they all imagined that a powerful person from Earth would come to rescue them in time and save them from the battlefield full of corpses. What they could not imagine was that the powerful person from Earth who came to rescue them would be a pair of childhood sweethearts, who were only 20 years old. On the other side, on the road leading to city number 35. In just a few seconds, Lin Zichen had already led Shen Qihan to travel nearly 1/3 of the way. Just as Lin Zichen was about to increase his speed. Shoo! A crisp and ear-catching tearing sound suddenly sounded from above him. At the moment the sound sounded, a huge crack appeared in the air, emitting a magnificent vitality, and making the whole sky sprout fresh green buds. Then, a towering tree that covered the sky and the sun floated out of the crack, shrouding Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan below in a shadow, and it was pitch dark. Sun and Moon Holy Land. The moment Lin Zichen saw the towering tree, these 4 words flashed through his mind for the first time. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately burst out his blood and spirit, and took Shen Qihan away at the fastest speed. The direction of escape was directly to the nearest city number 36. The source place could not stay any longer. Lin Zichen wanted to take Shen Qihan back to Earth. There was boundary force on Earth to suppress the alien race. The most important thing was that there were many people on Earth. With the suppression of boundary force and the blessing of gregarious animals, Lin Zichen believed that with his own strength, he could completely compete with the mythical strongmen of the alien race, and even suppress them. The strong dragon does not suppress the local snake, which is very suitable for him, who has the home advantage on Earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan turned around and flew towards the number 36 city behind, several rapid sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Before Lin Zichen could react and dodge, the next second, he and Shen Qihan were entangled by several green thorny vines. Then the two were hit by a huge force, and were pulled in front of the towering tree and bound and unable to move. Shoo! A pair of huge pupils cracked on the trunk of the towering tree, exuding an ancient and vicissitudes of life, staring at the two people in front of him. Under the gaze of these huge pupils, Lin Zichen was uncontrollably terrified. The oppressive feeling exuded by the towering tree in front of him was thousands and tens of thousands times stronger than that of the Night King. This is not an ordinary mythical creature. In fact, it is a creature above the mythical level. Wood God, the towering tree in front of him is the ancestor of the Sun and Moon Holy Land. The Wood God, it is one of the oldest 5 elements gods in the Source Land. It is the same level as the Water God. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. When he was in the Water God Palace before, he had witnessed the power of the Water God with his own eyes. Before the other party was revived, he could easily kill the Night King, whose biological level was as high as the mythical level. And the Wood God, who is at the same level as the Water God, must be at the same level of strength. Lin Zichen knew very well that facing such a powerful existence, he had no chance of escaping. Now, he just hoped that the other party was not coveting his and Shen Qihan's bodies, and playing the trick of taking over. Water God, how are you? The Wood God opened his ancient and vicissitudes eyes, looked at Shen Qihan in front of him, and said deeply. Without waiting for Shen Qihan to respond, he spoke again. In order to unify the 5 elements, you calculated the God of Gold, the God of Fire, the God of Earth, and even me who stood on your side. At that time, did you ever think that everything you did would eventually become my wedding dress for the unification of the 5 elements? You are still too conceited and think you have a sure win. Little did you know that when you used me as a chess piece, I was actually the real chess player, and you who thought you were a chess player were just one of my chess pieces. Chapter 310. The Wood God floated in the sky, accompanied by a halo of green light, looking down at Shen Qihan and saying these words. However, Shen Qihan didn't understand at all. At this moment, she only knew that the pressure emanating from the Wood God was extremely strong, which made her a little breathless. Her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. Her palms were sweating all the time. She was in a panic. Lin Zichen noticed that Shen Qihan was afraid, and immediately sent her a blood transmission to calm her uneasy mood as much as possible. Don't be afraid. We will be fine. He didn't kill us right away, but told you so much, which shows that we still have value to him. While sending these words through the blood transmission, Lin Zichen was lost in thought. 5 elements united? Chess pieces? The god of gold, god of fire, and god of earth were all plotted against? What kind of story is this? Also, why do some forces in the source land try every means to invade the earth? Is there something they want on earth? But what could it be? The resources for evolution on earth are very scarce. What can attract the strong people in the source land? While he was thinking about these things, in the sky, the god of wood turned his eyes away from Shinchinghan and fell on him beside him, saying in an ancient and vicissitudes voice, "You are right. You two do have value to me." Hearing this, Lin Zichen's face changed slightly, and the god of wood could hear him transmitting his blood and chi to Shinchinghan. The god of wood continued, "One is the carrier of the revival of the god of water, and the other is the son of the abyss. Is it a coincidence that you can get together, or is one of you doing it on purpose?" Deliberately. Hearing these 4 words, Lin Zichen couldn't help but look at Shinchinghan beside him. In fact, he has always been confused. He and Shinchinghan are childhood sweethearts, and both of them are extremely special, so special that there is no third person like them on the entire earth. The most important thing is that Shinchinghan was born only 1 day later than him, and their birthdays are so close, it feels like she was born into this world with him on purpose. He didn't dwell on this doubt. Soon, Lin Zichen looked at the god of wood and said a question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. What is the son of the abyss? The god of wood ignored him, but turned his gaze back to Shinchinghan and asked, "Where are you hiding the origin of gold, origin of fire, and origin of earth? Is it hidden on the earth? Hand over these 3 origins, and I can leave you a trace of the origin of water for the sake of our friendship for many years, so that you can continue to live in this world." After asking these questions, the god of wood looked directly into Shinchinghan's eyes, patiently waiting for Shinchinghan to speak out the answer he wanted to hear. Hidden on the earth? At this moment, Lin Zichen's face suddenly became clear. He figured out one thing. The reason why the source forces headed by the Sun and Moon Holy Land were so obsessed with invading the earth might be that the god of wood suspected that the 3 origins were hidden on the earth by the god of water. On the other side, Shinchinghan's pretty face turned pale, and she said with trembling lips, I don't know. I'm not the water god. I don't have any memory of the water god. I don't know where the 3 origins you want are hidden." Heh. The wood god smiled, and his calm eyes suddenly became indifferent. "Do you think I will believe you? Who in this world doesn't know that you, the water god, are the most sinister and cunning existence? I give you one last chance. If you can't give me the answer I want, I will destroy your carrier of resurrection without hesitation and completely cut off your hope of resurrection." I really don't know." Shinchinghan was so scared that her pretty face turned pale, her body trembled uncontrollably, and she felt at a loss for a moment. Seeing that Shinchinghan was still not cooperating, the wood god no longer wasted time communicating with her, and said lightly, "Since you choose not to cooperate, then I have to satisfy you, and you will never dream of resurrection again in the future." The moment the words fell, the wood god suddenly tightened the thorny vines that bound Shinchinghan, wanting to strangle her into a ball of blood mist. Seeing this, Lin Zichen was so anxious that he burst out his blood and spirit frantically, trying to break free from the thorny vines and save Shinchinghan, who was about to be strangled to death. However, the strength gap was too big. No matter how Lin Zichen exploded, the thorny vines bound to him remained motionless. "Lin Zi, save me." Shinchinghan's pretty face was twisted in pain, and her voice was full of pain. She could clearly feel that under the tightening of the thorny vines, all the organs in her body were squeezed together, and were about to be squeezed into a solid meat ball. Seeing the pain on Shinchinghan's face, Lin Zichen felt unprecedented despair and immediately shouted at the god of wood, "Stop! She is not the god of water. I know where the real god of water is. The god of water is in her sea of consciousness. There is a water god palace in her sea of consciousness, and the god of water must be in the water god palace." The sound was extremely loud and penetrating. As soon as the sound came out, the eardrums of creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles were buzzing, almost deafening. Lin Zichen was not sure whether the water god was in the water god palace. But in order to save Shinchinghan, he could only say this with confidence. However, the wood god's face did not fluctuate after hearing it, but he said ruthlessly, "The water god is not in the water god palace deep in her sea of consciousness. The water god is in her soul." After the words fell, the wood god suddenly tightened the thorny vines that bound Shinchinghan, and no longer forced the water god to show up on his own initiative. Bang! There was only a sound of flesh and blood bursting under pressure. Shinchinghan's delicate body, like water, exploded into a ball of blood mist in front of Lin Zichen's eyes, instantly spreading to the surrounding air, dyeing the entire blue sky red. Hanin is dead. Lin Zichen stared at the blood mist in front of him with a dull look, unwilling to believe this fact. He couldn't accept that Shen Qinghan, who had been with him for 20 years, died right in front of him. Just when he was in despair, the blood mist in front of him suddenly condensed into a slender girl's figure at a speed that his mind couldn't perceive. Long blue hair, watery peach blossom eyes, and a body as soft as water. This slender girl's figure was Shen Qinghan, who had just been strangled. She was reborn with flesh and blood. She was not dead. Lin Zichen, who saw the scene, was so excited that his body trembled. He originally thought that Shen Qinghan died on the thorny vines of the wood god, and there was no possibility of survival. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan was reborn with flesh and blood right in front of him. This deeply shocked him. Wait, no, she is not Hanin. After the excitement, Lin Zichen regained his composure and noticed something was wrong. The biological pressure emanating from Shen Qinghan in front of him was terrifying, far exceeding that of the Night King, and as strong as the biological pressure emanating from the wood god. The most important thing is that there is no trace of weakness in her eyes at this moment. There is only a strong sense of oppression. It looks more fierce than the eyes of the violent eagle. Lin Zichen just looked at her, and couldn't help but tremble with fear. Someone with such a temperament could not be Shen Qinghan. So, is this the water god? Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan in front of him, who had a completely different temperament, and such a thought flashed through his mind. Soon, his idea was confirmed by the wood god, accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation. The wood god in the form of a towering giant tree instantly condensed into an old man in a green robe. Finally, you're willing to show up. The wood god hovered in the air with his hands behind his back, looking deeply at Shen Qinghan, who had a completely different temperament. Shen Qinghan, who was full of the aura of a superior, looked at the wood god opposite him quietly with sharp eyes that were rippled, without saying a word. Boom! 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 Suddenly, countless water elements broke out of the ground below Shen Qinghan and soared into the sky. In just a moment, these water elements that were constantly condensing at a high speed turned the entire sky into an endless deep sea. In the center of the deep sea, a huge palace floated quietly, emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations. The wood god had been prepared for this. The moment the water element soared into the sky, he had a thought and burst out with endless source power. The next second, countless green thorny vines broke out of the ground, soared into the sky, intertwined into a giant net that could swallow the sun and the moon, and covered Shen Qinghan with a force that covered the sky and the sun. The moment the giant net covered it, the water element in the sky instantly condensed into countless ice blades, and shot towards the giant net with endless source power. In an instant, the sky lost its light, and was covered in a pitch-black darkness by the ice blades and the giant net that covered the sky and the sun. Shwa! 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 There was only a sound of silky iron cutting mud. Under the cutting of the ice blade, the giant net of thorny vines that could swallow the sun and the moon instantly turned into wood chips falling all over the sky. In addition, the path where the ice blade passed left a series of shocking void cracks. From the depths of each crack, a breath of cold and death was emanating. Under the invasion of this breath, the young plant buds that were constantly generated in the air all began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, falling to the ground one after another. I didn't expect you to still have such a strong strength. This really surprised me. The wood god looked at Shen Qinghan opposite him and continued, I just don't know how long your strength can last. After saying that, the wood god once again burst out with boundless source power. In an instant, countless thorny vines came from all directions, and shot toward Shen Qinghan at a high speed like iron chains. Facing the wood god's attack again, Shen Qinghan with a strong aura moved his mind, and made the seawater covering the sky condense into a large number of high-level aquatic creatures. Once these high-level aquatic creatures were formed, they immediately showed their magical powers and fought against the thorny vines that attacked from all directions, causing waves of terrifying aftermath, which caused the sky to continuously crack. Below, Lin Zichen looked up at the cracked sky above, his face full of shock, and a feeling of powerlessness, like an ant facing a giant elephant surged in his heart. Too powerful. The two five elements gods are so powerful. They and I are not from the same dimension at all. After being born as a human for 20 years, it was the first time that Lin Zichen felt so small, like an ant that could be crushed to death at will. Suddenly, his shoulder was grabbed by a delicate hand. Before he could react to what was going on, a huge force came from his shoulder. The next second, he began to move at high speed, leaving a large area of dazzling sparks caused by friction with the air along the way. It was not until he traveled tens of thousands of miles that he realized that he was being taken away by Shin. He was stunned for a moment by the scene in front of him. He didn't understand what was going on. The last moment, the two five elements gods were fighting with earth-shaking momentum, but how come the next moment, the scene changed to one side fleeing in panic? I haven't fully recovered yet. I can't hold on for long, and I will soon fall into hibernation again. Shin, who was fleeing with Lin Zichen, suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Without waiting for Lin Zichen to respond, Shin continued, "Listen, I will take you to the nearest abyss now. I have very little energy in my body. I don't know if I can hold on to the abyss. If I fall asleep on the way, you will take over from me and take her to the abyss. The abyss is your home ground. As long as you can successfully enter the abyss, you and her will have a chance to escape." The she in the mouth of this Shin refers to Shin herself. Lin Zichen did not have time to think, and directly engraved every word in the words deeply into his mind. Afterwards, he asked the familiar yet unfamiliar Shin, "Are you the water god?" "Yes." The Shin who took him away said very sparingly. The voice was cold, and not soft at all. It was like a high-dimensional creature talking to a low-dimensional creature. Lin Zichen asked again, "Can her body come back?" This she refers to Shin herself. He could not tell whether the body controlled by the water god was Shin body. Just a while ago, Shin was strangled by the thorny vines of the wood god and exploded into a ball of blood mist. He couldn't tell whether the body that was recast with blood and flesh was Shin original body, or the one created by the water god. "This is her body," the water god said without any emotion. "After that," she continued, "there is an abyss within 10,000 miles ahead. You take her in, She suddenly stopped talking halfway. The high-speed flight was also interrupted. Almost at the same time, a soft voice with some confusion sounded in Lin Zichen's ears, as thin as a mosquito. "Lin Z, where are we?" This is Shin voice. Shin has returned. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Zichen's heart finally fell. Shin is still there, not really dead. At the same time, it was a pity that he didn't ask more questions during the time when the water god appeared to solve the doubts that had accumulated in his heart for a long time. Thinking about it, he said to Shin, "We are running away." He just said this simply, without explaining too much to Shin. The moment the voice fell, the blood and spirit in his body burst out instantly, and the flying speed suddenly increased thousands and tens of thousands of times, rushing to the abyss within 10,000 miles ahead at the fastest speed. Chapter 311. In just over 10 seconds, Lin Zichen, who was so fast that he turned into a stream of light, brought Shin to the entrance of the abyss that the water god mentioned. It was a lush mountain. There was a cliff on the mountainside. Above the cliff, there was a large waterfall that made a continuous sound of water rushing. The sound was so loud that it was deafening. Lin Zichen dispersed his mental power, and sensed that the entrance to the abyss was in the waterfall. There was a strong energy fluctuation there, pulling out a huge vortex in the water. That vortex was the entrance to the abyss. "Let's go in." Lin Zichen said this to Shin in his arms. He didn't pause for a moment when he spoke. Without waiting for Shin to respond, he plunged directly into the waterfall and sank into the vortex. After entering the vortex, Lin Zichen and Shin vision ushered in a complete darkness, and they could not see anything. At the same time, the five senses lost all perception, and nothing could be sensed. Lin Zichen had experienced this feeling in his dreams. At that time, he entered a space that seemed to be an abyss in his dream, and there were giant butterflies everywhere. After waking up from his dream, a large number of source crystals appeared in his sea of consciousness out of thin air. Lin Zichen suspected that he was not dreaming at that time, but might have traveled to an abyss somewhere in the source land. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the large number of source crystals appearing in the sea of consciousness after waking up. Since there are real objects, it means that dreams are not dreams in cognition, but realities that exist in another space. What kind of existence is the depth? Is it just endless darkness? What kind of existence is the abyss giant butterfly living in the abyss? Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts. At this time, Shin in his arms asked, "Where is this place? Why can't I see anything and feel anything?" While saying this, she hugged Lin Zichen tightly with both hands, her face full of anxiety. "This is the abyss," Lin Zichen explained to her. "It is the place where the abyss giant butterfly lives." "Abyss?" Shin looked at the darkness around her. She knew the existence of the abyss. All human cities in the source land have an abyss behind them. The abyss is a life-forbidden zone. Even if it is a legendary strongman, if he is not careful after entering, he will die on the spot in minutes. Just thinking. Suddenly, a scarlet light appeared above his head. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan looked up at the same time. Then, the scene that caught their eyes was a group of huge butterflies hovering above their heads. Each of these butterflies was several meters long and more than 10 meters wide. Their bodies emitted a cold scarlet glow, and their mouths were covered with sharp fangs, making them look extremely ferocious. Lin Zichen recognized these butterflies. They were the abyss butterflies he had seen in his dream before. Soon, these abyss butterflies hovering above his head began to emit light spots as big as gravel, illuminating the darkness, where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Shen Qinghan stared at these light spots, feeling that they were as beautiful as starlight, and was a little fascinated for a while, until the light spots slowly fell, and were about to fall on her face. She reacted and reminded Lin Zichen, "Let's go quickly, otherwise we don't know what the consequences will be if we are touched by these strange light spots." After saying that, she pulled Lin Zichen to leave. However, Lin Zichen did not leave. Instead, he held her back and said to her, "These light spots are beneficial to us, and can form source crystals in our sea of consciousness." At the beginning, he was bathing in the light spots diffused by the abyss giant butterfly in his dream. When he woke up, he found that there were a lot of source crystals condensed in his sea of consciousness. He thought that he must have come into contact with these light spots in his dream at that time, so a lot of source crystals condensed in his sea of consciousness. This is not a random guess, but a basis. The entire sea of consciousness of the parents at home is composed of source crystals. And they have had the same dream many times. They dreamed that they inexplicably appeared in the dark abyss, where they could not see their hands in front of their faces, bathing in the light spots diffused by the abyss giant butterfly. Hearing Lin Zichen say that these light spots are beneficial, Shen Qinghan's uneasiness suddenly disappeared, replaced by a burst of curiosity and expectation. But in a moment, the sky full of light spots fell on the two people, and flowed into their bodies the moment they touched them. Then, the two people clearly felt that their sea of consciousness was changing. Part of the sea of consciousness gradually solidified, condensed into pieces of source crystals, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Lin Zichen felt the source crystals in the sea of knowledge, and triggered the swallowing effect of swallowing source with a thought. You swallowed a lot of source crystals, and gained a lot of source power. The source power was transformed into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from legendary level 4 to legendary level 5. It has actually evolved. Lin Zichen looked at the prompt information in the void, and was slightly excited. Other creatures have to work hard, and go through a lot of hardships to evolve to the next level. And I only need to devour aliens or source crystals to improve my biological level, which is as simple as drinking water. What's going on? Suddenly Lin Zichen saw himself and Shen Qinghan in the void, where the prompt information appeared. It was seen from a god's perspective. For this, Lin Zichen was a little confused for a while. Not long after being confused, he came back to his senses and thought of a possibility. He suspected that his current situation was the same as what Shen Qinghan encountered before. Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness was connected to the sea area of the source, and the void in his system might be connected to the abyss of the source. Could it be that his so-called system is related to the abyss of the source? The so-called son of the abyss is actually the son of the system. In other words, it's a cheat. For a while, Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts. Lin Z, my sea of consciousness has really changed. Some of the seawater began to condense into pieces of source crystals, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Then I felt that my mental strength has increased a lot. Shen Qinghan, who was bathed in the light spot, was excited after feeling her mental strength. When Lin Zichen heard this, he looked at her and asked, "Can the source crystals condensed in the sea of consciousness increase your mental strength?" "Yes, it has increased a lot, especially obviously." Shen Qinghan couldn't stop the smile on her face, and her voice was full of joy. Lin Zichen was immediately confused. Why did Shen Qinghan's mental strength increase with the increase of source crystals in her sea of consciousness? She didn't have the biological attribute of eating source, which could convert source power into blood and spirit. Is it because of the water god? Lin Zichen thought of the water god sleeping in Shen Qinghan's body, and suspected that Shen Qinghan could benefit from the source crystal, and it was the water god who played a role in this. While he was concentrating on thinking about these things, buzz, buzz, buzz. A rapid sound of breaking through the air sounded from behind. He looked back following the sound. Under the illumination of the light spots diffused by the giant butterfly of the abyss, Lin Zichen saw a large number of thorny vines, bursting out from the darkness with magnificent vitality, aiming directly at him, and Shin-Chi-Han. The wood god is catching up. Run! Lin Zichen did not hesitate at all, and immediately picked up Shin-Chi-Han in front of him, and at the same time, his blood and spirit burst out crazily, and fled forward at the fastest speed. There was a lonely darkness in front of him, and he could not see anything, and he did not know where it led to. But there was no way. In order to avoid the thorny vines attacking from behind, he could only rush forward and escape first. However, within 2 seconds of escaping, Lin Zichen found that there was no need to escape at all. While escaping, he kept looking back to see how far the thorny vines behind him were from him. Then, he saw that the thorny vines withered into lifeless rotten wood in an instant under the touch of the light spots in the sky, losing all vitality. Seeing this scene, Lin Zichen finally understood why the abyss was called the life-forbidden zone. Those were the thorny vines from the wood god. The strength was extremely high. Even if he was now roughly comparable to a mythical creature, as long as he was entangled by the thorny vines, he would be bound and unable to move, and let them slaughter him. But even such a powerful thorny vine was vulnerable to the erosion of the light spots in the sky, and turned into a pile of lifeless rotten wood on the spot. Is the so-called life-forbidden zone the name given by these giant butterflies in the abyss? What exactly are the light spots emitted by these abyss giant butterflies? Lin Zichen looked up at the group of abyss giant butterflies above his head, and he had the urge to devour them to see what biological properties he could obtain. But this impulse was only fleeting. These abyss giant butterflies above his head are helping him at the moment, and he can't repay kindness with enmity. The most important thing is that he can't see through these abyss giant butterflies at all, can't peek into their biological information, and knows nothing about them. If they really fight, it's still unknown who will live and who will die. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another piercing sound of breaking through the air sounded. More thorny vines than before swarmed in from the outside. This time, the target of these thorny vines is no longer Lin Zichen and Shin-Chi-Han, but the group of abyss giant butterflies hovering in the sky. It's a pity that no matter how many there are, or how strong the source of power attached to them is, before these thorny vines could touch the abyss giant butterfly, they were corroded into sawdust by the light spots emitted by the abyss giant butterfly and fell all over the ground. After that, there were no more thorny vines outside, and everything in the abyss returned to peace. After dealing with the invaders, the abyss giant butterflies flew over the heads of Lin Zichen and Shin-Chi-Han. Then, under the gaze of the two, they began to diffuse more light spots. Lin Zi, after absorbing these light spots, where should we go next? Shin-Chi-Han, who was bathing in the light spots, asked in confusion while enjoying the pleasure of increased mental strength. Lin Zichen said without thinking, "Stay here and continue to absorb light spots until the abyss giant butterfly here no longer provides us with light spots." According to his original idea, he actually wanted to devour the alien races in various cities on Earth and improve his strength as much as possible. But since he and Shin-Chi-Han had been targeted by the wood god, this idea had to be terminated. The best choice at the moment was to stay in the abyss and improve his strength. He just hoped that the light spots provided by these abyss giant butterflies in the abyss could continue until his biological level evolved to the mythical level. As long as the biological level evolved to the mythical level, he would have full confidence in dealing with the wood god. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he could retreat at will. In addition, he hoped that the Earth strongmen in the source land could hold on longer, and not let the cities in the source land be breached by alien races, leading to the invasion of the Earth. Outside world. In front of the waterfall falling from the cliff, the human-shaped wood god hovered in the sky, standing with his hands behind his back, frowning slightly, and muttered in a low voice. No wonder the Snow King, who was a mythical strongman, fell in the abyss. It is better not to provoke this life-forbidden area, so as not to add to the trouble. Through the two attempts just now, the wood god experienced the horror of the abyss, and immediately lost the idea of entering it to capture Lin Zichen and Shin-Chi-Han. He guessed that the insidious and cunning water god must have deliberately escaped into the abyss to lure him in. Rather than risk entering the abyss and being fooled, it is better to stay outside and unite various beast kings to launch a general attack on the Earth cities in the source. Then, lead the team to invade the Earth and find the origin of gold, fire, and earth hidden by the water god. After finding these three origins, merging them into his body, and greatly increasing his strength, he will go to the abyss to find the last water origin and complete the unity of the 5 elements. After thinking about it, the wood god didn't waste any more time to test the entrance of the abyss. He chose to unite the beast kings from all over the world now, planning to lead the various tribes in the source land to invade the Earth. In the abyss, Lin Zichen didn't know that the wood god had left. At this moment, he and Shin-Chi-Han were concentrating on absorbing the light spots diffused by the abyss giant butterfly. As the source crystals in the sea of consciousness accumulated more and more, under the blessing of the biological attribute eating source, his biological level quickly evolved to the legendary 6th level. Moreover, it was still evolving to the legendary 6th level at a very fast speed. The benefits of this evolution are greater than the benefits of the evolution brought by devouring several legendary beast kings. At this rate of evolution, it is estimated that it will not take long for him to evolve into a mythical creature. I just don't know how many light spots these abyss giant butterflies above my head can provide. Lin Zichen thought in his heart. Shen Qinghan, who was standing by, had gained far less evolutionary benefits from the light spot than him. Until now, his biological level had not broken through, and his mental strength was only increasing. Time passed little by little. The abyss was still quiet. And outside the abyss, it was a mess at this time. Under the leadership of the Wood God, almost all the beast kings in the Source Land were attacking the Earth cities in the Source Land. In less than half a day, all the Earth cities fell. According to the decision of several mythical strongmen on the Earth side, all the Earth people abandoned the city and left the Source Land, and all returned to the Earth to defend it. The Earth has a boundary force that can suppress aliens. The higher the biological level of the alien, the stronger the boundary force suppression it receives on the Earth. A mythical alien may be suppressed to the legendary level on the Earth. As long as all the members return to the Earth to defend it, there is a high probability that it can be defended. As for the city that was finally built in the Source Land after many years, it can only be forced to give up. The current situation can only be defended on Earth. Chapter 312. In just one day. With the help of Qi Qingma and other mythical masters, almost all the Earthlings who were still alive in the Source were withdrawn to the Earth. Then, all the biological channels were closed, completely blocking the only path from the Source to the Earth. As for the few people who failed to return, they could only pray for good luck in the Source. Nanjiang Province, Military Headquarters. Qi Qingma, Su Meishao, Sima Xian, Xianyuan Wanyu, Li Lao and several mythical masters gathered together. All 5 of them had just come out of biological channel number 36 not long ago, with scars all over their bodies and disordered breath. Among them, Su Meishao was the most seriously injured and almost lost consciousness. The fact that she had an affair with many mythical masters was known to the Sea God, and she was madly targeted by the Sea God, and was almost beaten to death by the Sea God. Fortunately, Li Lao and Sima Xian, who were present, were both lovers who were fascinated by her. When the 2 lickers saw their beloved in trouble, they immediately saved her from the hands of the Sea God without caring about their own danger. She is too seriously injured. We must treat her injuries immediately, otherwise her life will be in danger. Qi Qingma looked at the unconscious Su Meishao, and said to Li Lao and Sima Xian in a cold tone. When the 2 heard it, they immediately condensed their blood and sent it to Su Meishao without any hesitation. After a while, Su Meishao regained consciousness after being treated. The first time she woke up, she opened her eyes and looked around, and found that the surrounding environment was very unfamiliar. At the same time, she could clearly feel that her strength was suppressed very much, and she directly declined from the myth level to the legendary level. Combining these 2 points, she instantly realized that she was brought to the Earth by Li Lao and Sima Xian. After that, she stood up weakly and asked Li Lao and Sima Xian, "My people are still in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. If I'm not here, they will be liquidated. I have to go back to protect them. How can I return to the Source?" When she said this, she deliberately put on a pitiful look in front of the 2 lovers, and her voice sounded as weak as possible, very scheming. How could Li Lao and Sima Xian bear it? Seeing the beauty's pitiful appearance, the 2 immediately took the bait with a willing look. "It's too dangerous for you to go back alone. He and I will go back to the Source with you, and bring all your people to Earth." When Xianyuan Wanyu heard this, she was so angry that she cursed loudly. 2 dogs, who are obsessed with lust, would rather reopen the biological channel to threaten the Earth for a woman. Do you dare to open it? Li Lao and Sima Xian ignored her directly, and quickly opened the biological channel, and returned to the Source with Su Meishao to bring all the fox girls in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain to Earth for refuge. Xianyuan Wanyu was so angry that she was about to attack on the spot. She would not allow these 2 lickers to completely disregard the safety of the Earth in order to please their sweethearts. But just as she was about to attack, she was stopped by Qi Qingma next to her. "Why stop me?" Xianyuan Wanyu was puzzled. The Qi Qingma she knew was an extremely cold-blooded woman. For the current situation, the Qi Qingma she knew should choose to stop Li Lao and Sima Xian like her. However, Qi Qingma did not stop them. This made her feel puzzled. Qi Qingma explained, "I also want to go back to the Source to find someone." The people she was looking for were Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. As soon as she escaped back to Earth, she sensed the entire Earth and did not sense the existence of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. She knew the importance of the two. One was the son of the abyss. The other was the carrier of the water god's revival. On the premise of ensuring her own safety, it was necessary to go back to the source to find the two. The strong men on Earth today, except for a few old guys who have survived from the age of gods, are all gene fusionists who have taken the gene fusion path. The upper limit of gene fusion is directly locked. No matter how much they evolve, the level of the creature cannot exceed the upper limit of the level of the alien genes in the body, always suppressed by aliens. As for mechanical modified people, and the most advanced technological weapons at present, they can only have obvious lethality to creatures below the epic level. Creatures above the epic level are basically difficult to break even the skin. But Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are different. Neither of them took the gene fusion path, and there is a special inheritance in their bodies, and the upper limit of evolution is unlimited. With these two people, the Earth is expected to add 2 mythical creatures in the short term. In this way, the Earth will have more power to resist the invasion of alien races from the source. On the other side, Xianyuan Wanyu saw that Qi Qingmo was also going to follow the 3 people back to the source, and she was almost angry and vomited blood. However, she did not dare to persuade Qi Qingmo. She knew Qi Qingmo's temperament and knew that this person was a man of his word, so it was useless to persuade him. She might even annoy this crazy woman because of her good persuasion and get beaten up by her. She calmed down a little. Xianyuan Wanyu looked at Qi Qingmo and asked curiously, "Who are you looking for?" "The carrier of the son of the abyss and the revival of the water god." After saying this lightly, Qi Qingmo ignored Xianyuan Wanyu and entered the biological channel in a flash. With Qi Qingmo's departure, of the 5 mythical masters on the Earth side, only Xianyuan Wanyu was left on Earth. Alas! Xianyuan Wanyu sighed helplessly. She didn't want those people to return to the source. But she couldn't stop them. Now, she could only quietly stay at the entrance of biological channel number 36, waiting for Qi Qingmo and others to return to Earth smoothly. During the waiting period, she didn't stand there and wait for nothing. Instead, she kept presiding over the overall situation through special communication means, contacting the high-level people on Earth, and assigning them relevant defense tasks. About half a minute passed. In the clear sky, dozens of high-speed flying figures appeared. The biological pressure emitted by each figure was extremely strong. All of them were legendary creatures. The people who came were either the state lords, deputy state lords, and other high-ranking people on the Earth, or the ancestors of the aristocratic families, the ancestors of the sects, and other high-ranking people on the Earth behind the scenes. These high-ranking people on the Earth, with a biological level as high as the legendary level, are usually high and mighty on the Earth, looking down on the world. But at this moment, as soon as they landed, they immediately walked to Xianyuan Wanyu with a respectful face and shouted, "Earth Lord! Earth Lord! Earth Lord! Earth Lord!" Xianyuan Wanyu, whose biological level is as high as the 7th level of mythical perfection, is the biggest behind-the-scenes ruler on the entire Earth today. All rulers in various places, whether in the open or in secret, must obey her. Lu Qishan, you are responsible for guarding the entrance of biological channel number 2. Imo Yuqing, you are responsible for guarding the entrance of biological channel number 9. Jiang Yen, arrange the mechanical weapons, and allocate the number of machines to the entrances of the biological channels according to the difficulty of defense. Gan Junjia, mobilize all nuclear reserves and prepare for nuclear strikes on the entrances of the biological channels. Ling Rui, you go and evacuate the personnel near the entrances of the biological channels as soon as possible. Seeing that everyone was here, Xianyuan Wanyu immediately and clearly assigned tasks to each Earth high-level official and arranged the defense work in an orderly manner. After receiving the corresponding tasks, these Earth high-level officials did not stay in place for a long time. They quickly took off from the spot and flew to their own responsibilities at high speed to deploy defense work. Xianyuan Wanyu quietly watched these Earth high-level officials leave, and then set his eyes on the entrance of the biological channel in front, muttering in a low voice, "I hope those people are okay. There are not many mythical creatures on Earth. If Qi Qingmo and others who return to the source land have an accident, then the Earth can basically be announced in advance that it will be occupied by the alien races of the source land." Somewhere in the abyss of the source land, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sat cross-legged opposite each other in the darkness, quietly bathing in the large light spots, constantly absorbing these light spots for their own use. At the beginning, there were only more than 10 abyss giant butterflies hovering above their heads to diffuse the light spots. But as time went on, there were now hundreds of abyss giant butterflies hovering above their heads. The light spots diffused by these abyss giant butterflies gathered together, and the number was so large that it condensed into a beam of light, enveloping the two people and turning them into light. Lin Zichen, who was in it, with the blessing of the biological attribute eating source, his biological level soared all the way. Your biological level has successfully evolved to the 6th level of legend. Your biological level has successfully evolved to the 6th level of legend. Your biological level has successfully evolved to the 7th level of legend. Your biological level has successfully evolved to the 9th level of legend. I don't know how much time has passed. Maybe a few days. Maybe a few months. When Lin Zichen saw the prompt information emerging in the void, he found that his biological level had evolved to the 9th level of legend, and he was only one step away from the supreme mythical creature. It's actually the 9th level of legend. Lin Zichen looked at the biological level in his biological information, his face full of disbelief. He never dreamed that he would evolve so many levels in a row just by sitting still and absorbing the light spots emitted by the abyss giant butterfly. What kind of alien race is this? Just stay in the abyss and absorb the light spots. It's easy to get. I don't know how many light spots I have to absorb before I can evolve into a supreme mythical creature. Lin Zichen thought excitedly in his heart. After thinking about it, he looked at Shen Qinghan on the opposite side. At this time, Shen Qinghan, like him, was bathing in the light spots all the time, constantly absorbing the light spots to improve his mental strength. However, the degree of improvement was far less than that of Lin Zichen. After absorbing the same amount of light spots as Lin Zichen, the biological level barely evolved to the 3rd level of legend. At least, he observed the state of Shen Qinghan on the opposite side for a while. Soon, Lin Zichen closed his eyes again and continued to concentrate on absorbing the light spots falling from the sky above his head. But not long after absorbing, he felt that the light spots around him became much less. Puzzled, he opened his eyes and looked up, only to find that the group of abyss butterflies that had been hovering above his head had disappeared without a trace. Lin Zichen frowned slightly, not understanding what had happened, so that the abyss butterflies would suddenly disappear. He calmed down and looked at the void that was unique to the system. He wanted to see what was going on from a god's perspective. However, the void was dark. Except for himself and Shen Qinghan, nothing else could be seen. Lin Zi, where are those abyss butterflies? Why are they gone? Shen Qinghan opened his clear eyes, reached out, and held Lin Zichen's hand and asked, with a hint of uneasiness in his voice. The abyss butterflies disappeared, no longer providing light spots for the surrounding darkness. The two people who lost the light spots were already pitch dark, unable to see or sense anything. I don't know either. The vitality in those abyss butterflies is almost zero, without any breath, and I didn't even notice when they left. Lin Zichen shook his head and said. As he said this, his brows furrowed more and more. Without the light spot, he was completely in darkness, unable to see anything, and couldn't even find the exit. This made him a little overwhelmed for a while. Shen Qinghan, who was standing by, was also at a loss, and asked in an uneasy voice, Lin Zi, it's pitch black now, and we can't see anything. What should we do next? Lin Zichen didn't know what to do either. He couldn't see anything, and was afraid that he would go further and further wrong. At this moment, the surrounding darkness began to fade away at a speed visible to the naked eye, like ink sliding off a drawing board. In just a few seconds, the dark environment became bright, and all the surrounding scenery came into view instantly. When they saw the surrounding environment clearly, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were a little stunned. The two were on a high mountain. In front of the mountain was a huge modern city. Moreover, it was an extremely familiar city. Shanghai City. Lin Zi, are we back to Earth? Shen Qinghan rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. Just now, he was clearly in the source abyss known as the Life Forbidden Zone. How come he suddenly appeared on the familiar Earth in the next second? Are you sure it is not due to some unknown influence that causes hallucinations in the brain? Shen Qinghan has this doubt, and Lin Zichen also has this doubt. However, it feels too real. It doesn't seem like an illusion at all. The grass and trees in front of him are full of vitality, and exude the unique smell of plants. The soil under his feet feels very real, and it doesn't seem to be made up. What is going on? Lin Zichen asked this question in his heart. With doubts in his mind, Lin Zichen released his spiritual power to perceive, and triggered the eye of the sky to look around. After perceiving for a long time and looking for a long time, he did not find anything abnormal. After a moment of contemplation, finally Lin Zichen said, let's go home and take a look. No matter whether this world is real or fake, since we can't tell whether it is real or fake now, let's treat it as real. Soon, Lin Zichen picked up Shen Qinghan and took her into the air. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light and flew towards home at a high speed, just less than a kilometer away. Suddenly, Lin Zichen stopped abruptly, holding Shen Qinghan and hovering in the sky motionlessly. He was stunned and looked shocked. Shen Qinghan was a little confused by his sudden stop. She raised her little face slightly and asked in confusion, "Lin Zi, what's wrong?" Lin Zichen did not respond. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the void in his system, the void where the system prompt information would appear. He was shocked to find that the void in his system was no longer dark, but had turned into a bird's-eye view of the Earth from a god's perspective. Chapter 313. A huge mecha like a skyscraper, with a cold metallic luster, stood quietly on the ground. The pitch-black muzzles and cannon muzzles were all loaded with ammunition and pointed in the same direction. A large number of mechanical modified people with biological alloys on their bodies were stationed in every corner in an orderly manner. Their eyes full of technological mechanical sense were staring at the entrance of the biological channel, ready to launch an attack at any time. Under Xianyuan Wanyi's arrangement, all the entrances of biological channels on the Earth were filled with weapons. Once there is a conflict barrier between the source and the alien race, they will invade through the biological channel. The weapons around the entrance can be fully fired at the first time to give the alien race a blow. The technological weapons on the Earth today are so powerful that alien races with biological levels lower than the epic level will instantly disappear in the firepower of the weapons. Even under the blessing of the suppression of the boundary force, even the epic alien race can be easily killed. At the entrance of biological channel number 36, Xianyuan Wanyu sat cross-legged on a high platform with her eyes closed, constantly adjusting the turbulent source of energy in her body, preparing for the war that could break out at any time. Suddenly, she opened her dark eyes and stared at the entrance of the number 36 biological channel below. She sensed a very strong energy fluctuation from the entrance of the biological channel. It was a mythical energy fluctuation. Among them, 3 energy fluctuations were very familiar. They were the 3 mythical strongmen, Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Su Meishao. In addition to the 3 people, there were a large number of complex and weak energy fluctuations mixed in. Judging from the intensity of this energy fluctuation, if nothing unexpected happens, the creatures that are about to pass through the biological channel to enter the Earth at this moment should be the fox girls of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. It was Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Su Meishao who had entered the source to rescue Qingqiu Ancient Mountain before, and successfully brought all the fox girls in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain to Earth. However, Xianyuan Wanyu was not 100% sure that things were really as she thought. She was cautious and wondered if it was possible that the aliens from the source were attacking, and Li Lao, Sima Xian, Su Meishao, and others were fleeing. With this concern, Xianyuan Wanyu immediately mobilized the source power in her body and said to the people below, "There is a strong energy fluctuation rising rapidly below the entrance of the channel. It may be Li Lao and others, or it may be the aliens from the source. Everyone, get ready for a big battle." As soon as these words came out, all the people stationed at the entrance of the channel instantly became nervous, and their nerves were tense. About half a minute later, the entrance of the biological channel trembled violently. Then, 3 streams of light, with a trace of blood red, rushed out from it at a high speed. It was Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Su Meishao. All 3 of them were injured, but it didn't seem to be a big problem, just external injuries. After the 3 came out, soon, hundreds of fox girls came out from the biological channel one after another. These fox girls living in the mountains, all of them have graceful figures and charming faces, which made many men at the scene crazy. Facing the gazes of the men on Earth, these fox girls all have some trepidation and anxiety on their faces, but more of curiosity. They have lived in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain for many years, and they basically won't go down the mountain unless they are going to marry out. Such people, after seeing the various modern constructions around them, are deeply shocked in their hearts, and are curious about everything within their sight. Look at the fox girl in the purple dress in the front. She is so pretty. Yes, she is prettier than many big stars. Her body proportions are so attractive, just like a two-dimensional beauty drawn on paper. She looks so perfect. Many people noticed Su Jiujiu, the most beautiful fox girl. They were shocked and amazed. They felt that they had never seen such a beautiful woman. Su Jiujiu glanced at these Earth men with disgust in her eyes. Then she dispersed her mental power and looked around, looking for Lin Zichen. She knew that almost all the Earth people had left the source and retreated to the Earth. She wanted to see if Lin Zichen was here. But soon, she was disappointed. She dispersed her mental power to perceive and scanned around carefully, and found that Lin Zichen was not here. I don't know if he is still in the source or has returned to the Earth through other biological channels. Wanyu, please help me find a place to settle these Qingqiu fox girls. Sima Xian walked up to Xianyuan Wanyu and said. Xianyuan Wanyu said coldly, can't you find them yourself? She has always disliked the fox girls in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain and thought they were parasites of men. After hearing what Sima Xian said, she was immediately unhappy and said coldly, find them yourself. Seeing her like this, Sima Xian knew that she had a lot of objections in her heart. So he was very tactful and didn't ask her for help. Instead, he worked with Mr. Li beside him to find a way to settle these Qingqiu Ancient Mountain fox girls. Under the arrangement of the two mythical strongmen, the Qingqiu Ancient Mountain fox girls at the entrance of biological channel number 36 quickly left here in an orderly manner and moved to other places. After these fox girls walked away, Xianyuan Wanyu looked at their backs and said with disgust, there is a body odor on the body, which is really disgusting. Many people around heard her muttering. However, they didn't think so in their hearts. Body odor? Where is it stinky? It smells so good. I want to bury my head in it and inhale it. Many men at the scene thought so in their hearts. Xianyuan Wanyu didn't know what the men around her thought, and she didn't want to know. At this moment, most of her thoughts were on Qingqingma, quietly looking at the entrance of the biological passage, hoping that Qingqingma could come back soon. There are not many mythical strongmen on the earth, and the loss of one is a devastating blow. If Qingqingma gets into trouble in the source, the earth will be in trouble. Just when Xianyuan Wanyu was worried, suddenly, a slender and graceful figure instantly flew out from the entrance of the biological passage below. Xianyuan Wanyu looked carefully and found that the person who came was Qingqingma, whom she had been worried about. What happened? Why didn't I sense her energy fluctuations? How did she do it? Looking at Qingqingma, who suddenly flew out of the biological channel in front of her, Xianyuan Wanyu felt puzzled and shocked at the same time. With her cognition, she couldn't imagine how a mythical creature could completely hide its breath. This is too exaggerated. You know, the higher the level of the creature, the stronger the pressure it exudes. At the mythical level, it is basically difficult to completely hide its own breath. Xianyuan Wanyu was just a little confused and didn't dwell on this issue too much. Because she knew that no matter how much she struggled, it would be difficult to get the answer she wanted in a short time. She also knew that if she asked Qingqingma would probably not answer. After all, this was a private matter involving her own strength. It could be called a trump card level private matter. No one would be so generous. Xianyuan Wanyu, who knew all this, collected her thoughts, looked at Qingqingma and asked, didn't you find the carrier for the resurrection of the son of the abyss and the god of water? No. Qingqingma shook his head. But as soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed slightly. She looked up at the sky in front of her, and changed her words. I didn't find it in the source, but I found it on Earth. In the sky. Lin Zichen was completely confused. He couldn't figure out why the dark void in his system, which was suspected to be the void of the source abyss, suddenly turned into a bird's eye view of the Earth. Did it switch venues? He was wondering. Suddenly, Lin Zichen noticed something was wrong with the clouds below. From a distance, the clouds looked like giant butterflies hovering in the sky. Under the clouds, a hill hundreds of meters high stood straight on the ground, looking like a coffin standing upright on the ground. The plants on the hill were clearly sparse and dense, and the dense part vaguely formed four words: Son of the Abyss. Giant butterfly of the abyss, stone tablet, the four words Son of the Abyss on the stone tablet. Seeing this scene, Lin Zichen couldn't help but have a shocking guess in his heart. Could the so-called life-forbidden zone abyss in the source land be the Earth where he has been living all this time? When Lin Zichen thought of this possibility, he was immediately shocked. This conjecture, this possibility, was a bit too far-fetched. The lifeless abyss in the source land and the vibrant Earth in front of him could not be the same place, no matter how they looked at it. But the clouds under his feet, the mountain under the clouds, and the trees on the mountain with distinct density, all showed the characteristics of the abyss. Lin Zichen fell into deep thought for this, and couldn't think of a more reasonable explanation for a while. He felt that this was definitely not a coincidence. There would not be such a coincidence in the world. The abyss in the source land, and the Earth, where he was now must have some unknown connection. Lin Zi, why don't you say anything? What's wrong with you? Shin Qinghan in his arms saw that Lin Zichen had not responded, and his face was full of anxiety. Lin Zichen came back to his senses after hearing the voice and said, Don't worry, it's nothing, I was just thinking about something. Thinking about what? The uneasiness on Shin Qinghan's face turned into curiosity. Lin Zichen, Do you remember that you could see me in your sea of consciousness before? Shen Qinghan nodded. Yes, I remember. Lin Zichen continued. I was the same as you before. I could see you and me in my sea of consciousness. We were in the abyss at that time. Really? You can too? Shen Qinghan's face was full of disbelief. Lin Zichen, really, at that time I was thinking that my sea of consciousness should be able to connect to the abyss, just like your sea of consciousness can connect to the sea. It's amazing. Shen Qinghan's eyes were shining. Lin Zichen continued, but what's more amazing is that now, I can see the area we are in through the sea of consciousness, that is, I can see the earth through the sea of consciousness. He actually saw it not through the sea of consciousness, but through the void of the system. However, the system is not easy to explain to Shen Qinghan. It's not that he doesn't want to explain, but it's difficult to explain. Instead of spending time explaining to Shen Qinghan what the system is, it's better to say that he saw it through the sea of consciousness, which can save a lot of time. You can actually see the earth through the sea of consciousness, and it's the area we are currently in. Shen Qinghan was shocked by this, and then said with watery peach blossom eyes, You sound a bit like the 360-degree image of the car. No matter where you go, you can see the bird's-eye view of your position in the sea of consciousness. The 360-degree image of the car? No, it's completely different from the 360-degree image of the car. The picture seen from the void of the system is fixed, and will not change with the movement of one's position. At this time, shoo! A crisp and ear-catching tearing sound rang out. A crack several meters long suddenly appeared in the space in front of Lin Zichen. Then, Qi Qingmao, wearing a Taoist robe, walked out of the crack. When did you two come back? Qi Qingmao looked at the two people quietly and asked. His voice sounded cold, but there was no formality at all. Especially to Lin Zichen. When she just recovered from the bronze coffin, she almost lost all her power and relied on Lin Zichen's blood transfusion to survive. After such an experience, she had already treated Lin Zichen as her own in her heart, and there was no reason to be formal with Lin Zichen. Just came back not long ago. Lin Zichen answered calmly. Qi Qingmao was puzzled when he heard it. All the biological passages on the earth were blocked. How could he have just come back not long ago? Puzzled by this, she immediately asked Lin Zichen. The biological passages on earth were all sealed off this morning. How did you get back to earth? Lin Zichen replied, I don't know either. I followed the advice of the water god and took Henin to escape into an abyss. After staying in the abyss for a while, I inexplicably returned to earth. How could such a strange thing happen? Qi Qingmao frowned slightly, puzzled. She had entered the abyss for refuge many times before when she was bullied by the indigenous strongmen in the source land. But after entering so many times, she felt that there was nothing there except darkness. Can such a dead place where you can't see anything and can't feel anything really teleport people back to earth? Qi Qingmao expressed doubts about this. However, she knew Lin Zichen's character, and thought that Lin Zichen would not lie to her about this. And the fact is indeed so, Lin Zichen did not lie to her. Just as the three of them were hovering in the sky and talking, boom, 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 the originally peaceful land suddenly heard a deafening noise. At the moment the sound rang out, trees all over the land fell, and soil and rocks flew. Countless birds and beasts soared into the sky and fled. Seeing this scene in front of him, Lin Zichen immediately activated the Eye of the Sky and looked at the source of the noise. Then, he saw the entrance of the number 36 biological channel, which was tens of thousands of meters away. There was a violent vibration there at the moment, and the earth was shaking. In response, Lin Zichen quickly dispersed his mental power and accurately landed in the number 36 biological channel to find out. Then, he was surprised to find that there was a lot of extremely strong energy gathering in the whole channel. The intensity of each fluctuating energy was high level. For this, Lin Zichen's expression suddenly became solemn. He knew what this meant. This meant that at this moment, a large number of alien races from the source were frantically attacking the biological channel. The war between the two worlds is about to begin. Chapter 314. Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmao's faces changed slightly when they realized that a large number of alien races from the source land were attacking the biological channel. The former was worried about his family, while the latter did not expect the alien races from the source land to act so quickly. Master, I go home to see my parents. We talk later. Having hurriedly said this, Lin Zichen instantly turned into a stream of light and took Shen Qinghan to the family area of Shanghai University at a high speed. In less than a second, Lin Zichen appeared in front of his door and put Shen Qinghan down in his arms. As soon as the two landed, they immediately went home to see their parents. When he walked into the house, Lin Zichen saw his parents looking outside on the balcony. The parents at home also heard the movement coming from the biological channel at this moment. The movement over there was very loud, accompanied by a slight earthquake, and almost all the residents of Shanghai City could clearly feel it. Many residents ran out of their homes, fearing that the earthquake would intensify and cause the collapse of their houses. Lin Yanxing and Zhang Wanqing did not run away because the buildings and the family quarters of Shanghai University are all made of extremely high-strength special steel, which is extremely earthquake-resistant and not afraid of earthquakes at all. Xiaochen, why are you back? Zhang Wanqing, who was holding Lin Ziying, was surprised to see Lin Zichen, who had not been seen for a long time, suddenly come back. Lin Yansheng, who was standing aside, noticed that Lin Zichen's expression was a little solemn, and frowned. You don't look very good, and you suddenly come back home. What happened? Lin Zichen said in short. A large number of alien races are invading the Earth. Shanghai City may fall soon. I will come back to take you away. Hearing this, Lin Yanxing and Zhang Wanqing's faces changed slightly. The only thing that remained unchanged was Lin Ziying and Zhang Wanqing's arms. At this time, the young girl only knew to lie in her mother's arms and suck her thumb, with a pair of watery eyes curiously looking around. Mom and Dad, let's go now. Hearing the noise coming from the biological channel getting louder and louder, Lin Zichen said no more, and was going to take his parents and sister away now. Zhang Wanqing was very executive. Upon hearing this, she immediately handed her baby daughter in her arms to Lin Zichen and said, Hold your sister for a while, your father, and I will go to pack the luggage. Lin Zichen took his sister and said, You don't have to pack, I do it. After saying that, he thought about it, and instantly put all the things in the house into the storage space. Lin Yanxing and Zhang Wanqing had never seen such a magical scene. They opened their eyes wide, and thought they were hallucinating for a while. Lin Zichen didn't explain so much to his parents. He quickly carried his sister Lin Ziying to the next door, and used the same operation to help Shen Qinghan's family pack their luggage at the speed of light. After doing all this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took off from the spot, and flew to Kyoto with their family at a high speed by controlling objects in the air. Kyoto is the capital of Kyushu, where there are the best shelters in Kyushu and even the world. It is more reassuring to place parents there. High in the sky, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan flew very fast. Wherever they passed, large sparks were rubbed in the air. Under normal circumstances, the family members, who are ordinary people, could not withstand such a fast naked flying speed. But at this time, they all had a layer of light blood and chi attached to their bodies. It was this layer of blood and chi that protected their bodies well, allowing them to withstand high-speed naked flying. Ah! Ah! Young Lin Ziying, looking at the scene passing by quickly below and the snow-white clouds around, was so excited that she kept babbling, her big watery eyes curved into crescents, and she smiled happily. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan settled their family in the shelter in Kyoto. There was no obstacle during the period. It was very smooth. The names of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were well known to all the senior officials in Kyoto. With just a simple sentence, the two of them could arrange their families into the shelter in Kyoto without any procedures. In contrast, even the current president of Kyoto University had to go through various procedures to settle his family in, and was blocked from the quota. After settling his family, Lin Zichen did not stay in the shelter for long. Soon, he took Shen Qinghan to the 3 biological passages in Kyoto to check the situation. Check if the biological channels there are like the ones in Shanghai City, being attacked by the alien races from the source. It only took a moment. The two checked the 3 biological channels. The entrances of the channels were full of soldiers, ready to fire at any time. But the channels were very quiet, with no signs of being attacked by the alien races from the source. Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan out of Kyoto, and went to other areas to check the biological channels. They checked more than 10 biological channels in a row. They found that the channels were very quiet. After checking, only biological channel number 36 was attacked by the alien races from the source. Are they concentrating their forces to attack one biological channel? But there are so many biological channels on Earth. Why did they choose biological channel number 36? Could it be because biological channel number 36 is located in Shanghai City, and Hanin was born in Shanghai City, and then the god of wood suspected that the god of water hid the 5 elements in Shanghai City? Lin Zichen thought, and felt that this was probably the reason. Otherwise, there was no reason for the god of wood to leave so many biological channels unattacked and focus on channel number 36. Lin Zi, where are we going next? Back to Shanghai City. Shen Qinghan, who was flying in the air beside him, asked. Lin Zichen, well, back to Shanghai City. I am now only one step away from evolving into a mythical creature, and I need to devour a large number of source aliens to help me evolve. Shen Qinghan knew that Lin Zichen would say this. Lin Zichen can devour aliens to become stronger, and he will definitely appear on the front line of the battlefield. After hesitating for a while, Shen Qinghan said, then should we go later, that is, after the war starts, observe the situation first, and then enter the field. She is more cautious, and wants to wait until the situation on the battlefield is clear before entering the field to harvest. Lin Zichen knew what she was worried about, and said calmly, no, there is a boundary force on the earth that can suppress aliens and reduce their strength. Even if aliens with a biological level as high as the mythical level come, I can deal with it. Seeing Lin Zichen so confident, Shen Qinghan didn't know what to say. She believed in Lin Zichen's judgment. She had 100% confidence in Lin Zichen. She positioned herself as being able to tell Lin Zichen if she had any concerns and suggestions. As for whether Lin Zichen would listen or not, she chose to listen to Lin Zichen. This was the experience she had summed up after living with Lin Zichen for 20 years, and it would definitely not be wrong. After confirming that they were going back to Shanghai City. Soon, the two of them burst out their mental power, turning into two streams of light, one red and one blue, and flew to Shanghai City at a speed that could not be sensed by the spirit. Shanghai City, above biological channel number 36. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived, the entrance of the channel was already full of cracks, and it looked like it would break soon, accompanied by deafening impact sounds and obvious earthquakes. Everyone at the entrance of the channel was tense and ready for a big battle. Lin Zichen glanced at the situation below, got a general understanding of the situation, and soon flew to Qingmao with Shen Qinghan. Before he flew in front of the two, Lin Zichen was a little short of breath because of the pressure coming from the front. This pressure came from Qingmao in front and Xianyuan Wanyu beside her. At this time, Qingmao and Xianyuan Wanyu, the owner of the ball, were hovering just above the entrance of the biological passage. These two mythical strongmen have mobilized all the energy in their bodies, and can burst out with full force at any time. Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan slowly landed in front of Qingmao and called her respectively. Qingmao looked at the two and asked, have your family members settled down? Lin Zichen, all settled down, settled in a shelter in Kyoto. Qingmao said lightly, that's good. While Qingmao and Lin Zichen were talking, Xianyuan Wanyu on the side looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan curiously. She knew that these two people were the so-called Sons of the Abyss, and the carriers of the revival of the Water God, and she was full of desire to explore their bodies. Lin Zichen noticed that he was being spied on, and frowned slightly, looking at Xianyuan Wanyu, who was spying on him. Xianyuan Wanyu was surprised. She didn't expect that her spying could be detected. Qingmao also noticed it, looked at Xianyuan Wanyu with some dissatisfaction and said, don't you know that spying on other people's biological information is very offensive? Xianyuan Wanyu collected her thoughts and smiled. Sorry, I couldn't help it for a moment. Seeing Qingmao stand up for him, Lin Zichen felt more and more belonging to the Pavilion Master of Tianren Pavilion. The Pavilion Master really protects his children, and it's not in vain to join Tianren Pavilion. No, calling the Pavilion Master is too distant. She should be called the foster mother. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about this, a man with white hair on his temples flew in the air and landed in front of Xianyuan Wanyu and asked, Master, the biological channels in other areas have not been impacted. Do you want to transfer the corresponding troops here? This is the ancestor of a certain evolutionary family in Kyoto, a legendary high-level strongman. He observed for a long time. Seeing that only biological channel number 36 was impacted by the alien race from the source of the Earth, he thought it was unnecessary to disperse the troops to various biological channels, thinking that it was too wasteful. The correct approach should be to concentrate the troops, and all personnel should deal with the situation on the side of biological channel number 36. In response to the proposal of the ancestor of the family, Xianyuan Wanyu said calmly, no need, there are enough strong people here now to deal with the first wave of attacks that are coming. Although the biological channels in other areas are calm now, no one can guarantee that they will remain calm forever. So, no one should lose any of the troops stationed there. After saying that, Xianyuan Wanyu turned her head to look at Qingmao and asked, Master Qi, what is your current strength? Do you have a chance to compete with the Wood God on Earth? Qingmao answered without thinking, competing is not a problem. The problem is that the biggest threat to us is that the Wood God can make us immortal. Xianyuan Wanyu was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect Qingmao to answer so decisively. She realized that she had underestimated Qingmao's strength. She thought that this crazy woman's strength might have far exceeded her, and the two licking dogs. But, how did this crazy woman improve her strength? Obviously, everyone's strength was almost the same back then, and they were all stuck in the same realm for thousands of years. How could she stand out? Xianyuan Wanyu was puzzled. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came. At the moment the sound rang, the number 36 biological channel, which had been full of cracks, instantly exploded into flying fragments. Then, a giant green thorn vine rose up into the sky and appeared in front of everyone. Before everyone could react, countless scarlet buds quickly grew on the thorn vine, and then all bloomed in an instant, releasing a large amount of vibrant pollen. Once these pollens appeared, they instantly spread throughout the sky and fell towards the people below. When the pollens fell, they sparkled like starlight, very beautiful. But at this moment, no one dared to appreciate this beautiful pollen. Everyone knew that behind the beauty of these pollens, there were deadly dangers hidden. Buzz! A huge whistling sound was heard. The moment Xianyuan Wanyu saw the pollen, she immediately burst out her source power. A powerful airflow was generated out of thin air, and all the pollen falling down was sucked into a ball in an instant. Then, a wisp of flame was ignited, and the ball of pollen was completely burned out. But the next second, there were only a few boom sounds. Countless thorny vines soared into the sky, and like the giant green thorny vine before, they quickly grew buds and bloomed, releasing a large amount of vibrant pollen. Seeing this, Qi immediately helped Xianyuan Wanyu clean up the pollen. Seeing this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan also followed suit. However, there were too many thorny vines, and the pollen released was too much. It was impossible to clean it up in a short time. A lot of pollen became a fish that slipped through the net and fell to the ground after being destroyed by several people. The moment they touched the ground, these inconspicuous pollens quickly took root and sprouted into the ground, and began to grow wildly at an extremely amazing speed, growing into various strange plants in a blink of an eye. There are towering trees hundreds of meters high. There are vines that crisscross like spider webs. There are weeds that constantly emit a poisonous smell. In just a short moment, Shanghai City, which was a modern metropolis in the last moment, became a lush primitive forest in the next moment. Then, under the horrified gaze of everyone, a huge ancient tree that reached the sky rose from the broken biological channel at a very fast speed, shrouding the entire primitive Shanghai City in shadow. The moment this ancient tree appeared, the entire primitive forest immediately came alive, exuding a vast and vigorous vitality. At the same time, the boundary force that suppressed the alien race was instantly weakened to almost non-existence. Everyone, we meet again. On the towering ancient tree, an old man in a green robe looked down at everyone and said condescendingly. Chapter 315. The Wood God is coming. When they saw the old man in green robe, Qi Qingma and Xianyuan Wanyu frowned slightly, and their expressions became solemn instantly. Neither of them expected that the first alien race from the source to invade the earth would be the Wood God. At the same time, they also did not expect that the Wood God actually had the means to reduce the boundary force. This time, the home advantage on the earth was completely gone. On the other side, seeing the Wood God appear, Lin Zichen did not hesitate for a moment, and quickly took Shen Qihan away from the battlefield. His current biological level is only the legendary 9th level. If it was just an ordinary mythical creature, he would still have the confidence to fight against it. But now he is facing the Wood God, an ancient source god who is far superior to ordinary mythical creatures. He knows very well that he is just an ant in front of such an ancient source god. Unless he evolves to the mythical level, and the boundary force of the earth to the alien race from the source is restored, he will never look at the Wood God. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. The second after Lin Zichen turned around and fled with Shen Qihan, Qi Qingma and Xianyuan Wanyu behind him had already fought with the Wood God. Then, 3 huge cracks were torn open in the sky, and Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Su Meishao stepped out of the cracks and instantly joined the battlefield, forming a 5-on-1 situation of more against fewer. But soon, as a steady stream of alien races from the source land poured out of the biological channel, the strong men of the source land such as Jiju, Shulao, and Huashan appeared one after another, and the situation immediately reversed. Under the endless blessing of the Wood God, the strong men of the source land all attacked desperately and self-destructed, catching the strong men of the earth off guard. Fortunately, the strong men on the earth side quickly adjusted and began to play their own technological advantages, and various large-caliber weapons were activated. In an instant, the entire area was filled with artillery fire, and the sound of earth-shaking explosions continued to ring out. At a glance, the situation was barely even, and neither side had a clear advantage. But as time went on, the balance of victory began to tilt towards the Wood God. Under the endless blessing of the Wood God, the strong men on the Wood God's side are almost immortal. Even if the flesh and blood body turned into a pile of debris in the artillery fire, and became charcoal that would break at the touch, as long as they could get a ray of the wood god's vitality, they could instantly turn the dead into flesh and bones, and revive in full condition on the spot. No, the blessing of the wood god's endless life is too insoluble. If we continue like this, we will be exhausted sooner or later. Su Meishao frowned and said, "We must restore the Earth's boundary force, and weaken the effect of endless life, otherwise there is no possibility of winning." Xian Yuanyu heard it, and said, "Everyone knows the problem. You don't need to remind me. The key is how to solve this problem." She has always had a lot of opinions about the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Deep down, she thinks that she is just a prostitute who seduces men and has no dignity. On the other side, Qi Qingmo said, "Clear all the alien plants in this area and see if we can restore the boundary force on the Earth." When the others heard it, they began to act, releasing large-scale killing skills to clear the alien plants in the area. The weakening of the Earth's boundary force occurred after the entire Shanghai city turned into a primeval forest. Clearing out the alien plants in the city at this moment may really restore the Earth's boundary force suppression of the source alien race. However, this may sound simple, but it is extremely difficult to do. Under the effect of endless life, the alien plants rooted in the ground are also immortal. Even if they turn into ashes, they can sprout again in an instant and quickly develop into luxuriant alien plants. In this way, about 10 minutes passed. The battlefield has already presented a one-sided situation. Under the crazy and desperate self-destructive attack of the alien race in the source land, whether it is the gene fusion, the mechanical transformation, or the mecha, all suffered devastating blows and suffered heavy losses. Wailing, roaring, crying, various desperate voices instantly filled the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Xian Yuanyu decisively made an extremely bold decision. She mobilized a trace of source power to strengthen her vocal cords, and shouted to all the generals below, "Nuclear weapons clear the field. All those below the epic level retreat. All mechanical cyborgs retreat." Xian Yuanyu wanted to use nuclear strikes to instantly eliminate all the alien plants on the ground. She knew that even if the alien plants below were reduced to ashes in the nuclear explosion, they would be quickly revived under the blessing of endless life. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that using nuclear strikes could easily destroy alien plants below the epic level, and if the destroyed alien plants wanted to be revived, they would definitely consume the vitality of the wood god. Although the wood god was strong, his vitality could not be infinite. If the alien plants were constantly revived, there would always be a moment when their vitality would be exhausted. Based on this point, Xian Yuanyu wanted to use the rapid and large-scale killing of the nuclear explosion to consume the vitality of the wood god as quickly as possible. As long as the vitality of the wood god was consumed in large quantities, the Earth would have a chance to turn the tables. As Xian Yuanyu finished speaking, the mechanical cyborgs on the battlefield, as well as soldiers below the epic level, all changed their expressions and evacuated the battlefield as soon as possible. For a moment, a large number of mechanical cyborgs soared into the sky, flying away from the battlefield at a high speed like raindrops. When these mechanical cyborgs evacuated, they would bring one or more gene fusions without flying ability to help them evacuate the battlefield quickly. It was only a few seconds. On the huge battlefield, the Earth side only had strong men above the epic level, and machines that could launch nuclear weapons everywhere. In the distance, there was a skyscraper dozens of miles away from the center of the battlefield. Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan stood on the water tower on the rooftop of the skyscraper, observing the situation on the battlefield from a distance of dozens of miles. A battlefield with mythical strong men entering is very dangerous. But relatively speaking, there are many opportunities, and a large number of alien corpses can be produced in a short period of time. Lin Zichen, who was only one step away from evolving into a mythical creature, was reluctant to give up this opportunity, so he chose to stop on this skyscraper with Shen Qihan, observing the battlefield from a distance to see if there was any chance to pick up a bargain. "Lin Zi, the military is going to use a nuclear strike. Should we leave here?" Shen Qihan said a little nervously. She knew the power of nuclear weapons, and was worried that she and Lin Zichen would be affected by the explosion of nuclear weapons. Lin Zichen said calmly, "We are all legendary creatures. Even if we are in the center of a nuclear weapon explosion, we can be unscathed, and there is no need to evacuate." "That's right." Shen Qihan's voice still had a hint of uneasiness. Although it is mentioned in the textbook that when the biological level reaches the epic level, it can withstand the explosion of nuclear weapons. However, she was still a little nervous about this. After all, the explosion of nuclear weapons was too terrifying, and the visual impact was extremely strong. It didn't look like an attack that flesh and blood could withstand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky ahead, there were bursts of piercing sounds of breaking through the air. Following the sound of breaking through the air, Lin Zichen could see a large number of mechanical modified people with flames behind them, flying towards the skyscraper at a high speed. These were some of the mechanical modified people evacuated from the center of the battlefield, most of them carrying one or more gene fusions. Under the blessing of Eye of the Sky, Lin Zichen glanced and saw several familiar faces among the group of mechanical modified people. Mechanical genius girl Lu Qingyu. A female genius Yu Shishir, who I met when I participated in the special training of the military district. And a senior Zhang Kaizi, who I met when I joined the martial arts team in junior high school. These three are now members of the Mecha God group. As the distance between them continued to shorten, the three soon found Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan on the tall building. Among them, LV Qingyu and Zhang Kaizi slowed down and landed in front of the two. "Why are you two here?" Zhang Kai said without waiting for the two to speak, and immediately continued, "The battlefield has decided to release nuclear weapons to clear the field. You two should leave quickly, and don't join in the fun here." As soon as he finished speaking, LV Qingyu on the side said, "I will take you two away. My entire flow power device is the latest version, which can burst out a flying speed comparable to that of a rare intermediate level strongman." Lin Zichen said calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, but no need. The biological level of her and me has evolved to the legendary level and can withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion." "What? Legendary?" Zhang Kai and Lu Qingyu opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The two had never been to the Source Land, and they didn't know what was going on there, and they didn't know that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had evolved into legendary creatures. "Zichen, are you kidding?" Zhang Kai continued with disbelief. "How old are you this year? It seems that you have just turned 20. How could you evolve into an epic creature?" Faced with the doubts of acquaintances, Lin Zichen didn't say a word of nonsense, and directly released the pressure of a legendary creature to prove it. As soon as the powerful pressure spread, Zhang Kai and Lu Qingyu in front of him collapsed to the ground on the spot, and their hearts were filled with fear of high-level creatures. "It's really legendary. Lin Zichen actually evolved into a legendary creature. What's going on? How did he do it?" After feeling the powerful biological pressure released by Lin Zichen, Zhang Kai and Lu Qingyu were shocked, and their hearts were filled with shock. They couldn't understand the fact in front of them. In their cognition, rare-level strongmen are already superior to others. And the higher-level epic-level strongmen are the overlords, who can look down on the world. As for the legendary strongmen, they are the true rulers of a country, living fossils, who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years, or even thousands of years. And Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in front of them are only 20 years old. How can they evolve into legendary strongmen? This is simply unrealistic. Seeing that the two were still in a daze, Lin Zichen urged them lightly, "The nuclear explosion is about to start. You should leave quickly. Don't worry about us." The two who heard the sound quickly came back to their senses from their daze. "Then we're leaving, you guys, be careful." After saying this, Lu Qingyu immediately soared into the air, and under the propulsion of the latest version of the anti-airflow power device, his body instantly turned into a residual shadow and flew away. Zhang Kai did not stay any longer, and said a simple goodbye to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and then activated the anti-airflow power device and flew away. Boom! Shortly after the two left, a ground-shaking explosion sounded in the center of the battlefield. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and then they saw a huge mushroom cloud that spread across the entire sky. Before the two could speak out to evaluate the power of the nuclear explosion, dozens of the same explosions were heard in the next second. In the center of the battlefield, dozens of huge mushroom clouds rose instantly, and from a distance, they covered the sky and the sun, a doomsday scene. Lin Zichen was dozens of miles away, and with the help of multiple biological attributes, such as Eye of the Sky and Danger Sense, he kept an eye on the situation on the battlefield. In his expectation, such a large-scale nuclear explosion would definitely eliminate all alien races below the epic level. And the fact was indeed as he thought. Under the powerful impact of the nuclear explosion, all the alien plants on the battlefield were instantly destroyed and turned into ashes and debris. However, with a burst of green light full of vitality. In just a few seconds, the alien plants that had just turned into ashes and debris were all resurrected from the source and rerouted in the earth in their prime. It's over, the nuclear explosion didn't work, and those destroyed alien plants were resurrected immediately. Shen Qinghan also saw the situation on the battlefield, and his face was suddenly full of worry, and his heart was full of uneasiness. As soon as she finished speaking, a nuclear explosion sounded on the battlefield. Boom, 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 accompanied by the earth-shaking nuclear explosion sound. One after another, huge mushroom clouds rose up, instantly filling the entire sky, shrouding the battlefield below in a shadow without sunlight. The alien plants that had just resurrected were instantly wiped out by the new round of nuclear explosions, and no longer existed. But soon, under the blessing of the endless life, the alien plants that had just been wiped out were resurrected again in the next moment, and took root in the earth again. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the alien plants were resurrected, a new round of nuclear explosions immediately hit. In this way, the nuclear explosion destroyed the alien plants, and the alien plants quickly resurrected in the endless life, over and over again, without stopping for a moment in between. Seeing this, Lin Zichen instantly realized what this operation was. The strong men on the Earth side wanted to quickly destroy the alien plants through nuclear strikes, thereby quickly consuming the vitality in the wood god's body. It was to use the technological power of modern society to consume the energy in the bodies of the strong men in the source land. This was another home advantage besides the almost disappeared boundary force suppression. It was a technological advantage. Lin Zichen realized this, and the strong men on the source land also realized this. Soon, the four mythical strong men on the wood god side, Lord Ji, Old Tree, Flower God, and Sea God, all showed their magical powers and accurately attacked the machines that were launching nuclear weapons. Qi Qingma and other mythical strong men on the Earth side saw this, and immediately took action to stop them from destroying the machines. Unfortunately, it was all in vain, and could not be stopped at all. In just a moment, all the machines that could launch nuclear weapons were destroyed, and the nuclear explosions that had been ringing continuously stopped instantly, and the entire battlefield returned to peace again. On the rooftop of the high-rise building, Lin Zichen, who saw the battle situation, became solemn. The strategy of consuming the vitality of the wood god failed. The Earth side fell into a disadvantage again. In response, he couldn't help but murmur, unless the boundary force on the Earth can be restored, otherwise the Earth side has no chance of winning this war between the two worlds. As soon as the voice fell, Shen Qinghan on the side agreed, "You are right." Her voice was less gentle like water in the past, and more cold and incompatible with her personality. Hearing the voice, Lin Zichen immediately turned his head to look at Shen Qinghan on the side. Then he found that Shen Qinghan beside him had been occupied by the water god at some point. Before he could doubtfully speak out, the water god spoke again. "As the son of the abyss, you can restore the boundary force that disappeared on the earth." "Me?" Lin Zichen looked confused, then frowned slightly and asked, "What should I do?" The water god said calmly, "It's not difficult, just connect the battlefield and the abyss, you can do it easily." Chapter 316. Connect the battlefield and the abyss? What does that mean? The abyss is not the earth? The words of the water god directly overturned Lin Zichen's previous conjecture. Lin Zichen's previous conjecture was that the earth and the abyss were the same thing, the same place. But from what the water god said now, the earth and the abyss seem to be two different spaces. So, what is going on? In this regard, Lin Zichen did not choose to ponder on his own, but quickly asked the water god, "What is the relationship between the earth and the abyss?" "Overlapping relationship," the water god replied in a cold voice. After saying that, he continued, "The earth and the abyss are two completely overlapping spaces, but they basically do not affect each other. Only under very special conditions will they be connected and affect each other. There is a butterfly-like void creature in the abyss that can enter other spaces through dreams, thus connecting the two spaces. Now, you just need to fall asleep and find that butterfly in your dream, and I can connect the earth and the abyss. Once the connection is successful, the strength of the boundary force on the earth can be greatly improved, thus forming a significant suppression on the creatures in the source land again. Is the kind of butterfly you are talking about a giant butterfly with a scarlet body that can radiate light spots containing a large amount of source power?" Lin Zichen asked. After listening to the description of the water god, he felt that the butterfly the water god was talking about was the abyss giant butterfly. He was a little confused about this. Why can the earth and the abyss be connected by finding the abyss giant butterfly? What kind of existence is that scarlet abyss giant butterfly? On the side, the water god responded, "Well, the kind of butterfly I just mentioned is the giant butterfly with scarlet body surface you mentioned." After saying that, she seemed to know what doubts Lin Zichen had in his heart, and took the initiative to explain, "This giant butterfly is an extremely special existence. It is not a creature in our cognition, but an energy body condensed from the life source of various alien races that died in the abyss. It turns out that the so-called abyss giant butterfly is just a group of special energy bodies condensed together, not a creature in cognition. No wonder there is almost no vitality in them. Thinking, Lin Zichen asked, I have another question to ask. What kind of existence is the son of the abyss? And why am I the son of the abyss? Shen Qinghan is the carrier of the water god's revival. This is easy to understand. Shen Qinghan has a plug-in similar to the ring grandfather, and this grandfather is the water god, who is one of the 5 elements gods. And the son of the abyss, Lin Zichen really doesn't understand what this means. After being a human for 20 years, he didn't feel that he had anything to do with the abyss. When Shen Qinghan was in danger, the water god came to save him. But when he was in danger, he didn't see any existence related to the abyss come to save him. The water god replied, strictly speaking, you are not the son of the abyss. The son of the abyss is a group of energy bodies, just like the butterflies in the abyss. The only difference is that the son of the abyss is a more special energy body, which will continuously devour energy that matches its own characteristics. And you only have a small part of the characteristics of the son of the abyss. For example, devouring the life essence of the creatures in the source. After hearing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but become more confused. I only have some of the characteristics of the son of the abyss? What does this mean? Unable to figure this out, he still didn't waste time trying to figure it out, but chose to directly ask the water god, why do I have some of the characteristics of the son of the abyss? The water god replied, because your parents merged with the son of the abyss, but their bodies were weak and could not absorb the son of the abyss, so they could only coexist with it. And you, who were bred by them together, can merge with the son of the abyss, so you have the characteristics of the son of the abyss. The reason why you can only devour the life essence of the creatures in the source is because the son of the abyss is formed by the life essence of the creatures in the source. In order to prevent Lin Zichen from asking again, the water god began to explain other points. I brought the son of the abyss out of the abyss. The reason why your parents were able to merge with the son of the abyss was my arrangement. When I was hunted by the wood god, I had no choice but to escape into the abyss. I accidentally obtained the son of the abyss, and then entered the earth. After entering the earth, because the son of the abyss in my hand was unstable, I chose to deposit it in the sea of consciousness of your parents nearby. And I myself entered the sea of consciousness of a woman with relatively excellent water attributes nearby and slept, waiting for the day of resurrection. This woman is Su Ming, the mother of your childhood sweetheart Shen Qinghan. When I was dormant, the energy I emitted was constantly nourishing Su Ming. When she became pregnant with your childhood sweetheart, I changed to nourishing your childhood sweetheart, so that she would have extremely excellent water attributes at birth. Then, on the day your childhood sweetheart is about to be born, I will move to her sea of consciousness to continue sleeping, and wait for the day of complete recovery in a better environment. After explaining this, the water god quickly turned to explain other points. If the creatures of the source land want to enter the earth, they must pass through the abyss that overlaps with the earth. And the abyss, for the creatures of the source land whose life energy is source power, is a terrifying life-forbidden zone. Once in it, the source power in the body will be continuously devoured by the darkness inside. Even ancient beings as strong as me and the wood god cannot resist the swallowing of the abyss. The reason why I can successfully pass through the abyss and enter the earth is thanks to my elementalization ability. In the elementalized state, the speed of the source power being devoured by the abyss can be greatly reduced. I relied on this to successfully escape to the earth and live a miserable life. The wood god, who was unable to pass through the abyss at that time, worked hard for many years, and successfully found a way to pass through the abyss and enter the earth without injury, that is, establish biological channels. Speaking of this, the water god paused, and then continued, because the earth and the abyss overlap, the earth also has some characteristics of the abyss, such as restraining the source land creatures that use source force as life energy. The difference is that the earth will not devour source force like the abyss, but will suppress source force, making some source force in the source land organisms unable to participate in the operation of the body. And this is the boundary force suppression on the earth that you often mention. When I first entered the earth, the boundary force on the earth was extremely strong, and I directly suppressed my biological level to the legendary level. But after so many years of weakening, the boundary force on the earth is now almost zero, and the suppression of the source creatures is extremely weak, so weak that it is almost non-existent and can be ignored. No, to be more precise, it is not that the boundary force has disappeared, but that the boundary force no longer suppresses the source creatures. The reason is that there are more and more source force elements on the earth, which have successfully integrated into the earth's environment and become a part of the earth. And the reason for the increasing number of source force elements is that there are more alien life sources on the earth. The water god said, looking at Lin Zichen with his watery and cold eyes, and said lightly, "The reason why the alien life sources have increased, I believe you can think of it yourself without me explaining it." Lin Zichen frowned slightly when he heard it, and then said uncertainly, "Gene fusion?" "Yes, it is the gene fusion." After the water god finished speaking, he continued to explain, "Gene fusion has been a huge conspiracy from the beginning, a conspiracy from the wood god. Under normal circumstances, the source force cannot exist on Earth, and will be suppressed by the Earth's boundary force. It can be understood that the source land is a foreign object to the Earth, and will cause the Earth to have an immune response. Later, the wood god discovered that when the source force merges with the creatures on Earth, it will not cause the Earth to have an immune response. At the same time, it was also discovered that the more source force elements there are on Earth, the weaker the Earth's suppression of the source force. It seems that, as the number of source force elements on Earth increases, the Earth slowly begins to no longer regard the source force as a foreign object. So from this day on, the wood god began to win over the traders, established a pagan religion on Earth, and let the traders promote gene fusion." After listening to the explanation of the wood god, many doubts that had troubled Lin Zichen for a long time were solved. First, the reason why the creatures of the origin land invaded the Earth was because the water god took the three origins of gold, fire, and earth to the Earth. In order to achieve the unity of the five elements, the wood god had to invade the Earth. Second, in order to invade the Earth, the wood god painstakingly studied the method of biological channel for many years. Third, after coming to the Earth through the biological channel, the wood god found that the boundary force on the Earth was extremely strong. In order to eliminate the boundary force suppression, he studied the method of gene fusion. Now, the layout of the wood god for many years has been realized. Seeing that the time was ripe, he began to organize troops to invade the Earth, to obtain the other 4-5 elements to achieve his own unity of the 5 elements. While Lin Zichen was thinking about these things, the water god opposite him spoke again calmly. "You may have other doubts. But now time is limited, you need to fall asleep as soon as possible, find a kind of butterfly, and help me connect this battlefield with the abyss. As long as it can be connected to the abyss, the boundary force on the Earth will soon be stronger, and the suppression of the alien races in the source area will also be stronger. I will answer your other doubts one by one later." Listening to the urging of the water god, Lin Zichen did not fall asleep immediately. He did not trust the so-called water god, and was not sure how true or false the other party's words were. Because the water god was a sinister and cunning existence in the mouth of the wood god. He didn't know whether the water god would have any bad intentions, or whether he would stand on the opposite side of him. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, you can survive better if you keep a little more attention in everything. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded. In the center of the battlefield, a ball of extremely dazzling fire broke out, illuminating the entire Shanghai city, and even the entire Nanjiang province. Lin Zichen looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Qi Qingma and others were seriously injured in the explosion, in a miserable state, and the entire Earth side fell into a great disadvantage. And the source side, under the endless blessing of the wood god, is still in peak condition. Seeing this scene, Lin Zichen knew that he had no choice. No matter whether the water god was deceiving or not, he had to immediately go to sleep to find the abyss giant butterfly. See if it is really as the water god said, that the boundary force on the Earth can be restored to suppress the alien race of the source. Thinking about it, he no longer hesitated, and said to the water god with a serious expression at the first time, "I will go to sleep now to see if I can enter the abyss and find the giant butterfly. I hope you can successfully connect the Earth and the abyss." After saying this, he thought about it, and put away all his thoughts at the moment. The moment he put away his thoughts, he instantly fell asleep. In the dream. As soon as Lin Zichen opened his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black darkness. This darkness was very familiar, exactly the same as the abyss he had seen before. If nothing unexpected happened, he had successfully entered the abyss in his dream. After confirming that he was in the abyss, Lin Zichen did not waste a second, and quickly wandered around in the abyss without direction, hoping to encounter the abyss giant butterflies as soon as possible. Then, in less than half a minute, he successfully encountered a group of abyss giant butterflies. It was not that he was lucky, it was purely coincidental. Rather, the abyss giant butterflies would be attracted by the breath emanating from his body, and then actively follow the breath to find him. Soon, the group of abyss giant butterflies that he encountered flew to his head in an orderly manner, and began to circle, releasing a large number of light spots downwards. Just as he wanted to absorb these light spots, a clear sound of flowing water suddenly sounded in the dark abyss. The moment the sound sounded, he felt a coolness from the water element under his feet. He was not surprised by this. He knew that this was the work of the water god. If nothing unexpected happens, the earth and the abyss should be connected soon. Thinking about this in his mind, Lin Zichen quietly bathed in the falling light spots, waiting for the next performance of the water god. In less than 3 seconds, the originally dark environment around him quickly began to light up, and a large number of familiar scenes appeared in his vision. The flames rising into the sky. The huge sound of bombardment continued. Shin Qinghan, or the water god, who was standing quietly beside him. Looking at these familiar scenes around him, Lin Zichen realized that he had woken up from his sleep. Then, he immediately opened his 5 senses to check the situation in the center of the battlefield ahead. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the situation, which had been one-sided, was now showing signs of reversal. It was not that Qi Qingma and others had become stronger, but that the strength of the strong people in the source land, such as the god of wood, had weakened. The god of water did not lie to him. The earth really once again formed a strong boundary force to suppress the creatures in the source land. Buzz! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The god of water flashed and turned into a stream of light, and flew to the center of the battlefield at a high speed. At the moment of taking off, he said to Lin Zichen beside him, "Let's go to the center of the battlefield to participate in the battle." While the strength of the boundary force suppression is at its peak, quickly solve the god of wood. After hearing this, Lin Zichen did not hesitate at all, and quickly soared into the sky and turned into a stream of light, and followed closely. Chapter 317. The center of the battlefield. The wood god's side, which had an absolute advantage, was suddenly suppressed by the earth's boundary force again. Then, the strength of all members was instantly reduced, and they could no longer suppress the earth's side. Even, they fell into a disadvantage, and were suppressed by several mythical strongmen headed by Qi Qingma. The main reason why the situation was reversed so quickly was that the biological level of the wood god was suppressed, resulting in the weakening of the endless effect, and then the combat power of the wood god's side lost the advantage of immortality. What happened? Why did the boundary force suddenly recover? The wood god felt the suppression of the boundary force on himself, and his heart was full of confusion. While he was puzzled, the strong men on his side were beaten back step by step, and they could not withstand the counterattack of Qi Qingma and others. Especially the sea god who chose to rebel earlier. At this time, he had become a thorn in the eyes of the earth side, and was attacked by Qi Qingma and Su Meishao. Qi Qingma was responsible for the attack on the flesh. Su Meishao was in charge of the mental attack. Under the joint attack of the two, in just a few seconds, the body of the sea god was beaten into a ball of blood mist, and his mind fell into chaos, and was on the verge of death. Lord would God save me. Under the blessing of the endless life, which was not as effective as before, the sea god barely recast his flesh and blood, and immediately shouted for help to the wood god. As soon as the voice fell, buzz! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The wood god controlled a thorny vine full of vitality to shoot at the sea god, instantly wrapping around his whole body, saving him from the joint pursuit of Qi Qingma and Su Meishao. While this thorny vine full of vitality took him away, it also grew a large number of tentacles on the surface, and pierced into his body, continuously transporting vitality into his body to help him recover. Under the nourishment of the wood god's vitality, he, who was originally on the verge of death, instantly returned to his peak state. I'm alive. The sea god, who escaped death, was full of relief in his eyes. He thought that invading the earth with the wood god would be a sure thing without any danger. He never thought that the boundary force that had been greatly weakened could be restored. This almost made him fall on the earth. Lord wood god, how about we retreat first and go back to the source to make a long-term plan? The sea god was afraid of death, and suggested to the wood god with lingering fear. He knew that as a traitor, he would be madly targeted by Qi Qingma and others next. If the battle continued, he would have a great chance of falling. Whether to invade the earth or not, there was no practical benefit for him. There was no need to help the wood god to unite the 5 elements, so that he, who had finally evolved into a mythical creature, would be buried here. There is no need to go back. Facing the proposal of the sea god, the wood god said in an ancient and vicissitudes voice. The moment he finished speaking, his human body suddenly turned into green vines all over the sky, crisscrossing in an instant, forming a huge cage, covering the entire battlefield in shadows, completely isolating it from the outside world. So far, there is a special area on the earth that neither belongs to the earth, nor to the abyss, nor to the source of the earth, the wood realm. In the wood realm, the boundary force belonging to the earth is directly isolated outside, and the creatures on the side of the wood god completely get rid of the suppression of the boundary force, and once again obtain the highest intensity of endless blessing. This area I created can only last for a quarter of an hour at most, and quickly get rid of these earth creatures. The wood god, who had transformed into a green vine cage, was no longer as calm as before, and urged with a hint of urgency. Hearing this, the tree elder, the flower god, the lord of silence, and the sea god, without any hesitation, quickly burst out their source power and attacked Chi-Ching-Ma and other mythical strongmen with the strongest posture. They wanted to fight quickly, and get rid of all opponents within a quarter of an hour. At the same time, the wood god, who had transformed into a cage, also summoned a large number of vines, and attacked Chi-Ching-Ma and others with a force that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! 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 In an instant, the fierce fighting sounded like the surging sea water, one after another, deafening. The intensity was so great that even the air was wiped out. The entire airtight green vine cage was full of life-destroying flames, as if it was the end of the world. But even such a fierce aftermath failed to damage the green vine cage at all. The entire cage, as if it was governed by rules, would not be damaged no matter how much it was attacked. You could only wait for a quarter of an hour for the cage to self-destruct. I can't hold on any longer, help me. Su Meishao, whose body was relatively weak, became the first target of the sea gods. Under the deliberate targeting of the opponent, she soon became unable to resist, and her body and spirit were severely damaged. However, at this moment, whether it was Chi-Ching-Ma, Xianyuan Wanyu, or Li Lao and Sima Xian, the two lustful men, they all seemed to be a little overwhelmed by the fierce attack of the wood god, and they had no time to rescue Su Meishao. Su Meishao, who noticed this, was immediately filled with despair. When she was about to be destroyed, she let go of everything to the wood god and shouted loudly, "Lord wood god, I am willing to follow you." She didn't want to die, and didn't want her fellow tribesmen from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain to be buried with her on earth. She chose to join the advantage side to gain a glimmer of life. She had no entanglement with betrayal. Because as a fox girl from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, she should have played both sides for her own benefit. Playing both sides is the survival rule of the fox girls from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. She would depend on whoever was strong and betray whoever was weak, without any guilt. Accurate. The ancient and vicissitudes of the wood god sounded faintly from the sky, and reached the ears of every creature in the cage. At the moment the voice sounded, a green vine with vitality on the surface turned into a green stream of light, and shot towards Su Meishao below, instantly piercing through her heavenly gate. Then, the vast vitality rushed into her body like a stream of water, repairing her dilapidated body at a very fast speed, and at the same time invading her sea of consciousness to control her consciousness, so that she could not betray in the future. You damned vixen, all the fox girls in your mountain will become bed slaves. Seeing Su Meishao's betrayal, Xianyuan Wanyu, the owner of the earth, was so angry that she cursed on the spot. On the other side, Li Lao and Sima Xian were also angry. They didn't expect that the fox fairy they liked would be such a coward, who betrayed so quickly. Everyone, the situation is over. There is no need to turn into nothingness in this war where there is no hope of victory. Join my side, let's fight the water god together, and evolve to a higher level together. The disasters that the earth is suffering at this moment are all brought by the water god. He is your real enemy. The ancient and vicissitudes of life voice kept echoing in the cage, bewitching Chi-Ching-Ma and others. Soon, Su Meishao, who had just defected to the side of the god of wood, persuaded with a gentle voice, "Lord God of Wood is right. We can coexist, so why do we have to fight to the end?" While she was saying this, her soul-stirring eyes stared at elderly and Sima Xian, trying to persuade the two old lovers with her gentleness. Don't be bewitched by the god of wood. Suddenly, a cold voice came from underground. Soon after the voice sounded, a large amount of groundwater seeped out from the ground and condensed into a graceful figure of a girl under the gaze of everyone. When Chi-Ching-Ma saw the girl for the first time, he was stunned. Qin-Han? How could it be her? Chi-Ching-Ma looked at Qin-Han, who suddenly appeared in the cage, with doubts and confusion on his face. But soon, she found the clue. No, it's not Qin-Han. It's the god of water. She sensed an extremely powerful energy fluctuation from the Qin-Han in front of her. It was a powerful energy fluctuation at the same level as the god of wood. Except for the god of water, who was also a god of the 5 elements, like the god of wood, no other existence could possess such a powerful energy fluctuation. On the other side, the moment the god of water appeared, the god of the sea not far away changed his face, and his heart was instinctively filled with fear, wanting to flee the scene. The power of the god of water had long been deeply rooted in his heart. Even though he had now evolved into a supreme mythical creature and obtained the protection of the god of wood, his body would still tremble uncontrollably when facing the god of water. The god of water saw this former traitor. However, the god of water ignored it, and continued to say in a cold voice, "Whether it is the earth or the source, it is composed of the 5 original elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once a creature achieves the unity of the 5 elements, the 5 original elements contained in the earth and the source will be devoured by that creature. And the earth and the source that lose these 5 original elements will be destroyed in an instant and turned into nothingness. The reason why I stopped the unity of the 5 elements back then was because I discovered this." He just finished speaking. The next second, the sea god, who was terrified not far away, shouted hysterically, "Don't believe the water god, he has no emotions at all, and will never give up the unity of the 5 elements just because the earth and the source will be destroyed." The water god looked at the sea god hiding behind the wood god expressionlessly. His calm sight seemed to contain terrifying power, and the fear in the sea god's heart burst out like a fountain. The sea god could not contain the fear in his heart, and the next moment he chose to flee in panic, rushing to the entrance of the biological passage at the fastest speed in his life. Just when he was about to reach the entrance, boom! A large amount of underground water rushed up from the entrance of the biological channel, turning into a huge palm, crushing the sea god, who wanted to escape back to the source, into a ball of blood, dyeing the entire palm made of water red. The mythical strongmen present all watched this scene quietly, until they found that the sea god, who was crushed into blood, did not revive under the blessing of the endless life. The faces of these mythical strongmen began to show shock and even fear. The endless life is invalid. The creatures that died in the hands of the water god cannot be resurrected under the blessing of the endless life. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the water god, full of fear of this mysterious water god. The sea god died too quickly, and he had no power to resist. This made the mythical masters present feel a little sad, and worried that they would have the same fate sooner or later. Especially Su Meixiao, the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, who had just defected to the side of the wood god. At this time, the whole face of the pure and lustful beautiful woman was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. The water god was a god standing on the side of the earth. She was afraid that after the water god killed the sea god, he would attack her, the traitor. However, her worry was unnecessary. The water god did not attack her, but chose to attack the wood god, who turned into a green vine cage. At this time, the water god was not fully revived, and there was not much energy in his body. For him, the most urgent thing now is to disintegrate the wood god's wood domain and let the previously separated boundary force return to the battlefield. Soon, as the water god's eyes condensed, a heavy rain suddenly fell in the entire green ivy cage. Countless bean-sized raindrops fell densely from the sky, dripping to the ground. At the moment the raindrops appeared, the indestructible green vine cage began to disintegrate rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After losing the moisture contained in the green vines that intertwined into the cage, they all withered into dry and rotten wood, and kept sliding down from the sky. It was just a blink of an eye. The green vine cage that just covered the sky and the sun no longer existed. The wood domain that could isolate the boundary force completely disintegrated. Faced with this situation, the 3 mythical strongmen on the side of the wood god, the flower god, the tree elder, and the master of silence, all showed fear on their faces and wanted to retreat. The head of the wood god among them smiled faintly and looked at the water god and said, "It's better to show up yourself, so that I don't have to spend some energy to find you when the time comes." The moment he finished speaking, the god of wood once again transformed into a sky-wide green vine, rushing towards the god of water with endless source power. He knew very well that the god of water had not yet fully recovered, and there was not much energy left in his body. He only needed to fight with the god of water for a while, and the god of water would soon be defeated. Facing the attacking god of wood, the god of water did not confront him head-on. Instead, he quickly switched to the elemental state to offset the damage caused by the god of wood to him as much as possible. Seeing this, Qi Qingma quickly turned into a stream of light, and killed the god of wood to assist the god of water. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Wanyu and the other 2 followed closely and killed him. The god of flowers, the elder tree, and the lord of silence also killed him at almost the same time and joined the battle. On the other side, Lin Zichen, who was originally outside the green vine cage, successfully entered this mythical battlefield after the green vine cage was disintegrated. After entering the battlefield, he did not join this mythical battle without knowing his own strength, but quickly locked his eyes on the blood in the sky. That was the blood of the sea god, which contained the boundless life source and source power. Without any hesitation, Lin Zichen flashed and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the blood. The moment he touched the blood, he immediately thought, "Devour." You devoured a large amount of the life source of the sea god, and you gained the biological attribute of the deep sea overlord. You devoured a large amount of source power from the sea god, which was converted into blood and spirit, and your blood and spirit strength were greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from legendary 9th order great perfection to mythical 1st order. At the moment when the last text prompt message appeared, the whole world suddenly darkened, and all the creatures in it completely lost their 5 senses and were lost in the darkness, where they could not see their hands in front of their faces. Chapter 318. The bright battlefield suddenly fell into endless darkness. The mythical masters, including the god of water and the god of wood, all completely lost their 5 senses, and there was darkness wherever they looked. What happened? What happened? Why did the 5 senses suddenly disappear? At this moment, both the mythical masters on the earth and the mythical masters on the origin were in an unknown panic. As mythical masters, they have always been high above, looking down on the world and dominating everything around them. They have never been at a loss, and full of anxiety like now. The god of water and the god of wood, who are at the top of their combat power, stopped fighting at this time. These 2 ancient gods from the origin did not dare to act rashly for a while, and their faces were frowned with doubts and confusion. They felt very familiar with the darkness that could swallow their 5 senses, and they had been in the same environment before. They thought about it, and finally got an answer in their hearts: the abyss. The darkness in front of them was exactly the same as the environment in the abyss, without any difference. But what was going on? Why did the entire battlefield suddenly become an abyss? Was it formed naturally, or was it man-made? The water god and the wood god were puzzled by this, and the more they thought about it, the more uneasy they felt. Especially the wood god, who was playing away, suspected that the darkness in front of him was the work of the water god, and he had already begun to retreat. If it weren't for the darkness around him, and he couldn't tell the direction at all, he would have rushed into the biological passage at this moment, returned to the source to make a long-term plan, and didn't take any risks. Just when these strong men were deeply uneasy, and at a loss for a moment, the pitch-black battlefield gradually became a little brighter. Then, all the strong men clearly felt a huge gravitational force coming from above their heads. Looking up in the direction of the gravitational force. The next second, what came into the eyes of these strong men was a huge black hole that was swallowing everything. At the moment of seeing the black hole, the strong men were extremely confused. Black hole? How could there be a black hole here? Is it an illusion? Just when most of the strong men were thinking this way, suddenly, the gravitational force of the black hole above their heads increased greatly, and they were all sucked into it in an instant. There was no power to resist the whole process. They were sucked in instantly. At the moment of being sucked in, the strong men lost their 5 senses again, and fell into a void of darkness. But soon, the darkness receded. A large area of bright light appeared in the field of vision. Familiar things came into view again. When the warriors regained their 5 senses, they found themselves back on the battlefield. The positions they were in were exactly the same as before they fell into darkness, without any movement. The warriors all had the same guess. The darkness just now was most likely an illusion, not that they were really teleported to another space, and then teleported back. Suddenly, the warriors noticed a figure. The figure was emitting a biological pressure that belonged to a mythical creature. There was a mythical warrior on the battlefield for no reason, which made everyone frown slightly, and their minds were full of thoughts. Among them, those who knew this figure were full of shock and unbelievable. Qi Qingma's deep, beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Zichen had actually evolved into a mythical creature? Xian Yuan Wanyu was shocked. How could this son of the abyss suddenly evolve into a mythical creature? The water god had a calm face, knowing that it was Lin Zichen who swallowed the blood of the sea god. The blood of the sea god was what he had specially left for Lin Zichen. He needed Lin Zichen, who had a close relationship with the abyss, to evolve into a mythical creature, and needed Lin Zichen, who had evolved into a mythical creature, to help him solve the wood god. The wood god was an ancient god of a very high rank. He could not completely solve the wood god by himself. Only with the help of the power of the abyss could he completely solve the wood god, and make the wood god disappear from this world. To be more precise, it was not disappearance. It was to make the wood god lose his self-consciousness, and become a wood element scattered all over the world. Or the origin of wood. The other side. Lin Zichen, who had successfully evolved into a supreme mythical creature, was carefully feeling the changes in his body. The strength of his blood and spirit had been greatly improved exponentially. The 5 senses could cover the entire world. There were also significant improvements in other body functions. These physical enhancements were all within Lin Zichen's expectations. What surprised him was that the originally clear and transparent sea of consciousness had now become pitch black. This pitch black was not simply nothingness, but contained extremely vast energy. It was a much purer and more powerful energy than blood and spirit. Lin Zichen realized that this pitch black in the sea of consciousness might be energy from the abyss, energy from the son of the abyss. Without thinking too much. Soon, Lin Zichen came back to his senses from this thought. With his dark eyes, he stared at several eyes from the mythical strongman. Then, with a thought, he triggered danger sense to spy on the biological information of every strongman present. Mythical 4th level. Mythical 5th level. Mythical 6th level. Mythical 7th level. Mythical 9th level. With the blessing of danger sense, Lin Zichen found that the biological information that he could not spy on himself. Now that he has evolved into a mythical creature, he can spy on it. All the biological information that he spied on slowly emerged in the sea of consciousness. Except for the water god and the wood god, all the other mythical strongmen present were spied on by him. After realizing that they were being spied on by Lin Zichen, the mythical creatures he spied on were all shocked and unbelievable. What's going on? How can he, a newly promoted mythical creature, be able to spy on the biological information of so many old mythical masters? What is this method, after spying on the biological information? Under the gaze of the masters, Lin Zichen directly tore a crack in the air with his bare hands, crossed the void, and came to Qi Qingma's side, becoming a member of the mythical masters on the earth. He could have gone directly to the side of the water god. However, compared to the water god, he was more willing to believe Qi Qingma. The water god didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that he had successfully evolved into a mythical creature, he came to his senses and said to him immediately, "You have completely acquired the ability to connect to the abyss. Just like just now, let the entire battlefield fall into darkness and turn the battlefield into your home field." When saying this, the water god's voice was a little urgent. He couldn't wait to deal with the wood god and annihilate him on earth, lest he escape back to the source and make a comeback in the future. Hearing the water god's urging, Lin Zichen did not hesitate at all, and quickly thought about it, connecting the battlefield and the abyss without any instruction. The moment the two realms were successfully connected, the originally bright battlefield suddenly became dim. It was not pitch black. It was just a hazy darkness. Lin Zichen, who had just evolved into a mythical creature, had greatly enhanced his strength, but it was limited and could not completely connect the earth and the abyss. At most, he could make the earth fall into a hazy darkness, bring stronger boundary power, and further suppress the creatures in the source. Although the suppression was limited, as long as it could weaken the strength of the wood god, it was enough for the extremely powerful water god, and the advantage was big enough. "Kill him first!" Feeling the threat from Lin Zichen, the wood god said in a low voice to his subordinates, such as the tree elder. The moment the voice fell, his whole body turned into green vines all over the sky, passing through the void and shooting towards Lin Zichen. The flower god, the tree elder, the lord of silence, and Su Meishao behind him also showed their magical powers, and killed Lin Zichen at the fastest speed. These four mythical powerhouses are now living and dying with the wood god. They can only go one way to the end, and follow the footsteps of the wood god. Facing the targeting of the wood god, Lin Zichen did not panic at all, and quickly retreated behind Qi Qingma for refuge. Since the connection between the earth and the abyss, the strength of the wood god has been greatly weakened, and is no longer as strong as that of the earth. In this situation, Lin Zichen only needs to hide in the back to ensure his own safety, and leave the rest to Qi Qingma and other strong men. Soon, the earth side led by the water god, and the source side led by the wood god clashed with each other. In an instant, waves of terrifying aftermath broke out in the center of the fight, shaking the air full of cracks and energy fluctuations everywhere. Lin Zichen, who felt the horror of the aftermath, immediately pulled away to further ensure his own safety. Only a few seconds later, a mythical strongman immediately fell in the center of the battle. The strange phenomena of heaven and earth caused by the fall of mythical creatures instantly filled the entire sky. A large number of scarlet flower buds appeared in the sky, blooming at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then withering at the same speed until they turned into nothingness. From this strange phenomenon, Lin Zichen knew that the flower god had fallen. The flower god, who lost the blessing of endless life, fell first in this mythical battle. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately waved his hand to tear open a huge crack in the air, and appeared across the void at the place where the flower god fell, reaching out to touch the remains of the flower god. Then, a thought came to his mind: devour. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the sun and moon holy flower, and successfully obtained the biological attribute of withering. Withering, you can deprive the vitality of all things and accelerate their withering. You devoured a large amount of the source power of the sun and moon holy flower, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit, and your blood strength and spirit strength were greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from mythology level 1 to mythology level 3. It actually evolved directly by 2 levels. Looking at the content of the text prompt message, Lin Zichen's face was full of disbelief and a hint of unexpected surprise. He never thought that after reaching the mythical level, he could still jump to another level and evolve as easily as drinking water. This was really a bit shocking. On the other side, the wood god, who was fighting fiercely with the water god, was shocked when he sensed that Lin Zichen had evolved 2 levels in a row. He couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was real. He had lived for countless epochs and had seen fast evolution, but never such a fast evolution. At the mythical level, he could still evolve across levels. This was no longer in the category of creatures, at least not in the category of creatures in his cognition. This kid must not be left alive. He must be killed today. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. With this idea in mind, the wood god no longer held back and directly overdrew several times the strength in the future. In an instant, he beat the water god without any resistance and exhausted the energy in the water god's body. After the water god lost his combat power, the wood god further exploded with energy and rushed towards Lin Zichen with the fastest, sharpest and most ferocious posture. He wanted to kill this heaven-defying existence that was inextricably linked to the abyss on the spot. Seeing the wood god coming towards him, Lin Zichen immediately burst out his mental power, tearing a huge crack in the air on his side, and then flashed through the crack to avoid the wood god's attack. Seeing this, the wood god almost tore a crack at the same time, controlling a large number of green vines to rush into it, chasing Lin Zichen, who wanted to escape. In just a moment, Lin Zichen, who wanted to escape, was entangled by several green vines all over his body, unable to move, and then was pulled out of the crack by the green vines. Just at the moment he was pulled out, an extremely powerful energy burst out from Lin Zichen's body, directly shattering all the green vines on his body into sawdust, and then disappeared into the crack again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More green vines burst out. As soon as Lin Zichen stepped into the crack, these green vines shot into the depths of the crack at a speed comparable to that of a stream of light, chasing Lin Zichen madly. Just when the crack was about to close, buzz, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and Qi Qingma, wearing a Taoist robe, rushed into the crack at the last moment to help Lin Zichen get rid of the entanglement of the green vines. However, when she entered the crack, the scene in front of her instantly made her face full of surprise. At a glance, the crack was full of sawdust and dry vines everywhere. The green vines that had shot into the crack to chase Lin Zichen before were now all on the ground, lifeless. How can he be so strong? Qi Qingma felt unbelievable, with a shocked face. Lin Zichen is strong and has a high evolutionary talent, but in the final analysis, he is still a rookie who has just evolved to the mythical realm and cannot have such a strong strength. But the facts are right in front of him, which makes him have to believe. On the other side, after successfully dealing with the green vine, Lin Zichen quickly rushed out of another crack. The location of this crack is right behind Su Meixiao. The moment he came out, Lin Zichen mobilized all his energy and rushed towards the traitor Su Meixiao with a thunderous force, wanting to kill the traitor with one blow and then devour and evolve. At this time, Su Meixiao didn't know that Lin Zichen had attacked from behind, and was still radiating mental power to interfere with the judgment of the strong men on the earth in the battle. When she reacted, Lin Zichen had appeared in front of her with boundless energy and punched her head fiercely. Chapter 319. Lin Zichen stepped through the void and appeared behind Su Meixiao. He raised his fist full of blood and qi, and with a mighty force that could destroy the world, he punched Su Meixiao's head. This punch, the vast blood and qi force, directly tore countless cracks in the air, covering the entire sky, shocking. Su Meixiao, who is known for her mental strength, has sharp senses and immediately noticed that Lin Zichen appeared behind her and attacked. However, Lin Zichen's speed was too fast, and Su Meixiao had no time to dodge. Just when she had the idea of dodging, Lin Zichen's fist had already landed on her head. Then, there was a loud bang. Lin Zichen's fist hit Su Meixiao's head heavily. The powerful impact instantly turned Su Meixiao's whole body into a ball of blood mist, making her follow the footsteps of mythical strongmen such as the sea god and the flower god. The other strongmen who saw the scene all changed their faces, full of disbelief. This talent had just evolved into a mythical creature, and he could kill an old mythical creature with one punch. How could this be possible? Lin Zichen ignored the astonished eyes of the crowd. At the moment when Su Meixiao was blasted into a ball of blood mist, he did not hesitate at all, and immediately thought, "Devour." At the moment when the thought of devouring fell, a large number of text prompts emerged from the void. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the nine-tailed fox, and obtained the biological attribute Broken Tail Escape. Broken Tail Escape. When you are fatally injured, you can abandon part of your useless body and be reborn. You devoured a large amount of source power from the nine-tailed fox, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from myth level 3 to myth level 4 evolved again. As expected, devouring is still faster to evolve. Lin Zichen looked at his biological level of the 4th mythical level, and his heart was slightly excited. He knew that the effects of the two biological attributes of the strong prey on the weak and devouring the source were extremely powerful, which could accelerate his evolution to the maximum. However, he never thought that it could be accelerated to such a degree. You know, his current biological level has reached the mythical level, and the evolution speed has not slowed down at all, but it is much faster than before. It can only be said that evolution ultimately depends on whether there are resources. As long as there are enough evolutionary resources, the biological level can continue to evolve at an astonishing speed. On the other side, the other mythical powerhouses present were all horrified at this moment. They all sensed that Lin Zichen had evolved again. In just a few minutes, he evolved from a legendary creature to a mythical creature, and then evolved from a low-level mythical creature to a mid-level mythical creature. The speed of evolution is so fast that it is simply outrageous. This kid can't stay for long. The Lord of Silence on the side of the god changed his usual deadpan tone, and said excitedly, "He can devour the source power of other creatures to evolve himself, which is a threat to other creatures. If we let him evolve like this, we will be devoured by him sooner or later. We must get rid of him first." As soon as the Lord of Silence said this, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Lin Zichen's performance was too exaggerated. His devouring evolution ability was too threatening to other creatures. This made the other mythical strongmen present feel a little uneasy and wary of him. A creature that can become stronger by devouring other creatures. According to the law of survival of the fittest, creatures weaker than him are destined to become his food. Moreover, this day will not be too long. As long as Lin Zichen devours a few more mythical strongmen, it is estimated that Lin Zichen's strength can evolve to a strength second only to the water god and wood god, the two ancient gods of the source. Thinking of this, at this moment, both the mythical strongmen on the earth side and the mythical strongmen on the source side are full of vigilance against Lin Zichen. They all feel that Lin Zichen, who has the attribute of devouring creatures, should not exist in this world. Otherwise, they will be unable to sleep and eat, worrying that they will be devoured by Lin Zichen one day and become the nutrients for him to continue to evolve to a higher level. Let's do it, kill him first, and then continue the battle. Seeing that the strongmen on the earth side were shaken, the Lord of Silence immediately encouraged. Upon hearing this, Li Lao and Sima Xian from the earth side both looked at Lin Zichen, with a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. Both of them felt that what Lord Ji said made sense. Lin Zichen's devouring ability was too dangerous for other creatures. If Lin Zichen was allowed to continue devouring and evolving like this, it would not be long before all the mythical strongmen present would be devoured by him. Although this was cruel and shameful. But for the sake of their own evolution, it is estimated that every creature would make the same choice. Therefore, for an existence like Lin Zichen, he must be dealt with first. It must be dealt with now. Otherwise, when the war between the two worlds is over, Lin Zichen will probably have devoured and evolved a lot more, and it will not be so easy to deal with Lin Zichen at that time. On the other side, Xianyuan Wanyu and Qi Qingmo were also looking at Lin Zichen. The former frowned slightly, a little hesitant, and didn't know what decision to make for a while. Deep in her heart, she agreed with what Jiju said. However, when she thought that Lin Zichen was an earthling, she felt that she shouldn't attack Lin Zichen. Qi Qingmo, who was standing aside, was also thinking a lot at this time. However, she didn't struggle with whether to attack Lin Zichen like others. She just suddenly realized why Lin Zichen could evolve so fast. It turned out that Lin Zichen had a biological attribute that could devour evolution, and could evolve like drinking water, which enabled him to start a simple mode of evolutionary life at birth, and he evolved into a mythical creature at the age of only 20. Not far away, Lin Zichen, who was watched by a group of powerful people around him, clearly felt the murderous intent coming from all around, and frowned, thinking that he was careless. Previously, when he saw a fallen mythical creature, he was so eager to devour that he forgot to hide his biological attribute of being able to devour other creatures to evolve, and directly exposed it in front of many powerful people. This carelessness has put him in a difficult situation of being a public enemy. Go kill him! The Lord of Silence said to Li Lao and Sima Qian on the Earth side. He saw murderous intent in their eyes, and knew that they would definitely follow him to attack. Buzz! The moment he finished speaking, the Lord of Silence flashed and rushed towards Lin Zichen with a black fog that covered the sky and the sun. Seeing this, Li Lao and Sima Qian looked at each other, and then mobilized the blood and qi in their bodies at the same time, wanting to follow the Lord of Silence to kill Lin Zichen. First, they felt that Lin Zichen was a big threat, and for their own safety, they had to get rid of Lin Zichen no matter what. Second, Lin Zichen killed Su Meixiao, and as lovers, they had hatred in their hearts. Now they could just kill Lin Zichen to avenge themselves. Based on the above 2 points, Lin Zichen had to die. However, before Li Lao and Sima Qian could kill Lin Zichen, Qi Qingma on the side had already turned into a stream of light and rushed out. The next moment, there was a boom. Jiju, who was rushing towards Lin Zichen at a very fast speed, was blasted into a large blood mist by Qi Qingma, and his vitality was rapidly lost, and he was on the verge of death. But soon, this blood mist was recasting in flesh and blood at a very fast speed under the effect of endless life. However, just as the flesh and blood were recasting, it was shattered by Qi Qingma's palm again, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot, causing a strange phenomenon in the world. Hurry up and devour. After killing the Lord of Silence with 2 palm strikes, Qi Qingma urged Lin Zichen immediately. She was different from the other strongmen present. She believed in Lin Zichen's character, and was not worried that Lin Zichen would devour her in the future when he became stronger. On the other side, Lin Zichen did not speak, but silently said in his heart, "My stepmother, accept my respect." Then, he quickly flashed and appeared in front of the blood mist of the Lord of Silence. After reaching out to touch it, he thought, "Devour." You devoured a large amount of the life source of extreme foreign objects, and obtained the biological attribute extreme body. Extreme body. Your strength can be greatly improved when you are in a dark environment. You devoured a large amount of source power from the extremely foreign objects, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from mythical 4th level to mythical 5th level. The biological level has evolved again. Mythical level 5. Lin Zichen was slightly excited. He had evolved several levels in a short period of time, and they were mythical levels, which gave him great pleasure. As long as he could maintain this evolution speed, he might be able to break through the upper limit of the mythical level in a short time. While Lin Zichen was thinking about these things. In contrast, the other mythical level masters present all frowned and looked uneasy. Evolved again, this earthling, who was only 20 years old, had actually evolved to the mythical level 5. If he was left alone, his biological level would sooner or later surpass anyone present. For a while, all the masters looked solemn. They all felt a huge threat from Lin Zichen, and wanted to strangle him in the cradle in advance. Among them, Li Lao, Sima Qian, and Xianyuan Wanyu looked at each other, thinking about whether to take action against Lin Zichen. Now, only the Wood God and the Tree Elder are left dead on the side of the Wood God, and there is nothing to be afraid of. The biggest threat now has become Lin Zichen, who can devour evolution. Qi Qingma sensed the thoughts of the 3 people, and said with a warning tone, "I will always be on the same front with him. If you want to make a move, you'd better think it over carefully." Her trust in Lin Zichen far exceeds her trust in the 3 people. She and the 3 people all survived from that era, and knew what kind of character they were. In that era, none of the people who could evolve into mythical creatures were good people. They were all ruthless. Including Qi Qingma herself. In order to successfully evolve into the supreme mythical creature, she sacrificed many lives, and her hands were stained with blood. The 3 people of her generation also did a lot of similar things. Therefore, compared with Li Lao, Sima Qian, and Xianyuan Wanyu, she was more willing to believe in Lin Zichen's character, and chose to stand on the same front with Lin Zichen. Seeing Qi Qingma's strong support for Lin Zichen, Xianyuan Wanyu and others were a little confused. Based on their understanding of Qi Qingma should be the first person to attack Lin Zichen at this time. But the reality is that Qi Qingma not only did not attack Lin Zichen, but also firmly stood on the same front with him. Such a choice is not in line with her always cold-blooded and ruthless personality. Could it be that these 2 people have some shameful relationship? Xianyuan Wanyu and others suddenly thought of this and suspected that Qi Qingma and Lin Zichen had a relationship between a man and a woman. However, despite the suspicion, the 3 did not go to the bottom of it. Because the 3 knew that their suspicion might make their future life uneasy. After figuring this out, Li Lao, Sima Qian, and Xianyuan Wanyu did not dare to act rashly. Under the suppression of the boundary force, creatures like them who use source force as their original energy have been greatly weakened. However, creatures like Qi Qingma, who use the power of blood as their original energy, have not been affected. In this case, Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Xianyuan Wanyu may not be able to defeat Qi Qingma even if they join forces, and they may even be defeated and killed by Qi Qingma one by one. Just when the atmosphere at the scene was somewhat dead silent, the water god, who had been silent on the side, said in a cold voice, "The most urgent thing we need to do is to get rid of the wood god and the tree elder in front. As long as we can get rid of the wood god and stop him from pursuing the fantasy of uniting the five elements, the earth and the origin will not be destroyed. Besides that, everything else must be put behind this." As the water god finished his words, the tree elder on the opposite side turned pale and felt extremely desperate. The wood god, who was in the lead, was always calm without a single wave of emotion. Buzz! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Qi Qingma's figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and killed the tree elder in front of him. The tree elder wanted to escape, but his body was suppressed by the boundary force, which weakened his strength. He had an insurmountable gap with Qi Qingma, and he could not stop Qi Qingma from killing him. Soon, there was a boom sound. The tree elder, who had no time to dodge, was directly blasted into sawdust by Qi Qingma's palm, and his vitality was instantly lost, and he fell on the spot. At the same time, the strange scene of a large area of withered trees instantly filled the entire sky. "Hurry up and devour it." Qi Qingma, who killed the old tree instantly, shouted to Lin Zichen with a hint of urging in her tone. The moment she finished speaking, she had already flashed and killed the wood god on the side. Seeing this, Lin Zichen did not waste even half a second, and immediately flashed and appeared in the large amount of falling wood chips at the fastest speed. Then, under the gaze of many mythical strongmen, he thought, "Devour." Chapter 320. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the world tree, and obtained the biological attribute Lord of all plants. Lord of all plants. You can control any plant with a lower biological level than you. You devoured a large amount of source power from the world tree, which was converted into blood and spirit, and your blood and spirit strength was greatly improved. Your biological level successfully evolved from mythical level 5 to mythical level 6 evolved again. There is only one step left to evolve into a mythical high-level creature. Lin Zichen was slightly excited. The effects of the two biological attributes, survival of the fittest and source devouring, far exceeded his imagination. In just one day, these two biological attributes directly allowed him to evolve from a legendary creature to the 6th level of mythology, which was even more fantastic than a dream and unbelievable. On the other side, Qi Qingma, who turned into a stream of light, had already killed the isolated and helpless wood god alone. Instantly, the flame shot up into the sky, and the terrifying aftermath impacted everything around, shaking the air with spider web cracks, which was shocking, as if the end of the world had arrived. Qi Qingma was very strong, so strong that she could fight the wood god alone. The blood and energy released from her body was like the scorching sun in the sky, emitting a scorching temperature that seemed to melt everything. In just a blink of an eye, the green vines controlled by the wood god evaporated into nothingness. However, the power of the wood god was far beyond everyone's imagination. Even if his strength was weakened by the suppression of the boundary force, he was still much stronger than Qi Qingma at this moment. With just a thought, he summoned more and more powerful green vines, and shot towards Qi Qingma with source power that was enough to destroy the entire battlefield. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Countless thorny and thick green vines, like poisonous snakes with sharp fangs, tore through the void and shot towards Qi Qingma at high speed. Wherever they passed, even the air was wiped out and turned into nothingness. On the opposite side, facing a large number of green vines that attacked with the momentum of covering the sky and the sun, Qi Qingma was not afraid at all, and once again burst out with the blood and chi power as hot as the sun, and chose to fight head-on. However, this time the blood and chi power she exuded was no longer effective, and could not hurt the green vines at all. In response, she frowned and wanted to escape as soon as she reacted. Unfortunately, she was covered by the green vines, and just started to run away. The next second, she disappeared from everyone's sight, and was bound by the thick green vines, like a cicada pupa falling to the ground. After dealing with Qi Qingma, the wood god immediately turned his target to the water god, and controlled a large number of green vines to rush towards the water god. The water god knew that there was little energy left in his body. He retreated and shouted to Xianyuan Wanyu and others, "Come to my side and help me. Let's kill the wood god together, and bring peace to the earth." Hearing the voice, Lin Zichen rushed over to help the water god. At the same time, he thought, and quickly triggered Forest Lord and Lord of 10,000 plants. With the blessing of these two biological attributes, Lin Zichen controlled the vines wrapped around Qi Qingmo from a distance of thousands of meters to rescue her from the cicada pupa. In the back, Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Xian Yuan Wanyu also turned into streams of light and flew towards the water god at high speed. Among them, Li Lao and Sima Xian's eyes did not fall on the water god and the wood god, but on Lin Zichen in front. The two made a decision to take advantage of Qi Qingmo being bound by the wood god and unable to move, and join hands to quickly cut the Gordian knot and deal with Lin Zichen. They believed that human nature was evil, and felt that if they let Lin Zichen continue to devour and evolve like this, when Lin Zichen evolved to be stronger than them, they would definitely be devoured by Lin Zichen. The two had lived for so many years, and had seen and come into contact with many such villains, who were kind in front of people, but extremely dark behind their backs, and they had some understanding of this. And at this moment, this understanding became their precaution against Lin Zichen. With this idea in mind, Li Lao and Sima Xian looked at each other, and then both burst out their source power, and killed Lin Zichen in front at the fastest speed. Xian Yuan Wanyu, who was standing aside, couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw this. As the owner of the earth, she didn't want Li Lao and Sima Xian to attack Lin Zichen, who was also an earthling. But it was limited to not wanting to. Because, when Li Lao and Sima Xian suddenly attacked Lin Zichen, she did not try to stop them. Instead, she pretended not to see it. She was silently watching the water god, and with God in front of her the whole time, wanting to help the water god, and ignoring the fact that Li Lao and Sima Xian were going to attack Lin Zichen. In front, Lin Zichen was still flying at high speed towards the battlefield of the water god and wood god, while controlling the green vines wrapped around Qi Qingmo in the air, trying to rescue Qi Qingmo from the cicada pupa. Suddenly, he frowned and sensed two extremely strong murderous intentions from behind him. At the moment he sensed the murderous intentions coming, Lin Zichen instantly realized that it was his existence that threatened other mythical masters, and those mythical masters, who were threatened by him, were now taking advantage of the chaos to kill him. In response, he rarely felt a trace of anger towards his own people. Now it was the time of the war between the two worlds, and the enemy, the wood god, had not been resolved yet. Li Lao and Sima Xian, two of my own people, actually wanted to attack me. They really had no brains. After cursing in his heart, Lin Zichen immediately turned around, and his blood and spirit burst out, trying to fight against two of them. Li Lao and Sima Xian were a little surprised to see Lin Zichen suddenly turn around and kill him. First, it was unexpected that Lin Zichen could react from such a distance and could feel their killing intent. Second, it was unexpected that after Lin Zichen felt their killing intent, he not only did not run away, but turned around and killed them. What does this mean? You want to fight two of us at the 7th level with your strength of the 6th level of myth? Where does your confidence come from? When the newly promoted myth level strongman Lin Zichen suddenly turned around and attacked, the two veteran myth level strongmen, Li Lao and Sima Xian, felt insulted and angry. Then, the two men simultaneously exploded all the source power in their bodies, and used their greatest killing moves to bombard Lin Zichen. They wanted to kill Lin Zichen with one blow to avoid unnecessary accidents. Boom boom boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound of energy fluctuations, two energies that were enough to destroy the world turned into a raptor and a beast, respectively, and attacked Lin Zichen at the speed of a stream of light. Lin Zichen did not retreat at all when he saw this, but he sacrificed his blood essence with a thought, increasing the strength of the blood and chi in his body to the maximum, breaking the shackles of the 6th level of myth. Immediately, he thought again, gathered all his blood and energy into his fist, and punched at the attacking birds of prey and beasts. Then, there was a loud bang. The terrifying blood and energy, like a 10,000-meter-long dragon with boiling blood, rushed all the way with a devastating momentum, and instantly blasted the attacking birds of prey and beasts into nothingness. How is it possible? Li Lao and Sima Xian opened their eyes wide, their faces full of horror, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Lin Zichen's biological level was only mythical level 6, not as high as theirs. But such a young man, with a biological level lower than theirs, could easily break the joint attack of two mythical level 7 strong killers at this time. This is simply a ghost, very quickly. The 10,000-meter-long dragon formed by the vast amount of blood and energy has rushed in front of Li Lao and Sima Xian, and instantly swallowed up their bodies. When the last dragon tail passed by, the two people submerged in it had turned into two balls of blood mist. Their vitality was rapidly draining away, and they were on the verge of death. Lin Zichen did not give the two people a chance to reshape their flesh and blood. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the two balls of blood mist, and then he thought about it, and burst out a huge amount of mental power, and wiped out the will in the two balls of blood mist. Then, accompanied by the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by the death of the mythical creature, he reached out to touch the two balls of blood mist, and thought, "Devour." You devoured a lot of source power, which was transformed into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from mythical 6th level to mythical 7th level. Great perfection evolved to the mythical high level. Lin Zichen glanced at the text prompt information in the void, and a little excitement rose in his heart. However, this excitement did not last long, and soon calmed down. After calming down, Lin Zichen dived to the ground as soon as possible to rescue Qi Qingma, who was trapped in the cicada pupa. At the same time, on the other side, Xian Yuan Wanyi was stunned, with her eyes wide open, full of astonishment and disbelief. Li Lao and Sima Xian actually died like this? Killed instantly by a young man who was only 20 years old? Am I dreaming? For a moment, Xian Yuan Wanyi suspected that she was dreaming or hallucinating, and could not believe that the scene she just saw was a real picture. The power displayed by Lin Zichen has far exceeded her understanding, breaking her cognition of creatures, and making her doubt her life. On the ground below, Lin Zichen landed beside the airtight cicada pupa, and a thought triggered the effects of Lord of the Forest and Lord of 10,000 Plants, instantly decomposing the cicada pupa and rescuing Qi Qingma. The moment she was rescued, Qi Qingma sat up with a pale face, and she looked very weak. The green vines that had just bound her, in addition to restricting her movements, could also continue to absorb the blood and qi in her body, making her body weaker and weaker. Seeing Qi Qingma's pale face, Lin Zichen sensibly put his hand into her arms, pressed tightly against her chest, and began to continuously supply her with blood and qi. Such intimate delivery work, the two had done many times in the dormitory of Shanghai University, and they were no longer surprised by it, and they were not embarrassed at all. Under the nourishment of Lin Zichen's blood and qi, soon, Qi Qingma's pale face regained its color. Looking energetic, his whole body exudes a majestic vitality. You evolved again? Feeling the power of Lin Zichen's blood and qi, Qi Qingma's face was a little surprised. Lin Zichen said calmly, "Just now, Li Lao and Sima Xian suddenly attacked me, and I killed them 1-2. Afterwards, I devoured their source power, and the biological level evolved to the 7th level of mythology." After hearing this, Qi Qingma's face was shaky. In one day, from a legendary creature, it evolved all the way to the 7th level of mythology. Is this really something a creature can do? Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. Lin Zichen looked up at the sound, and then the scene that came into his eyes was that the water god was defeated by the wood god, and was shot down from the sky by the wood god, and then the wood god took the opportunity to escape into a nearby deep sea and disappeared. Seeing this, Lin Zichen's heart tightened immediately, and then he immediately soared into the sky on the spot, and flew towards the falling water god at the fastest speed. He was not worried about the water god, but Qin Qinghan's body. Qi Qingma, who had recovered, soon soared into the sky and flew towards the battlefield above at a high speed. During the high-speed flight, she was surprised to find that her flying speed was not as fast as Lin Zichen's. She was shocked by this. You know, her biological level is as high as the 9th level of mythology, second only to the water god and the wood god. Lin Zichen's biological level is currently only the 7th level of mythology, which is 1.5 levels lower than her. But even with such a huge gap, Lin Zichen's flying speed can actually be faster than hers, which makes her feel incomprehensible. She could understand Lin Zichen's rapid evolution, because she knew that Lin Zichen could devour other creatures to accelerate his evolution. However, she really couldn't understand why Lin Zichen could use his mythical 7th order perfect body to far surpass the strength of the mythical 9th order body. No matter how she thought about it, from which angle she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. Just as she was thinking about this, Lin Zichen in front had already rushed to the bottom of the water god, and hugged the seriously injured water god tightly. To be precise, he was not hugging the water god, but Qin Qinghan, whose consciousness was temporarily occupied by the water god. Quickly stop the wood god. He just forced his way into my memory, and learned the whereabouts of the 5 elements of gold, fire, and earth. If he succeeds in uniting the 5 elements, the earth and the source will face a devastating blow, the water god said in a very weak voice. Soon after saying this, he lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Then, the long-lost Qin Qinghan woke up, with a pair of crystal-clear peach blossom eyes, and murmured in confusion, "Lin Zi, what happened to me?" Lin Zichen said lightly, You were just occupied by the consciousness of the water god. I will explain the specific situation to you later. Now I have to stop the wood god." After saying that, he let go of Shen Qinghan in his arms, and his whole body flashed into a stream of light, and instantly rushed into the deep sea where the wood god had just escaped. "Wait for me." Shen Qinghan didn't want to stay in the air, so he quickly followed. Seeing this, Qi Qingma and Xianyuan Wanyu on the side also rushed into the sea, and followed Lin Zichen's steps to stop the wood god from finding the three origins. Chapter 321. In the bottomless sea, Lin Zichen, with the blessing of melting water, almost completely melted into the sea water, sinking at an astonishing speed, anxiously searching for the figure of the wood god. Shen Qinghan, Qi Qingma, and Xianyuan Wanyu, who were behind him, all burst out with the fastest stealth speed in their lives, trying to catch up with Lin Zichen. However, Lin Zichen's stealth speed was too fast. No matter how they burst out energy, they could never catch up. Even, they were still being pulled away, and in a moment, they could no longer see Lin Zichen's figure. After completely losing the sense of Lin Zichen's existence, Qi Qingma, who was chasing in the front, stopped somewhat helplessly, and said to Xianyuan Wanyu and Shen Qinghan behind him, "I can't see him anymore. I can't follow him." Lin Zichen's stealth speed in the water was incredibly fast. In just a blink of an eye, the whole person disappeared without a trace, and there was no possibility of catching up. Qi Qingma felt that this fact was unreal. More than a year ago, Lin Zichen was as weak as an ant in front of her. It had only been a short time, but Lin Zichen's strength had far surpassed hers, which made her feel like she was dreaming. But even if it was a dream, she felt that this dream was a bit exaggerated. A young man who was only 20 years old had a biological level as high as the mythical high level, and it was the high level among the high levels. This was really too incredible, and it was hard to believe that this was a real fact. Xianyuan Wanyu also stopped, with a look of doubt on her face, and said, "His biological level is obviously far inferior to yours. Why is his strength higher than yours? How did he do it?" Qi Qingma said calmly, "I am also confused about this." At this time, Shen Qinghan, who was behind, caught up and said to the two, "Pavilion Master, Ball Master, my telepathy can sense Lin Zi's location. You can definitely find him by following me." Since she had a close contact with Lin Zichen at a negative distance 2 years ago, she and Lin Zichen have established a magical telepathy, which can sense each other's existence. At the beginning, the sensing range was very small, and the sensing was also looming and not very obvious. But as the number of close contacts at negative distances increased, the sensing range also expanded, and the sensing became clearer and clearer, and Lin Zichen's whereabouts could be accurately located. "Lead the way, we will follow you," Qi Qingma urged. She did not worry about what was going on with Shen Qinghan's telepathy. At this moment, she just wanted to find Lin Zichen's whereabouts as soon as possible, fearing that he would be in danger if he encountered the wood god alone. Now the mythical strongmen on the side are only her, Lin Zichen and Xianyuan Wanyu. As for the water god, it is not certain whether he is a friend or foe, so he cannot be counted. In this case, if Lin Zichen accidentally dies, the earth will be in danger, and will be unable to resist powerful beings of the water god or wood god level. Therefore, Lin Zichen, who has unlimited evolutionary potential at this stage, must be protected at all costs. Deep in the seabed, Lin Zichen continued to sink at a high speed. 10,000 meters. 50,000 meters. 100,000 meters. 200,000 meters. 300,000 meters. 500,000 meters. 1 million meters. When Lin Zichen sank to 1 million meters, he finally touched the deepest part of the seabed. He looked around and was surprised to find that there were plants and animals living in this place. There were fish with hard shells all over their bodies. There were unknown creatures that were transparent and dissolved in water. There were insects with black lines on their bodies, but emitting dazzling white light. There were also various other strange creatures. Lin Zichen was very puzzled by this. This was a sea area millions of meters deep, with water pressure so high that even epic creatures that could withstand nuclear explosions might not be able to withstand it. However, the creatures around were only advanced or rare exotic creatures, and it was incredible that they could survive under such high water pressure. From this point of view, these exotic creatures deep in the sea must have some biological properties that can withstand water pressure. Otherwise, with their biological level, they could not survive in such an extreme environment. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen had an idea and instantly cut off some limbs of the exotic creatures within 100 meters. The strange creatures that were suddenly attacked immediately fled with injuries, madly away from Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen did not chase them. His purpose of attacking these strange creatures was just to obtain some of their limbs. Then he would use them to devour the life essence in them. Open the atlas. See what biological attributes can be obtained. Soon, as the thought of devour fell, a large number of text prompts emerged from the void. You devoured a large number of deep-sea shellfish life essences, and obtained the biological attribute son of the deep sea. You devoured a large number of deep-sea daffodils life essences, and obtained the biological attribute son of the deep sea. You devoured a large number of deep-sea magic insects life essences, and obtained the biological attribute son of the deep sea. Son of the deep sea, you can fully adapt to the water pressure, temperature, luminosity, and other physical attributes in the deep sea. These strangely shaped deep sea creatures really have such a biological attribute that allows them to survive in the deep sea. Lin Zichen thought as he looked at the text prompts in the void. As he was thinking, suddenly, his expression changed. In the sea ahead, he vaguely sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. It was the wood god. He sensed the wood god's energy fluctuation. In response, he did not act rashly alone, but quickly swam back upstream, thinking of meeting up with Qi Qingma and the others before coming back to attack the wood god. It took only more than 10 seconds. Lin Zichen, who was swimming back upstream at high speed, successfully met up with Qi Qingma, Shen Qinghan, and Xianyuan Wanyu, who were also diving down at high speed. At the moment of meeting, Lin Zichen said to Qi Qingma, "Master, the wood god is in the water below, and I sensed his energy fluctuation there." Qi Qingmo did not hesitate at all when he heard this, and blurted out, "Let's go and encircle him." As soon as the voice fell, she followed Lin Zichen's direction and escaped into the water. Xianyuan Wanyu followed closely after seeing this. Lin Zichen also wanted to follow, but before leaving, he looked back at Shen Qinghan and warned her seriously, "Your biological level is only legendary. It will be dangerous to follow to defeat the wood god. Now retreat to a safe area and wait for me. I will come back to find you after defeating the wood god." "Okay, I understand." Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. She knew very well that with her current strength, following Lin Zichen would only become a burden. Instead of becoming a burden to Lin Zichen, it is better to listen to Lin Zichen obediently, retreat to a safe place, and wait quietly for Lin Zichen to come back. Seeing that Shen Qinghan was so obedient and sensible, Lin Zichen didn't say anything more. Soon, he had an idea, and his blood and spirit burst out. In just a moment, he caught up with Qi Qingma and Xianyuan Wanyu in front of him, and then surpassed the two of them, responsible for leading the way for the two. Following the energy fluctuations emanating from the wood god, Lin Zichen, Qi Qingma and Xianyuan Wanyu kept approaching at high speed. About half a minute later, in an area where a large number of deep-sea plants grew, the human-shaped wood god in a green robe, with a hunched figure, appeared in the eyes of Lin Zichen and the other two. At this time, the three were less than a kilometer away from the wood god. However, the wood god had no reaction to this, and stood motionless on the seabed. Lin Zichen found something wrong and frowned when he got closer. The wood god in front was not the wood god himself, but a puppet that was constantly emitting energy fluctuations. Xianyuan Wanyu also discovered this, and said solemnly, "That's not the god of wood. We were fooled and wasted our time on a puppet." Qi Qingma on the side said, "It's not a waste of time. Since there is a puppet here, it means that the god of wood is nearby. Let's continue to look for it." After that, she added, "Time is limited, we will split into 3 groups." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly burst out the source power in her body, and fled in a direction in front of her at a high speed. Seeing this, Lin Zichen and Xianyuan Wanyu also fled in different directions. Although the search directions were different, the three of them did not stay too far away, so that others could provide timely support when they encountered the god of wood alone. Time passed by like this. Along the way, Lin Zichen encountered no less than 10 puppets disguised as the god of wood. These puppets were widely distributed and far apart, and they always emitted the energy fluctuations of the god of wood, which greatly interfered with his work of searching for the god of wood. About 10 minutes passed. The three of them returned to the original place, and shook their heads to indicate that they had gained nothing. They searched the entire seabed carefully, but could not find the figure of the god of wood. The only thing they could see was the puppet that the god of wood used to delay time. Other than that, they could not sense any breath of the god of wood. "It's strange. I clearly saw him rushing into the sea. How could I not find his trace?" Xianyuan Wanyu frowned, thought for a moment, and then spoke again to give a guess. "Could it be that there are other spaces in the sea? The source is a world with very messy space, and there are many places where space overlaps. Especially places like ruins, which basically exist in overlapping spaces." On the side, Lin Zichen suddenly thought of Shen Qinghan after listening to Xianyuan Wanyu's guess. Shin Qinghan's sea of consciousness can connect to the sea, and it was accidentally connected once last time. He thought that if Shin Qinghan could also connect to the sea area like last time, he might be able to find the trace of the god of wood in the sea of consciousness. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate at all and immediately said to Qi Qingma and Xianyuan Wanyu beside him, "I have a way that may quickly find the wood god who escaped into the sea, you follow me." After saying that, he triggered the effect of luck of melting water, instantly dissolved into the water, and disappeared, escaping to Shin Qinghan's location at the fastest speed. Qi Qingma and Xianyuan Wanyu did not daze, almost at the same time, quickly burst out their own energy to keep up with Lin Zichen's speed of escaping. Soon, the three found Shin Qinghan. At this time, Shin Qinghan was quietly hovering on the sea, quietly waiting for Lin Zichen to come back. When she saw the three people breaking out of the water, she quickly flew to Lin Zichen and asked, "Lin Zi, how is it? Did you find the wood god?" "No." Lin Zichen shook his head and said. After that, he immediately continued, "But I thought of a way to quickly find the wood god, and I need your help." "Need my help?" Shin Qinghan was a little confused, and couldn't think of how she could help Lin Zichen. But soon, she said to Lin Zichen with a look of sudden realization, "Do you want to see if my sea of consciousness can connect to the sea area under your feet, and then help you quickly find the trace of the wood god?" Lin Zichen, smart, guessed it right. Shin Qinghan didn't say much nonsense, and when she spoke again, she got to the point and said, "Then I try." After that, she closed her watery peach blossom eyes, calmed her mind, and began to radiate her mental power to invade the sea area below, while dividing part of her mental power into her sea of consciousness, trying to connect the two different spaces. During this period, Lin Zichen, Qi Qingma, and Xianyuan Wanyu were all watching quietly, not daring to disturb them. Almost a minute later, Shin Qinghan opened her clear eyes, pursed her lips, and shook her head. "It can't be connected. It is estimated that only the water god has the ability to connect the two seas." When she said this, she had a look of disappointment in her eyes. She felt that she was really useless, and couldn't help Lin Zichen when he needed help. So, Lin Zichen pondered for a moment, and did not comfort Shin Qinghan, but continued to ask, "Can you sense the current state of the water god? Is he still asleep?" He wanted to wake up the water god in Shin Qinghan's sea of consciousness, and let the water god search for the figure of the wood god. Shin Qinghan still shook his head and said, "I can't contact the wood god. He should still be sleeping in the water god palace. I don't know when he will wake up." Hearing this answer, Lin Zichen frowned slightly, feeling a little tricky. If the wood god cannot be found as soon as possible, and the wood god cannot find the 3-5 elements of gold, fire and earth, and successfully merge with them, then the situation will become a little serious. The wood god himself is extremely powerful. Once he really succeeds in integrating the 4 elements, even if all the existing mythical strongmen join forces, they may not be his opponents. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking this in his heart, suddenly, a powerful energy that made him tremble with fear surged up from the bottom of the sea below. He was very familiar with this energy, which belonged to the wood god. However, the intensity of this energy far exceeded the previous energy intensity of the wood god. Moreover, it was exponentially far more. In response to this, his face changed slightly, and his whole heart sank to the bottom of the valley. What he was worried about finally happened. The long-lost wood god should have successfully merged the 3-5 elements of gold, fire and earth, and his strength was greatly improved. On the other side, Xianyuan Wanyu also sensed this extremely powerful energy, and immediately shouted to the others, "Retreat!" The moment the voice fell, she took the lead and flashed, and the whole person fled far away in an instant. Qi Qingmo followed and fled far away. Lin Zichen did not stand there, and quickly took Shin Qinghan away from the sea under his feet. At this moment, the 3 mythical powerhouses on earth all fled away tacitly and quickly, without staying to face the wood god, who was about to break out of the water. The 3 of them sensed that the energy of the wood god was countless times stronger than before, and they did not dare to stay and take risks. They all thought that after the water god revived, they would join the water god to encircle and suppress the wood god, who was countless times stronger. Chapter 322. At the moment when Lin Zichen and others left quickly, the energy that surged out from the depths of the sea was getting stronger and stronger. In just a blink of an eye, the entire sea surface rolled violently like boiling hot water. Countless creatures living in the sea lost their lives, and their bodies were decomposed into countless tiny particles by the constantly surging energy, completely fused into the seawater, and disappeared in the long river of evolution. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. The turbulent sea surface suddenly erupted like a volcano, with a large heat wave gushing out from the bottom. Immediately afterwards, A green-robed figure with extremely strong energy fluctuations broke out of the water with endless energy, setting off a huge wave, and the momentum was earth-shaking. Lin Zichen and others, who were fleeing at a high speed, saw this earth-shaking scene, and their expressions instantly became solemn. The power that the wood god released when he broke through the water was too strong, and it had already surpassed the mythical level and reached a shocking new realm. This new realm made the wood god have a real strength gap with the water god of the same level. He was no longer at the same level as the water god, but a higher level than the water god. In front, Lin Zichen burst out the power of blood and chi to take Shen Qihan away at a high speed, while bursting out mental power to look back and observe the appearance of the wood god and peek at his biological information. The appearance of the wood god at this time was very different from the image of the old man in green robes before. The previous wood god was an old man in green robes with a very old face, but a strong body, giving people a feeling similar to a hidden sweeping monk. The current wood god has flaming red hair, stone-hard limbs, a strong and upright body, and a breath full of vitality. The pressure he exudes is extremely oppressive. The overall image is that of a young man at the peak of his powers, which makes people feel uncontrollably terrified at a glance. Looking at the biological information again, the previous wood god was still a creature in the mythical category, but now, from inside to outside, it exudes a breath that is faintly beyond the mythical category, which makes people have no courage to fight against it. It's so powerful just after the 4 elements are combined. If he really succeeds in combining the 5 elements, I'm afraid that all the strong men on the earth combined will not be able to hurt him at all. After observing the wood god's brand new state, Lin Zichen thought so in his heart. On the side, Qi Qingma and Xianyuan Wanyu, who were fleeing with him at high speed, also thought so in their hearts, and were somewhat desperate under the powerful pressure exuded by the wood god. The original strength of the wood god was already the pinnacle of this world. Now that the 4 elements have been successfully integrated, the wood god's strength has been further improved and increased exponentially. Facing such a powerful wood god, Qi Qingma and Xianyuan Wanyu could not think of what they could do to defeat him. When they thought of this, they felt desperate from the bottom of their hearts. On the other side, the wood god, who successfully found the 3-5 elements of gold, fire and earth, and achieved the integration of the 4 elements, soon sensed Lin Zichen and others, who were fleeing at a high speed in front of him. In response, he just turned his head to look in the direction where Lin Zichen and others fled, and did not take any action. He was not in a hurry to chase Lin Zichen and others, but chose to stay where he was, close his eyes and concentrate, and get familiar with his new body after the integration of the 4 elements. In the past, the body only contained the origin of wood, which had an endless effect, resulting in slightly weaker attack power than the other 4-5 elements gods. Now, after integrating the origin of gold, fire, and earth, the attributes of other aspects of the body have been qualitatively improved. After an unknown period of time, the wood god slowly opened his ancient and vicissitudes eyes. His old face, which was always calm in the past, showed a rare excitement at this time. After a self-perception, the wood god was surprised to find that the powerful energy contained in the body, after the 4 elements were combined, was far beyond his expectations. He originally thought that only by successfully combining the 5 elements could the biological level transcend the mythical level. He never thought that just by successfully combining the 4 elements, the biological level that had been stuck in the realm of the 9th level of mythical perfection for countless epochs had already faintly stepped into a new realm beyond the mythical level. If the 5 elements can be successfully combined, and the biological level can be further improved, the strength will be so strong that it is unimaginable. All that is missing is the origin of water. The god of wood murmured with a burning look in his eyes. At the moment the voice fell, his body full of vitality instantly turned into vines all over the sky, covering the entire sky in an instant. Before the 4 elements were combined, the vines decomposed from his body were all green vines. After the 4 elements were combined, the vines decomposed from his body had 4 colors: golden, green, red, and brown-gray. These 4 colors correspond to the 4 origins of the 5 elements of gold, wood, fire, and earth, and have 4 biological attributes: invincible, endless, reborn from fire, and immovable as a mountain. Sizzle, 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 accompanied by a series of piercing tearing sounds. Every vine transformed from the body of the wood god began to move, violently tearing a shocking crack in the air. Following that, these vines quickly drilled into the crack like poisonous snakes and disappeared. In the distance, Lin Zichen, Shen Qihan, Qi Qingma, and Xianyuan Wanyu, who were fleeing at high speed, were maximizing their energy to distance themselves from the sea where the wood god was, while discussing the next countermeasures with a serious expression. The wood god has successfully integrated the 4 elements into one, and its strength has skyrocketed exponentially. We feel that even if we join forces, we will not be his opponent. The only way we can defeat him is to wait for the water god to revive. Xianyuan Wanyu, the owner of the earth, said with a heavy voice. The reason why it was heavy was that the biological pressure emitted by the wood god when he broke out of the water was too strong. So strong that she, who is at the high level of mythology, had difficulty breathing. Such a gap is a difference between heaven and earth, and it cannot be eliminated by the advantage of numbers. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants after all, and they cannot bite elephants to death just because of their large numbers. Weak ants can only compete with elephants if their bodies evolve to be as big as elephants. But in a short period of time, it is impossible for ants to evolve to be as big as an elephant. Therefore, if ants want to defeat an elephant in a short period of time, they can only ask another elephant for help. At this time, Qiqingma said in a cold voice, I think even if the water god is fully revived, it is highly likely that he will not be able to change the current severe situation. Why? Xianyuan Wanyu frowned and asked. Qiqingma explained calmly. The pressure emitted by the wood god just now far exceeds the pressure emitted by the water god before he fell asleep. From this point of view, the strength of the wood god, who has combined the four elements, is already one level higher than the water god. Such a huge gap in strength cannot be eliminated by simply joining forces with the water god. Qiqingma's words hit the others hard, making them feel a little desperate. Pavilion Master, what should we do to change the current situation? Shen Qihan asked with a sad face. She is only a legendary creature, and she cannot sense how powerful the wood god is. For her at this stage, whether it is a mythical powerhouse or a powerhouse beyond the mythical level, they all look the same in her eyes, and they are all unattainable existences. Therefore, she thought that after the water god revived, together with Lin Zichen, Qiqingma, and Xianyuan Wanyu, the three mythical high-level powerhouses, she could easily deal with the wood god. Now, after hearing what Qiqingma said, she suddenly felt a little desperate and full of uneasiness. Facing Shen Qinghan's doubts, Qiqingma looked at Lin Zichen beside her and said to her, if someone can grow to the point where he can fight against the four element and one wood god on his own in a short period of time, then I think that person can only be Zichen. After this, Shen Qinghan and Xianyuan Wanyu looked at Lin Zichen at the same time. Lin Zichen did not look at the two of them, but looked at Qiqingma and asked, what does the Pavilion Master say? When asking this question, he guessed something in his heart. Judging from Qiqingma's personality and the sentence grow to. In a short period of time, he guessed what Qiqingma would say next. As expected, Qiqingma's next words, as he guessed, all revolved around the word devour. Qiqingma said, Zichen, with your devouring evolution ability, if you devour all the creatures above the epic level in the source, your biological level may be able to evolve to be no weaker than the wood god. Hearing this, Xianyuan Wanyu's face changed slightly, and she felt very uneasy. If Lin Zichen could cruelly devour all the creatures above the epic level in the source in order to evolve, then in the future, in order to pursue a higher biological level, she, who is at the mythical high level, would definitely not be able to escape Lin Zichen's murderous hands. Never underestimate the evil of human nature. It is common for people to sacrifice the interests of others in order to obtain their own interests. On the opposite side, Lin Zichen noticed the fleeting uneasiness in Xianyuan Wanyu's eyes. He did not speak to comfort her, saying that he would not be so cruel, because he thought that the method Qiqingma said was very feasible. When he really needs to do so, he will do it without hesitation. Another point is that when Li Lao and Sima Xian suddenly attacked him, Xianyuan Wanyu chose to turn a blind eye. This incident made him prejudiced against Xianyuan Wanyu. When others attack me, you chose to stand by and watch. Then when it is my turn to attack you, I will not hesitate. Sizzle! 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 Suddenly, a sharp sound of space tearing came from all directions. The surrounding space suddenly broke into a large number of shocking cracks. At the moment the cracks appeared, countless vines with extremely strong energy fluctuations shot out from the cracks. Lin Zichen and Qiqingma reacted very quickly, almost at the same time. They made an escape move, each turning into a stream of light and flashing away. Among them, Lin Zichen, who was holding Shen Qinghan and escaping together, fled a few points faster than Qiqingma, who was empty-handed and had no burden. As for the weaker Xianyuan Wanyu, she just made a move to escape, and the next moment she was entangled by several vines that shot out, and she couldn't move at all. Soon, four vines of different colors intertwined together, condensing into a figure with a strong sense of oppression. It was the wood god of the four elements. Escaped very fast. The wood god ignored Xianyuan Wanyu, who was bound by the vines in front of him, but looked at the direction where Lin Zichen and Qiqingma were fleeing, and said in a low voice. Looking at the wood god in front of her, Xianyuan Wanyu's face was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. Under the erosion of fear, her heart soon began to collapse, and she shouted without hesitation, "Lord wood god, I am willing to be loyal to you." As this sentence fell completely, the owner of the earth also surrendered. To a certain extent, this means that the earth has been completely defeated in this war between the two worlds. As the owner of the earth, Xianyuan Wanyu has gone through untold hardships and finally evolved into a mythical high-level creature that is high above, and can look down on the world from a high position and be admired by countless creatures. With such a happy life, she doesn't want to die meaninglessly. It's better to live than not to live. As for the catastrophe that will come to the earth and the source, it is just an insignificant matter compared to her own life. Mythical creatures do not need to rely on a specific space to survive. Mythical creatures can survive well in any environment, and do not have to take root in the earth or the source to survive. When their own lives are threatened, the earth and the source are destroyed. Are you loyal to me? The god of wood looked at Xianyuan Wanyu in front of him, with a bit of contempt in his voice. Now, he does not need to win over any creatures to join his command, and he can still control the whole situation. Therefore, when facing the surrenderers, he directly reveals his truest attitude without any disguise. Lord Wood, as long as I can live, I am willing to do anything. I will be your most loyal subordinate in the future, no one else. In order to survive, Xianyuan Wanyu chose to put down all her dignity and show her humble attitude. Just when she thought that the god of wood would definitely accept her surrender, the god of wood said expressionlessly, "It's too late to surrender. Now your surrender will only become a burden to me." As soon as the voice fell, the god of wood had an idea and suddenly tightened the vines bound around Xianyuan Wanyu. Xianyuan Wanyu, who abandoned her dignity to survive, didn't even have time to feel the pain before she exploded into a ball of blood mist with a bang. Then, a red vine shot out from the side, passed through the blood mist at a high speed, and evaporated the entire blood mist into nothingness in the blink of an eye. As the blood mist evaporated, Xianyuan Wanyu, whose biological level was as high as the mythical high level, fell. In an instant, a spectacular vision of heaven and earth filled the entire sky. Without even a glance, the wood god turned directly into vines all over the sky, tearing countless shocking cracks in the air, and then quickly entered it to chase the fleeing Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Qi Qingmo. The focus is Shen Qinghan. He needs to devour the water god sleeping in Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness, realize the long-cherished unity of the five elements, completely transcend the mythical level, reach the end of the biological evolution path, and become the only true god above all things in the world. Chapter 323. Above a dense forest, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Qi Qingmo were flying at high speed. The direction the three were heading was the nearest biological passage. In the current situation, only by letting Lin Zichen enter the source to devour and evolve, there would be a chance to turn the tables. Lin Zi, there is a large heaven and earth phenomenon behind. Shen Qinghan saw the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by Xianyuan Wanyu's death, and his face was suddenly full of shock, and at the same time, there was a bit of uneasiness. When Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo heard it, they knew that Xianyuan Wanyu had fallen, and their expressions became solemn. It was not that they cared about Xianyuan Wanyu and felt sad for her death, but they saw a mythical high-level strongman fall, and they simply felt sad for the rabbit's death. Lin Zichen looked back at the heaven and earth phenomenon behind him, and a bold idea came to his mind, wanting to go back and devour the source power left after Xianyuan Wanyu's death. Xianyuan Wanyu is a mythical high-level creature. If you can devour her remaining source power, your biological level will definitely be able to improve instantly. This is more useful than entering the source land to devour more beast kings. Let's go back and devour the source power left after Xianyuan Wanyu fell. The wood god will definitely not stay where he is after getting rid of her. It's not risky for us to go back now, Qi Qingmo said to Lin Zichen. She saw Lin Zichen's thoughts from the slight change in his expression on his face. She thought his idea was feasible, so she said this to him. After hearing this, Lin Zichen hesitated for a while, and finally made a decision. Then let's go back. After saying this, he immediately turned around, while holding Shen Qinghan, and rushed to the place where Xianyuan Wanyu fell. The energy left after the death of a creature will remain in place for a period of time. This time will not be too long, at most in minutes. After a long time, most of the remaining energy will dissipate. Lin Zichen had to go back before Xianyuan Wanyu's remaining energy dissipated, so that he could maximize the utilization and obtain the most blood and spirit. As two red streams of light flashed by. Soon, Lin Zichen, who was holding Shen Qinghan, and Qi Qingmo, who was empty-handed, successfully came to the bottom of the heaven and earth phenomenon. Here, the three of them sensed that there were many extremely strong energy fluctuations in the air. This was the energy fluctuation left after Xian Yuan Wanyu's death, and it was still emitting extremely terrifying power, which could easily shock and kill any creature under the myth. Lin Zichen didn't waste time and quickly came to the center of the energy fluctuation. He thought, devour. You devoured a large amount of source power from Xian Yuan Wanyu, and the source power was transformed into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from mythical 7th level great perfection to mythical 8th level. Sure enough, it has evolved to another level. Lin Zichen looked at the text prompt information that emerged in the void, and his heart was slightly excited. Qi Qingma, who was standing aside, sensed that Lin Zichen's biological pressure had skyrocketed a lot, and couldn't help showing a fleeting envy in his eyes. She practiced for countless epochs, and experienced countless life and death crises, before she had the strength she has today with great difficulty. And Lin Zichen, who was born only 20 years ago, has almost a blank life experience. He didn't have to do anything. He just had to devour the source power of other creatures, and his biological level soared all the way to the current mythical 8th level. Compared with Lin Zichen, she was like a beggar in front of a rich second generation. No matter how hard she tried to pick up trash, the money she had could not compare with that of a rich second generation. Lin Zichen's innate talent for evolution could not be eliminated by her long-term practice. Let's go, Pavilion Master, let's go to the source. After swallowing the source power, Lin Zichen did not waste time staying there for a long time. After he said this to Qi Qingma, he immediately took Shen Qihan and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the nearest biological passage at a high speed. Qi Qingma heard the voice, and quickly came back to his senses from his thoughts, quickly turning into a stream of light to catch up with Lin Zichen, who was flying away. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The three had just flown out not far when a large number of shocking cracks suddenly appeared in the air around them. Before the three could react, a large number of vines shot out from the cracks and shot towards the three at a high speed. This time, the three of them failed to react as quickly as before, and were unable to dodge immediately. They were instantly entangled by the vines, and could not move. Lin Zi. Shen Qihan was suddenly pulled away by the vines that were entangled on his body, and he was out of Lin Zichen's arms, and he screamed in shock. Lin Zichen saw this, and burst out his blood and spirit. With the blessing of biological attributes such as giant strength, strong strength, lord of the forest, and lord of all plants, he broke free from the vines that were entangled on his body in an instant and flew toward Shen Qihan at the fastest speed. However, just after he broke free from the restraints and flew less than 100 meters away, a large number of vines rushed towards him in the next moment, instantly submerging him and entangled him into an airtight cicada pupa. Boom! There was a loud noise. The cicada pupa, that was airtight a moment ago, was blown up by a huge energy the next moment, and turned into wood chips falling in the sky with a deafening explosion. Buzz! Lin Zichen, with bloodshot eyes, rushed out of the wood chips with a layer of red light all over his body, and flew toward Shen Qihan, who was pulled away by the vines at a high speed. Unfortunately, he was still submerged by a large number of vines before he flew 100 meters away, and was instantly entangled into a larger and more airtight cicada pupa. Boom! Another loud noise came. The cicada pupa that had just been entangled exploded into wood chips again. Then, Lin Zichen, who was wrapped in the power of blood and qi, rushed out again. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Lin Zichen had just rushed out of the wood chips, when he was instantly covered by the vines that blocked out the sun and sky. Before he could react, he was entangled into a cicada pupa for the third time. This time, he had consumed very little energy in his body, and could no longer break free from the bondage of the wood god, and could not save Shen Qihan, who was dragged away by the vines. He could only be trapped in the dark cicada pupa, and fell into endless darkness. Just when he felt extremely desperate. Boom! A loud earth-shaking sound suddenly came from the outside of the cicada pupa. The next second, Lin Zichen found that the vines wrapped around him were losing water at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only a few seconds later, the vines that were full of vitality just now were directly dehydrated and withered into dry and rotten wood. With a light touch of the finger, they turned into debris on the ground and drifted away with the wind. The water god has revived. Lin Zichen realized this immediately. When he broke free from the vines on his body and entered the bright outside world from the dark cicada pupa, a girl with long blue hair flying behind her came into his sight. This girl was Shen Qihan. To be more precise, it was Shen Qihan whose body was occupied by the consciousness of the water god. Lin Zichen sensed the biological pressure emanating from the water god, and found that it was dozens of times stronger than before. He knew that the water god was fully revived and his strength returned to the peak. He was slightly excited about this, and saw a glimmer of hope to fight against the wood god. On the other side, Qi Qingmao also broke free from the cicada pupa and flew to Lin Zichen's side and hovered. She sensed the biological pressure emanating from the water god, and found that it was much stronger than before. She was immediately as excited as Lin Zichen. Although the 4-element in one wood god is strong, with the peak water god here, plus she and Lin Zichen's joint assistance, it is possible to fight. Boom! A huge explosion sounded suddenly. With the god of water as the center, a large amount of groundwater gushed out from deep underground, turning into a dragon and a phoenix that covered the sky and the sun, and rushed towards the god of wood with boundless source power. Wherever the dragon and the phoenix passed, the space collapsed and the void shook, as if the end of the world was coming, making the creatures in it tremble with fear. Seeing this, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmao did not stand there and watch the battle. They immediately burst out with both blood and spirit, and killed with the strongest posture to assist the god of water to deal with the powerful god of wood. In an instant, a 3-on-1 battle was imminent. The god of water continued to draw a large amount of groundwater from deep underground, condensing one ancient beast after another, and continued to kill the god of wood with the momentum of thousands of troops. At the same time, he continued to radiate spiritual power, extracting the moisture contained in all the vines present, dehydrating the vines full of vitality into lifeless, shriveled and rotten wood. On the other side, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmao burst out with scorching blood power, relying on the purest power of fists and feet, constantly bombarding all the vines in their sight, evaporating them into a hot void. Facing the full firepower of the three people, the face of the wood god was not fluctuating, but just silently growing new vines. He knew very well that whether it was the water god, Lin Zichen, or Qi Qingmao, the energy in their bodies was quite limited and could not support their full firepower for too long. As the wood god, he had the biological attribute of endless life, which could quickly restore energy. As long as his own attack output and the damage from the enemy's attack did not exceed the limit, the energy in his body would be inexhaustible, and he was not afraid of a protracted war at all. The three enemies in front of him, the water god, Lin Zichen, and Qi Qingmao, could not cause fatal injuries to him even if they opened fire at full power. No matter how the three of them attacked together, no matter how many shocking wounds were left on his body, he could instantly complete self-repair under the blessing of endless life. No, it can't be hit at all. The self-healing ability of the wood god is too strong. After realizing that all the attacks he hit on the wood god were invalid, Lin Zichen frowned, and his heart fell to the bottom of the valley. Just now, he saw that the water god had fully recovered, and he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But from now on, this is completely overthinking. The water god in his peak state is strong, but in front of the wood god, who has 4 elements combined, he is not even qualified to break through the defense. Although each of those ancient beasts formed by water was so huge that it blocked out the sun and the sky, they were as fragile and insignificant as a bird in a cage in front of the wood god, who had turned into vines all over the sky. Although their attacks on the wood god were devastating, they were like a urine beak hitting the guardrail of a birdcage, and could not cause any waves. Not only Lin Zichen realized this, but Qi Qingmao and the water god also realized this. Qi Qingmao's face was solemn. On the contrary, the water god had a calm expression and no waves. Seeing that the water god did not have the slightest solemn expression, Lin Zichen's uneasiness in his heart was reduced a little. In such a serious situation, the water god could still be so calm, so he must have some trump card. That's right. The water god and the wood god are both 5 elements gods, and the water god has calculated the insidious existence of the 3 gods of gold, fire and earth. If he didn't have a trump card in hand at this moment, he couldn't be so calm. He definitely has a way to turn the tables. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking this in his heart. Puff! The water god not far ahead suddenly failed to dodge, and a brown-gray vine pierced his chest. At the moment of being pierced by the brown-gray vine, his body instantly stiffened and couldn't move. Then, puff, puff, puff! Several brown-gray vines burst out, and pierced the limbs of the water god accurately. Then, puff! A green vine shot from a distance, hitting the water god's sky gate and piercing his sea of consciousness. To be more precise, this green vine penetrated Qi Qinghan's sea of consciousness, and went deep into it to search for the will of the water god. Under the gaze of Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmao. Soon, a blue illusory figure was pulled out of Qi Qinghan's sea of consciousness by the emerald green vines. It was a woman's figure. The woman's appearance was exactly the same as the woman Lin Zichen had seen on the mural of the underwater ruins before, without a single difference. Sure enough, the mysterious woman lying on her side in a giant shell on the mural, worshipped by thousands of high-level aquatic creatures, was the water god in the guess. As the water god in the sea of consciousness was pulled out, Shen Qinghan, as the carrier of the water god's revival, had completely lost his value to the wood god, and the vines wrapped around Shen Qinghan were all loosened and pulled out. When the vines were all loosened and pulled out, Shen Qinghan, who lost the support of the vines, instantly fell from the sky. The whole person was in a free fall state, and the falling speed continued to accelerate. At this moment, she was injured in the soul because the will of the water god in her sea of consciousness was forcibly extracted by the wood god, and she fell into a coma and could not save herself. Buzz! A rapid sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Lin Zichen came to his senses and immediately turned into a stream of light and flew over, hugging the falling Shen Qinghan in his arms in time. He glanced at Shen Qinghan's body and saw that there were shocking blood holes on her limbs, chest, and forehead, and he couldn't help but feel distressed. Fortunately, these blood holes are now self-repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it won't take long for them to be restored to their original state. The only thing to worry about is the soul injury that caused Shen Qinghan to fall into a coma. The soul injury cannot be self-recovered without external intervention. Chapter 324. It took less than 2 seconds to check Shen Qinghan's injuries. Lin Zichen quickly took out a high-quality soul-enhancing pill, pinched it, and put it into Shen Qinghan's mouth. The soul-enhancing pill melted in the mouth, and instantly turned into a warm blue current, which quickly flowed into Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness and completely merged. Under the nourishment of this warm current, Shen Qinghan's turbulent sea of consciousness soon calmed down. The sea surface, which was originally full of waves, became as calm as a mirror in an instant. At a glance, only faint ripples were quietly drifting with the wind. At the same time, Shen Qinghan, who was in a coma, moved her long eyelashes, and then quickly opened her clear eyes slowly, and said in a weak and confused voice, "Lin Zi, I feel dizzy." The departure of the water god caused great turbulence in her sea of consciousness, causing changes in the environment of the sea of consciousness, making it difficult for her soul to adapt in a short period of time, and the whole person felt dizzy. Lin Zichen put his hand on her forehead and explained in a gentle voice, "The water god in your sea of consciousness was forcibly extracted by the wood god, causing your soul to be turbulent, but it's not a big problem. It should be fine after a while of adaptation." After saying this, he moved his eyes away from Shen Qinghan and looked up at the top where energy fluctuations continued to come from. Then, the picture that came into his eyes was that the human-shaped wood god was controlling a vine, tightly wrapping around the water god in a human-shaped illusory state, and hovering him in front of him. That vine was extremely special. Not only was the surface covered with sharp thorns, but it also had 4 colors: golden, green, red, and brown-gray. At the same time, it also had 4 biological attributes: invincible, endless, reborn from the fire, and immovable as a mountain. Under its entanglement, the water god in the illusory human form could not move at all, and could not even make a sound. The water god was caught by the wood god who had united the 4 elements. The water source that was lacking in the unity of the 5 elements was supplemented. Is everything going to end? Lin Zichen looked up at the scene in the sky, his eyes full of unwillingness. If he was given another year, or even half a year, he would have the confidence to evolve to a realm beyond the myth level, and then crush the wood god who had already united the 4 elements. However, the wood god did not give him such a chance at all. Less than a day after the 4 elements were united, the wood god successfully captured the water god and obtained the last piece of the puzzle of the 5 elements. He was about to realize the unity of the 5 elements that would cause the collapse of the earth and the source. Once the wood god successfully united the 5 elements, everything would come to an end. The earth would collapse. The source would also collapse. The creatures living in these 2 spaces would die with the collapse of their habitats. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must struggle to the death, even if we only have one last breath left. We must live until the last moment. With this thought in mind, Lin Zichen let go of Shen Qinghan in his arms and said to her very seriously, "Hurry up, go to Kyoto to find our parents and take good care of them. Next, I will try to stop the wood god from uniting with the pavilion master." Shen Qinghan's biological level is only legendary, and she can only play a role of dragging her feet in the next war. Letting her leave the battlefield and go to Kyoto to take care of each other's parents is the best choice at the moment. "Well, I know, you have to be careful. I wait for your good news." Shen Qinghan rarely said anything more. When Lin Zichen just finished speaking, She nodded obediently. After she finished speaking, she did not hesitate for a moment, and immediately burst out her mental power to fly to Kyoto at the fastest speed. She knew very well that the current situation was very serious, and it was not the time for her to be indecisive. She had to act decisively. She could not hold Lin Zichen back. Looking at Shen Qinghan's figure quickly going away, Lin Zichen could not help but be a little stunned. Shen Qinghan left too decisively. This was not like her at all. Lin Zichen felt a little uncomfortable with her decisiveness at this moment. However, Lin Zichen did not hesitate too much, and soon moved to Qi Qingmo's side. Then, just a simple glance at each other, the two of them understood each other and turned into a stream of light at the same time, killing the wood god in the sky together. No matter what, the wood god could not successfully combine the 5 elements. As long as this can be stopped, there is still a chance for a comeback. Buzz! Buzz! Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo rushed towards the wood god at a very fast speed, and the energy they burst out was extremely strong. Wherever they passed, even the air was impacted with large and shocking cracks, shaking the void and generating a sharp explosion. At this moment, the energy burst out by the two people. If only a little bit was split, it would be able to shock Li Lao, Sima Xian, Xian Yuan Wan Yu, or the mythical high-level strongman of the level of the sea god into nothingness and fall on the spot. However, even such a strong two people were as fragile as ants in front of the wood god at this moment, and were subdued in an instant. Only two buzz sounds were heard. When Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo were about to kill the wood god, 2 vines with 4 colors of golden, green, red, and brown ray instantly shot out from the body of the wood god. The 2 vines shot at a very fast speed, turning into a colorful stream of light, and shooting straight towards Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo. Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo both saw the vines coming at them at a very fast speed, but they had no time to dodge, and were directly entangled by the vines, unable to move. One can evolve to the 9th level of mythology by relying solely on the power of blood and qi. One can devour the source power of other creatures to achieve rapid evolution. Interesting. After I successfully combine the 5 elements, I will study you carefully. The god of wood looked at Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo, and said with interest in an ancient and vicissitudes voice. After saying that, his eyes fell on Qi Qingmo's graceful figure, and his eyes revealed a trace of greedy lust and said, "Originally, Su Meishao, the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, was my best candidate for the furnace. It's a pity that the beauty has a short life. At this moment, she has completely fallen and no longer exists. In this case, you will be my furnace from now on." The moment the voice fell, the wood god controlled the 4-color vines to completely wrap Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo, forming 2 airtight cicada pupae. As for Shen Qinghan, who fled to Kyoto, he chose to ignore him directly, without even a glance. He wanted to capture Shen Qinghan before because the water god was hiding in Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness. Now, the water god is in his hands, Shen Qinghan is worthless to him, so he can escape if he wants. After completely controlling Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo, the wood god once again looked at the water god in front of him, and said with regret, "In fact, you are the most suitable furnace for me. Unfortunately, I need to sacrifice your body to merge the essence of water, realize my great cause of unifying the 5 elements, and help me reach a higher level of creatures." After saying this, he continued with some pride, "You have plotted against the god of gold, the god of fire, the god of earth, and finally you are plotting against me. You are so good at plotting. Have you ever thought that one day you will fall into my hands?" While saying this, his eyes always fell on the face of the god of water, wanting to see a trace of unwillingness on the face of the god of water. However, the face of the god of water was always calm, without a trace of ripples. Not being able to see the unwillingness he expected on the face of the god of water, the god of wood was inevitably a little disappointed. However, this disappointment was fleeting, replaced by a burst of eager excitement. This was a burst of excitement from the upcoming unity of the 5 elements. "Forget it. Since you don't want to speak, then start to become a part of my body now." After saying this, the god of wood immediately burst out with an amazing mental force, which turned into strands of energy bars, wrapping the illusory god of water into an airtight cicada pupa. Then, quickly pull it into your sea of consciousness and assimilate it, making it a part of your sea of consciousness. After the water god is completely assimilated, you can start to integrate the water source contained in the water god's body and realize the long-cherished unity of the 5 elements. During the integration process, the wood god can truly feel the silkiness, coolness, and tranquility of the water source. These attributes of the water source make him feel very good, and he feels like he is floating in the air. As more and more water sources are integrated, slowly, the wood god begins to sense the water elements in the world. When the water elements are halfway integrated, he finds that he can control all the water elements he senses with a thought, and condense them into various shapes he wants. Just when he tried to control the water element, suddenly, a strange feeling came from his body. What happened? Why do I feel that my origin is being slowly devoured? Illusion? The wood god, who noticed the abnormality in his body, felt that something was wrong. When he merged the 3-5 elements of gold, fire, and earth deep in the seabed, his wood origin had a distinct sense of being devoured. But when he merged the water origin at this moment, he felt that his wood origin was being slowly devoured by the water origin, which was very wrong. Just when the wood god felt very uneasy, suddenly, a familiar cold voice sounded from the deep sea of the wood god's sea of consciousness. Your feeling is right. I am indeed devouring your wood origin. It was the voice of the water god. Hearing this familiar cold voice, the wood god's face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of fear. He couldn't understand why the water god was still alive, and why he still had consciousness. Until the voice of the water god sounded again from the depths of his sea of consciousness. A good hunter often appears as a prey. From the beginning to the end, you have been my chess piece. My body alone cannot achieve the unity of the 5 elements, because it cannot withstand the backlash when the 5 elements merge. But you, who have the biological attribute of endless life, are different. Your body can withstand the backlash when the 5 elements merge, so I want your body. When the water god's last sentence fell, a large amount of his spiritual power instantly gushed out from the wood god's sea of consciousness, rapidly polluting the wood god's sea of consciousness at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the wood god clearly felt that he was losing control of his body, and then an unbearable pain swept through his body, making him scream in extreme pain. At the same time, the surrounding vines began to lose moisture, became shriveled and withered, and soon turned into wood chips floating all over the sky, completely losing their vitality. Thanks to this, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingma, who were trapped in the cicada pupa, successfully escaped and returned to the bright outside world from the darkness, where they could not see their hands in front of their faces. The first moment after escaping, Lin Zichen looked at the wood god following the sound, not understanding what had happened. During the time he was trapped in the cicada pupa, he lost all his 5 senses, and could not perceive the outside world. He had no idea what happened during this period. The same was true for Qi Qingma on the side. Just as the two were puzzled by this, the wood god endured the severe pain and did not scream. He sacrificed his origin and burst out a strong mental force to take back the control of his body from the water god. After such a dangerous operation that destroyed his foundation, he successfully took back part of the control of his body from the water god and gradually gained the upper hand. Water god, you have calculated everything, but didn't you expect that your strength is not as good as me who has combined the 4 elements? In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are in vain. With your weak strength, you are not worthy of using me as a pawn to help you realize your delusion of combining the 5 elements. You are as weak as an ant, and you are not worthy. The wood god, who successfully regained control of most of his body, shouted deafeningly, venting the negative emotions that had just been suppressed in his heart. Facing the exhaustion of the wood god, the water god only said 2 words faintly. Is that so? At the moment when these 2 words fell, the majority of the control of the body that the wood god had finally regained was instantly taken back by the water god. Then, the water god once again burst out a huge amount of mental power, completely occupying the entire sea of the wood god's consciousness, and then began to erase the wood god's will. No! Feeling that he was dying, the wood god let out a loud roar full of fear. He relied on his remaining consciousness to madly burst out the energy in his body to prevent the water god from erasing his will. However, the mental suppression of the water god was far more powerful than he imagined. No matter how he burst out energy, his will was suppressed by the water god, and was constantly erased, becoming less and less. Until the moment when his will was completely erased, he was unwilling to believe that he, who was united with the 4 elements, was just a chess piece of the water god. From beginning to end, everything he did was led by the water god. After going through untold hardships to successfully unite the 4 elements, in the end, he only became the carrier of the water god's 5 elements. He died with his eyes wide open. Below, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingma listened to the conversation between the 2 5 elements gods and witnessed the tragic death of the wood god at the hands of the water god, which caused a large area of heaven and earth. For such a scene, the two were full of disbelief in their eyes, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in their hearts. Unexpected, really unimaginable, the wood god, who was only 1 step away from the unity of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, turned out to be just a chess piece of the water god, the water god, who had been hiding in Xinqianghan's Sea of Consciousness, was the mastermind behind all this. Chapter 325. After successfully erasing the will of the wood god, the water god completely occupied the body of the wood god. Immediately, he did not wait for a moment, and quickly began to merge the five elements in his body, to realize the unity of the 5 elements that he had planned for countless epochs today. As the five elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth melted into each other, the earth and the source land, which were mainly composed of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, began to collapse on a large scale. Earthquake, tsunami, hurricane, heavy snow, lightning strike, magnetic field riot, volcanic eruption. Wherever he looked, various natural disasters related to the 5 elements emerged one after another, and the whole world ushered in the end of the world. You survived the hurricane successfully, and the progress of the achievement of survival of the fittest is increased by 1. You survived the heavy snow successfully, and the progress of the achievement of survival of the fittest is increased by 1. You survived the lightning strike successfully, and the progress of the achievement of survival of the fittest is increased by 1. You survived. Achievement. Successfully survived 100 times in different extremely harsh environments or disasters, and has been achieved. Obtained biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. You can survive in various extreme and harsh environments. Lin Zichen glanced at the text prompts that kept appearing in the void, and quickly looked away. This achievement task took too long, so long that he almost forgot about it. It took many years to complete it, and it has lost its meaning. Now he is a mythical high-level creature, and he does not need the biological attribute of survival of the fittest to survive in various extreme and harsh environments. Pavilion Master, let's join forces to attack the water god and see if we can stop him from uniting the 5 elements. After calming down, Lin Zichen immediately said to Qi Qingmao beside him, "The collapse of the world is caused by the water god's attempt to unite the 5 elements. As long as the water god's 5 elements can be prevented from uniting, the collapse of the world should be prevented." Qi Qingmao had the same idea. She said solemnly, "Let's go together." The moment she finished speaking, she burst out a huge amount of blood and energy, and the whole person turned into a red stream of light, and killed the water god. Almost at the same time, Lin Zichen also burst out blood and energy crazily, rushing towards the water god with the power to destroy the world. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening noises were heard. The attacks of Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmao were poured heavily on the water god at the same time. A devastating movement broke out, and a sky full of flames. After a while, when the fire disappeared, the water god, who had suffered a severe blow, reappeared in front of Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmao. When they saw that the water god was unharmed and was still in the process of the 5 elements integration, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmao's faces changed slightly, and they felt very difficult. At this time, the wood god, although hovering in the sky without moving, was concentrating on the 5 elements integration in his body, unable to make other movements, and could only allow others to attack. However, during this period, his body was in an illusory state throughout the whole process, and no attack could cause any harm to him. He could only watch her 5 elements integration. Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmao did not believe in evil, and continued to burst out the power of qi and blood to attack the water god. Boom! 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 Under the cover of the qi and blood power, the whole sky was roaring continuously, and the flame shot up into the sky, completely devouring the water god in it, and he disappeared. However, when Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmao had exhausted all the qi and blood power in their bodies, they had to temporarily stop attacking to restore the qi and blood power, and then the flames in the sky began to slowly dissipate. A familiar figure appeared in their eyes again. It was the water god. In the bombardment just now, his body was still intact, without any scars. At this moment, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmao were a little desperate. Both of them found that they could not deal with the water god in front of them, with their current strength. They had to improve their strength to have a chance to deal with the water god. Let's go to the source to devour the strange beasts inside, and see if you can transcend the mythical level. Seeing that neither he nor Lin Zichen's attacks could cause any harm to the water god, Qi Qingmao did not waste time trying again, and immediately said this to Lin Zichen. She had witnessed the speed of Lin Zichen's evolution. In this situation, only by letting Lin Zichen devour a large amount of source power to achieve rapid evolution can there be a chance of a comeback. After hearing this, Lin Zichen did not hesitate and quickly responded, "Let's go." The moment he finished speaking, his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, rushing to the nearest biological passage at the fastest speed. At the same time, Qi Qingmao also flashed and turned into a stream of light and rushed out, following closely behind Lin Zichen. In just a blink of an eye, the two successfully arrived at the nearest biological passage. Then they found that the biological passage had collapsed into a ruin at some point and was impassable. Seeing this, the two did not stay for long, and immediately soared into the sky and flew to other biological channels. But after looking at nearly 20 biological channels in a row, they found that almost all of them were in the same situation, all collapsed into ruins that could not be passed. From the traces, it can be seen that they were all man-made destruction. Lin Zichen sensed the presence of the breath of the water god from these traces. There is no doubt that these biological channels were destroyed by the water god. They were all destroyed for a certain period of time. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a means used by the water god to prevent the wood god from escaping back to the source. At the moment, Lin Zichen had no intention of analyzing the specific reasons, but his expression was solemn, and he felt that the problem was very difficult, and he was a little at a loss for a while. Chi-Ching-Ma on the side was the same, his eyebrows were always locked, and he didn't know what to do. The source could not enter. This means that Lin Zichen's ability to devour evolution was directly scrapped. After all, the reason why Lin Zichen could evolve so quickly was because of the biological attribute devouring the source, which devoured the source power. And the source power only exists in the source land. Just when Lin Zichen was full of sorrow, and was thinking hard about the solution, suddenly, he thought of a special place, the abyss. There is a giant butterfly in the abyss, which can sprinkle light spots to provide him with source power. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to connect the earth and the abyss without any instruction, wanting to enter the abyss to find the giant butterfly. However, after more than 10 seconds, Lin Zichen's eyes gradually changed from bright to dim, adding a bit of despair. He could not sense the abyss. Now the earth and the source land are collapsing, destroying the connection with the abyss, which makes him no longer able to sense the abyss. Not only can he not sense the abyss, he can't even sense other places on earth. Before the earth collapsed, his perception could cover the entire earth. But now, the earth is collapsing, and the space is in chaos, which interferes with his perception. What should I do? What can I do to stop the water god from uniting the 5 elements to save the earth? What else can I do? Lin Zichen's brain is spinning at high speed, thinking about other ways to save the earth. However, no matter how he thinks, he can't think of a feasible way. Just as he felt more and more desperate, suddenly, his mobile phone in the storage space vibrated with a special letter reminder ringtone. It was Xinqinghan's exclusive letter reminder ringtone. He calmed his mind, took out his mobile phone from the storage space, and opened the WeChat chat box with Xinqinghan. And then, Lin Z, the shelter in Kyoto collapsed in a super strong earthquake. I have brought Aunt Xian, Uncle Sheng, and my parents out now, and hovered over Kyoto University. And then, Aunt Xian, Uncle Sheng, and my parents are all safe now, and they are not injured. If you want to come to find us, come directly to the sky above Kyoto University. Hanin, I believe you can solve all the problems smoothly, and I will wait for you. Xinqinghan, who was far away in Kyoto, found that her perception was disturbed and her perception range was almost zero after the earth began to collapse on a large scale. She was worried that Lin Zichen's perception was also disturbed, causing Lin Zichen to be unable to find her, so she sent Lin Zichen a few messages on WeChat. At this time, Lin Zichen, who looked at the content of the message, lit up again. Oh right, and my parents. The entire sea of consciousness of my parents is made up of source crystals. This is the resource that my parents have accumulated in their dreams over the past 20 years. I can get a huge amount of source power just by dreaming of the giant butterfly of the abyss once. And my parents have dreamed of meeting the giant butterfly of the abyss at least thousands of times in the past 20 years. The amount of source crystals they have accumulated in their sea of consciousness has reached an unimaginable level. If I can devour all the source crystals in my parents' sea of consciousness and convert them into the blood and spirit in my body, then my biological level will definitely be able to transcend the mythical level. Yes, devour the source crystals in my parents' sea of consciousness. This will definitely work. After thinking about it, Lin Zichen said to Chi-Ching-Ma beside him with a somewhat excited voice, Master, let's go to Kyoto with me to find my parents. I have thought of a way that may allow me to evolve quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flashed and turned into a red stream of light and flew to Kyoto. Seeing this, Chi-Ching-Ma immediately turned into a stream of light of the same color and followed him to Kyoto. After a few seconds, Lin Zichen and Chi-Ching-Ma successfully arrived above Kyoto University. Here, Lin Zichen saw Xinqinghan, as well as his and Xinqinghan's parents. He didn't greet his parents, but flew to them immediately and got straight to the point. Dad, Mom, I need your help. Our help? Zhang Wanqing and Lin Yansheng were a little confused after hearing this. Not only them, but even Shen Qinghan was a little confused. Aunt Xian and Uncle Sheng are both ordinary people. How can they help Lin Zi? Just wondering, the next second, she thought of something, looked at Lin Zichen and said, Lin Zi, do you want to devour the source crystals in Aunt Xian and Uncle Sheng's Sea of Consciousness? Yes. Lin Zichen answered. Zhang Wanqing and Lin Yansheng, who are ordinary people, as well as Su Ming and Shen Jianye, who are also ordinary people, were confused. Source crystal? Sea of Consciousness? What are these? Lin Zichen did not explain to them. He soon had a thought, and dispersed his mental power to invade his parents' Sea of Consciousness in the softest way, and touch the source crystal inside. The moment he touched the source crystal in his parents' Sea of Consciousness, Lin Zichen's face suddenly turned excited. I can touch it. This means I can swallow it. However, this excitement was fleeting, replaced by a worry. Lin Zichen was worried that his parents might be hurt after the source crystal in their Sea of Consciousness was swallowed. In response, he said to his parents with a serious expression, Mom and Dad, if you feel uncomfortable next time, don't hold it in. Even if it's a slight discomfort, you have to say it out. Okay, Mom and Dad know. Zhang Wanqing nodded. As she said this, Lin Ziying in her arms babbled, Z? Z? Lin Zichen glanced at his sister, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his sister could say some words at such a young age, but she was not very accurate. He looked away from his sister. Soon, Lin Zichen had an idea, devour. You devoured a trace of source power from your mother's Sea of Consciousness, which was transformed into blood and spirit. Your blood and spirit strength was slightly improved. You devoured a trace of source power from your father's Sea of Consciousness, which was transformed into blood and spirit. Your blood and spirit strength was slightly improved. It was the first time for Lin Zichen to devour, so he didn't dare to devour too much at once. He just devoured a trace of source power that was negligible to see if his parents would feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, his parents did not show any discomfort. Seeing this, Lin Zichen began to boldly devour more source power, while observing his parents' status. You devoured a large amount of source power from your mother's Sea of Consciousness, and the source power was transformed into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. You devoured a large amount of source power from your father's Sea of Consciousness, and the source power was transformed into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. You devoured a large amount of source power from your mother's Sea of Consciousness. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Mythology Level 8 to Mythology Level 8 Great Perfection. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Mythology Level 8 Great Perfection to Mythology Level 9. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Mythology Level 9 to Mythology Level 9 Great Perfection. When the last prompt message appeared, Lin Zichen's biological level had evolved to the pinnacle of the myth level category, and was only one step away from transcending the myth level category. However, just this last step, the source crystals in the parent's Sea of Consciousness had been devoured, and they could no longer provide Lin Zichen with source power. However, being able to evolve directly to the 9th level of mythology in such a short time has given Lin Zichen a great surprise, making him very excited. The biological level of the 9th level of mythology. In addition to the blessing of various biological attributes, Lin Zichen felt that he should be able to fight even against the water god of the 5 elements. After calming down a little, he looked at his parents and said with concern, Dad, Mom, how do you feel now? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Zhang Wanqing rubbed her forehead and said in a tired voice, I feel fine, just a little sleepy. Lin Yansheng seemed to be in a better state, but he said calmly, I don't feel anything. Seeing that his parents were not unwell, Lin Zichen was relieved. At this time, shoo! As a space tearing sounded, the sky suddenly tore a huge void crack. The next second, a woman surrounded by the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth slowly walked out of the crack. Lin Zichen looked closely, and found that the person who came was none other than the water god, who had successfully integrated the 5 elements. Chapter 326. Hurricane, Earthquake, Blizzard, Magnetic Field Riot, Space Vibration. When the water god, who had united the 5 elements, broke through the void and descended over Kyoto University, the intensity of disasters within 100 miles suddenly soared, and the whole world ushered in the end of the world. When Lin Zichen saw the water god, his nerves suddenly tensed up, and he immediately mobilized his blood and spirit, ready to go. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. I don't understand why the water god, who had successfully united the 5 elements, appeared here. They have successfully united the 5 elements. Is there anything else he wants here? Just as he was wondering, Shen Qinghan on the side rarely spoke out. The mythical level can already achieve immortality. It is already powerful enough. It is like this. Why do you have to destroy the earth and the source in order to go further? What is the point? If the earth and the source are destroyed, you will be the only creature left in the world. Won't you be lonely? Can you not destroy the earth? When saying this, Shen Qinghan's voice sounded weak and had no aura at all. However, this still surprised Lin Zichen. He never thought that Shen Qinghan, who had been timid since childhood, dared to question the water god, who had successfully combined the 5 elements. This is completely inconsistent with Shen Qinghan's personality. The universe is vast, and there will be other spaces for living beings. I will not be lonely. Facing Shen Qinghan's questioning, the water god said with no emotion. Among the 5 gods of the 5 elements, who represent the origin of the world, he is the one who lacks the most emotions. In order to evolve into a higher level of life, he can sacrifice everything. Hearing the answer from the water god, Shen Qinghan felt it was so cruel. She mustered up the courage to look at the water god and spoke again. Even if there are other spaces with living beings, it is not easy for you as an outsider to integrate into them. It doesn't matter, I will create a brand new world, the water god said in a cold voice. The moment the words fell, there was a click sound. Shen Qinghan below was suddenly frozen into an ice sculpture. She failed to talk and was frozen by the water god. Hanan! Looking at her daughter, who suddenly turned into an ice sculpture, Su Ming, who was closest to her, was shocked and instinctively panicked. Soon, she reacted and looked at Lin Zichen for help. Xiaochun, save me. Before she finished her words, Lin Zichen had already made a move, releasing the hot blood power, and instantly unsealed Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan, who had escaped from the frozen state, looked a little confused. The water god had frozen her body just now, not only her body, but also her consciousness. During the few seconds of being frozen, her consciousness was completely stagnant, and she had no idea what was happening. Crack! Suddenly, another crisp and pleasant sound of condensation sounded. Lin Zichen, who had just helped Shen Qinghan to unfreeze, froze himself into an ice sculpture the next second. But in just a moment, Lin Zichen burst out with a majestic and hot blood force to break through the ice, and fiercely kill the water god in the sky. He knew that it was the water god who had attacked him just now. Since the war is inevitable, let's just start it now. Pavilion Master, please take the others away, and help me take care of them. At the moment of killing the water god, Lin Zichen shouted this to Qi Qingma. Qi Qingma did not respond verbally, but responded directly with actual actions. He immediately waved his jade hand to put Shen Qinghan and both parents into the long sleeves of his Taoist robe, and took them away from here as quickly as possible to avoid being affected by the upcoming war. As soon as everyone left, a huge movement broke out behind them, shaking even the air to break and shatter. Qi Qingma looked back at the sound, and the picture that came into his eyes was a large area of fire rising to the sky. To be more precise, it was a large area of blood and qi rising to the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. So strong, the strength of this blood and qi power is already faintly beyond the scope of the myth level. Qi Qingma looked at the blood and qi power that broke out from the back, and felt the energy fluctuations emitted by the blood and qi power. The cold and elegant young woman's face was suddenly full of shock. Lin Zichen evolved too fast. In less than 2 years, the biological level has soared from advanced to the current mythical 9th level perfection. Moreover, the biological pressure it exudes is higher than its own biological level. It is about to transcend the mythical level. This is simply incredible. Boom! 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 In the sky behind, waves of earth-shaking explosions continue to explode. At a glance, wherever you look, there are flames covering the entire land. In the center of the flames, Lin Zichen, whose whole body is tightly wrapped in the power of qi and blood, punches the water god with endless power one after another. Every punch he throws, the energy attached to it is beyond the mythical level. Wherever the fist passed, the space collapsed and the void shook. All the matter along the way was swallowed up by the energy emitted by the fist, and annihilated into nothingness. However, even such a devastating attack was easily blocked by a sudden flash of golden light when it fell on the water god, and could not hurt the water god at all. This is the attribute of the origin of gold, which has the effect of diamond invincibility, and greatly improves the defense. In response, Lin Zichen frowned slightly, then he was ruthless, gritted his teeth and sacrificed his blood without reservation, breaking the limit and bursting out unprecedented blood and qi strength, and then with a terrifying power that was enough to completely destroy the space, he punched the water god with golden light on his body. Boom! With one punch, It was as if a star in the universe suddenly exploded, and the whole world was instantly filled with a deafening sound. Within a radius of 100 miles, any matter was shaken into powder wherever the sound wave passed. At the moment of the explosion, a slender figure with golden light all over his body flew out from the flames produced by the energy collision at a high speed, and fell heavily to the ground, splashing dust all over the sky. Almost at the same time, text prompts appeared in the void. You burst out a blow that reached the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth. Achievement: cumulatively tied the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth 100 times. Reward: obtained biological attributes multiform. Multiform: the body is no longer limited by the flesh and blood of carbon-based organisms on Earth, and can achieve evolution across life forms. Current progress: 1 out of 100 new achievement task. After reading the content in the text prompt message, Lin Zichen was very surprised. It has been so long since there have been new achievement tasks that he has completely forgotten that there is such a thing. Soon, the surprise in his heart receded, replaced by a slight excitement. 99 times. If he could just deliver 99 more full-strength strikes like the one he just delivered, he would be able to break the limits of the carbon-based organisms on Earth and achieve evolution beyond the life form. Then, he would definitely be able to crush the water god, who united the 5 elements, since the 4th month after birth. When he completed the achievement task of kicking legs 10,000 times in the crib with difficulty, and then obtained the biological attribute use it or lose it, he has been relying on completing the system achievement tasks to obtain biological attributes to become stronger. The effect of each biological attribute obtained by completing the system achievement tasks is so powerful that it can only be described as outrageous, which makes him full of confidence in the biological attribute of multiform. Chapter 327. Lin Zichen didn't get excited for too long, and soon thought of a very realistic problem. The attack just now was a full-strength attack that he had burned his blood in essence. To be able to launch such a full-strength attack 100 times in a row without resting and recovering, this is a question mark. Although he was unsure, he had to bite the bullet and try it in the current situation where he had reached a dead end. If he didn't succeed, he would die. After thinking about it, Lin Zichen withdrew his thoughts and focused all his attention on the dust below. As time passed, the dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Soon, a huge deep pit suddenly came into Lin Zichen's eyes. In the center of the deep pit, a woman with a cold temperament sank into the ground with her whole body, shaking out a shocking spider web crack around her. This woman was the water god of the 5 elements. At this time, the golden light on his body was dim and almost completely dissipated. Under Lin Zichen's full-strength attack of sacrificing his blood and essence just now, the invincible light film barrier formed by the origin of gold on the water god's body was directly shattered and broken on the spot. Without the protection of the golden light screen, he was seriously injured and his vitality was rapidly lost. He looked a little embarrassed. He was no longer as high and mighty as before, looking down on all the creatures under his feet as ants. But soon, the water god's embarrassed body began to emit a green light full of vitality. With the appearance of the green light, the injuries on his body were rapidly self-healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a blink of an eye, the water god's severely injured body recovered as good as before, without any trace of injury. Lin Zichen, who witnessed the scene, knew that this was the endless vitality of the origin of would it work. He frowned slightly at this. The attack just now was the strongest attack he could unleash. But even the strongest attack that could only be unleashed after sacrificing blood and essence could not cause fatal damage to the water god, who was united with the 5 elements. To be more precise, it could cause fatal damage to the water god, but it could not prevent the water god from healing instantly, and it could only waste his blood and energy in vain. But it didn't matter. Lin Zichen didn't expect that his full-strength attack with the sacrifice of blood and essence could cause much damage to the water god. Now, he has only one goal: sacrifice blood and essence, and continuously launch 99 full-strength attacks that reach the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth, obtain the biological attribute multiple forms, and let himself evolve to a higher level. Buzz! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. Lin Zichen, who was hovering in the sky and staring at the deep pit the moment before, turned into a stream of red light, and rushed towards the water god in the deep pit the next moment. Then, boom! There was only such a loud noise. The boundless power of blood and chi hit the water god, with the force of destroying the world. The entire deep pit collapsed instantly. Then the earth cracked and the void shook. Boom! 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 The loud noises came one after another. Lin Zichen frantically sacrificed the blood and essence in his body, and continuously blasted out a full-strength attack with a power that reached the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth, not giving the water god any chance to recover. Achievement: tied the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth 100 times. Progress: 2 out of 100. Progress: 3/100. Progress: 4/100. Progress: 96/100. Progress: 97 out of 100. In a very short period of seconds, Lin Zichen threw dozens of punches in succession, and the power of each punch reached the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth. When he was about to throw the 98th punch, Lin Zichen suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and felt weak, causing the last punch to be unable to reach the limit of the carbon-based creatures on Earth. The power of chi and blood was almost exhausted. The blood essence was also sacrificed to only a faint trace. The body had been overdrawn to the limit. In a short period of time, it was impossible to throw a punch with the power to reach the limit of the carbon-based creatures on Earth. Lin Zichen realized this and had to stop attacking. Then, he took out a large amount of blood-soaked pills from the storage space and poured them into his mouth, like drinking water, to absorb and digest. Under the effect of the blood-soaked pills, in just a moment, the chi and blood in Lin Zichen's body had recovered significantly. However, it was still not enough to recover to release a punch that could reach the limit of the carbon-based creatures on Earth. Buzz! A rapid airflow sound suddenly sounded. The fire and dust in the sky below were suddenly swallowed by a strong suction force, and disappeared from Lin Zichen's sight in an instant. Instead, a bottomless black cave appeared on the ground. This bottomless black cave was the masterpiece of Lin Zichen's 97 consecutive punches just now. Boom! With a loud noise. In the dark cave, a large amount of blue water elements suddenly gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Under Lin Zichen's gaze, these water elements quickly condensed into a slender female figure. It was none other than the water god, who had just taken his 97 punches. At this time, the water god was shining with a dazzling green light, and his whole body was full of vitality, exuding an eternal breath of immortality. He hovered in the sky, looking down at Lin Zichen, his eyes full of heat, and said, "Is this the power from the abyss? It feels more mysterious, ancient, and powerful than the 5 elements in my body. It's time to return it to its original owner." The moment he finished speaking, he thought about it, and released the power of the 5 elements to attack Lin Zichen violently. In an instant, the golden light was thousands of feet, vines covered the sky, water from the sky condensed down, fire from the earth gushed out, and the earth broke apart. The power of the 5 elements broke out at the same time and concentrated on attacking Lin Zichen. Feeling the power of the 5 elements, Lin Zichen's face changed slightly. Then the whole person flashed, stepped through the void and fled far away. Unfortunately, the power of the 5 elements was far more powerful than he imagined, and it directly searched for the enemy along the void, and before he could rush out of the void, it hit him behind. Just one blow severely injured him, who was at the 9th level of mythical perfection. Puff! At the moment of flying backwards from the void, the seriously injured Lin Zichen directly spurted out a large mouthful of blood, causing his face, which had finally regained some color under the nourishment of the bloodbath pill, to turn pale again in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Several vines shot out and quickly wrapped around Lin Zichen's body, binding him so that he could not move and hanging in the air. Soon, the water god broke through the void and appeared in front of Lin Zichen, saying expressionlessly, "You don't deserve the power of the abyss. That is my power. It's time to return it to its original owner." After speaking, he dispersed his mental power to invade Lin Zichen's sea of consciousness, looking for the power of the abyss located somewhere in his sea of consciousness. Lin Zichen did not surrender. He sacrificed his remaining blood and instantly broke free from the vines wrapped around him. He stepped through the void and distanced himself from the water god. The water god saw this, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyebrows. Lin Zichen had almost exhausted all his blood and chi, but he could still burst out the power to break free from the vines. It was a bit incredible. In response, the water god said with interest, "Your strength does not all come from the abyss. It seems that there are secrets in your body that I don't know." After hearing this, Lin Zichen also realized that the system and the abyss might be 2 different things. However, this is not the time to delve into this matter. Lin Zichen calmed down and asked, "What exactly is the power of the abyss?" The water god said in a cold voice, "The power of the abyss is the origin of the world." He knew that Lin Zichen took the initiative to communicate in order to delay time for himself to recover. But he didn't care. He didn't think that Lin Zichen's delay would change anything. Now, there was not much source power on the entire Earth for Lin Zichen to devour and evolve. Lin Zichen had no chance of a comeback. The origin of the world? Lin Zichen asked in confusion. He knew very well that the water god knew he was delaying time. However, he knew that the water god would not deliberately stop him, because he knew how arrogant the water god would be when he united the 5 elements. Just like an elephant with thick skin and flesh, it would never care about the arrogance of a tiny ant. I want to become the god of creation and create a world that belongs to me. The water god allowed Lin Zichen to delay time, and continued in a cold voice. To achieve this, I need to meet 2 conditions at the same time. The first point is to control the origin of the 5 elements. The origin of the 5 elements is the basic element that constitutes a world. If you control the origin of the 5 elements, you will have the ability to create all things and give birth to life. The second point is to have an ownerless void. And the abyss, known as the forbidden zone of life, is an ownerless void. Now, I have controlled the origin of the 5 elements, and I just lack an abyss. The water god patiently explained all this to Lin Zichen. This is his last kindness to this earth human ant in his eyes, as a reward for him as the container of the son of the abyss. I have answered everything you want to know. It's time to return it to its original owner. Go with the earth and the source, the water god said without a trace of emotion. As soon as the voice fell, he burst out the power of the 5 elements again to attack Lin Zichen, intending to end his life and take back the abyss power temporarily stored in his sea of consciousness. Seeing this, Lin Zichen decisively burned all the blood and chi that had just recovered in his body, and turned it into power and gathered it into his fist. Immediately, he rushed towards the 5 elements of power that were surging all over the sky, and punched the water god fiercely. The moment his body touched the 5 elements of power, a sharp pain instantly swept through his body. Lin Zichen endured the severe pain and forcibly passed through the 5 elements of power that were surging in front of him, pouring all the blood and chi in his fist on the water god. In just a moment, the vast and boundless blood and chi completely engulfed the water god, and the surrounding air evaporated into nothingness. This punch almost exhausted Lin Zichen's energy, making his face pale again. In response, he quickly thought about it, and took out a large amount of blood-bathing pills, and swallowed them into his stomach to speed up the recovery of blood and chi as much as possible. At the same time, a familiar text message appeared in the void. You burst out a blow that reaches the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth. Achievement: cumulatively tied the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth 100 times. Current progress: 98 out of 100. Lin Zichen glanced at it, and was slightly excited. 2 more times to complete the achievement, while he was excited. Soon, the remaining blood and energy in front of him gradually dissipated, and a figure with green light loomed into his eyes. It was the water god. With the joint blessing of Vidra invincibility and endless life, the water god appeared in front of Lin Zichen again in almost full state, with no possibility of being defeated. Your dying struggle is in vain, the water god said with cold eyes and a motionless voice. Faced with this sentence, Lin Zichen did not respond in words. What he had was just a fist full of blood and energy. Boom! Just hearing this sound, the water god, who had just recovered to full condition by relying on the endless life force, was once again completely swallowed up by the boundless chi and blood force. You burst out a blow that reaches the limit of carbon-based creatures on Earth. Achievement: cumulatively tied the limit of carbon-based creatures on Earth 100 times. Current progress: 99 out of 101. Last punch left. Lin Zichen was ruthless and sacrificed the last bit of blood to maintain the basic operation of life, and once again burst out with terrifying chi and blood force to hit the water god. Boom! When this earth-shaking sound rang out, a large amount of text prompt information suddenly emerged from the void. You burst out a blow that reaches the limit of Earth's carbon-based creatures. You have tied the limit of Earth's carbon-based creatures 100 times in total, and have achieved it. Obtained biological attributes: multiple forms. Multiple forms. The body is no longer limited by the flesh and blood weakness of Earth's carbon-based creatures, and can achieve evolution across life forms. Your biological level has successfully evolved from mythical 9th order great perfection to creation level. As the last prompt message popped up, Lin Zichen, who had already run out of energy, suddenly underwent a rapid transformation. The blood and chi in the body quickly annihilated into nothingness. Instead, an ancient and vicissitudes of mysterious energy surged from the heart. Then, his flesh and blood-weak body began to sublimate to the extreme. Stars can be seen in his eyes. The sea of consciousness turned into a vast starry sky. The whole body seemed to have turned into an entire universe. Boundless. Possessing endless energy. Chapter 328. I can sense everything. After the ultimate sublimation, Lin Zichen was surprised to find that his perception range could cover the entire Earth. He could see into every hidden corner. Nothing could escape his gaze. After calming down a little, Lin Zichen carefully felt his body, which was as high as the creation level. No more blood and chi. No more mental power. What he had was just a vast and boundless unknown ancient energy. This ancient energy was extremely exaggerated. The power that a unit could burst out was thousands or tens of thousands of times more than blood and mental power. After feeling it for a moment, Lin Zichen felt that this ancient energy was very familiar and contained the breath of the void. A breath of the void from the abyss. Could the system still be related to the abyss? Lin Zichen frowned slightly and fell into a period of thought. While he was thinking, how is it possible? A voice full of disbelief suddenly came from the dust in front of him. It was the voice of the water god. He, who had transcended the mythical level after the 5 elements merged, was very sensitive to energy. At this moment, he sensed a void energy that transcended the mythical level from Lin Zichen. This caused a storm in his heart, and he was shocked. Lin Zichen had obviously done nothing, and had obviously paid nothing, but his biological level had also transcended the mythical level like him, and evolved into a creation-level creature. He could not accept this fact. In order to gather the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, and achieve the unity of the 5 elements and evolve into a creation-level creature, he had secretly laid out countless epochs and paid a lot. The waiting during this period was extremely painful. However, the Lin Zichen in front of him, without paying anything, suddenly evolved into a creation-level creature beyond the mythical level. This comparison directly made him psychologically unbalanced on the spot. On the other side, after carefully feeling his new body, Lin Zichen quickly set his eyes on the dust in front of him, watching the water god, who was shocked inside. Just a glance. The next second, Lin Zichen directly toward the space, instantly stepped through the void, and appeared behind the water god. Then, he swung his fist with monstrous void energy, and punched the water god of the 5 elements. The earth was still collapsing rapidly, and he had to defeat the water god as soon as possible, so that the 5 elements in the water god's body would be dispersed again, and stop the collapse of the earth at this moment. Facing this terrifying punch, the water god did not sluggish at all, and immediately thought about it, and instantly made the Vajra invincible effect of the gold origin reach its limit. At the moment, when the effect of Vajra invincibility reached its limit, a large area of dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the water god, illuminating the entire world in an instant, covering everything in the world in golden light. Where the golden light was, layers of barriers centered on him were formed, protecting him tightly inside, and blocking the incoming void energy for him. Boom! At the moment when the void energy touched the golden light barrier, a huge noise, like a nuclear explosion suddenly exploded, shaking the surrounding air to pieces like broken glass. Along with the air, the golden light that filled the sky also shattered. The golden light with the Vajra invincibility effect was instantly submerged and swallowed by the void energy that surged like a surging tide, and was completely annihilated in the void. This is impossible. The water god couldn't believe what he saw, and couldn't accept that the invincible Vajra from the origin of gold would be so vulnerable under Lin Zichen's attack. Soon, without the protection of the golden light, he was swallowed up by the overwhelming void energy, and completely disappeared from Lin Zichen's sight. I don't know how long it took. When the surrounding void energy gradually dissipated, revealing a void and dead space, a miserable figure came into Lin Zichen's sight. This miserable figure was the water god. Under the erosion of the void energy, the water god, who was originally high and mighty, was now in ruins and riddled with holes. The 5 elements power that he had finally completely controlled was also severely damaged by his body, and was out of control at a speed visible to the naked eye, and became more and more violent. Feeling that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining away, he hurriedly controlled the origin of wood to trigger the effect of endless life to repair himself. However, he was injured too badly, so badly that he could not control the origin of wood. He could only watch himself gradually disappear, until he completely perished and ceased to exist. Just one punch, and the water god of the 5 elements is on the verge of death. In the sky, Lin Zichen looked down at the seriously injured and dying water god, his eyes full of surprise. He did not expect that he could hit the water god of the same creation level with one blow. It can only be said that the blessing of biological attributes such as social animals, survival of the fittest, and high-level power is too exaggerated, which greatly improves the attack power. Especially social animals. The triggering range of this biological attribute is the perception range of itself. His current perception range can cover the entire Earth without any pressure, and all living humans on Earth can provide him with attack power. Under the same biological level, it is natural for him to hit the water god with a single blow, with the blessing of billions of fellow Earthlings. No entanglement. Soon, Lin Zichen once again condensed the power of the void, to give the water god a final blow and end his life. The dying water god below, realizing that Lin Zichen was going to kill him, immediately put aside all his dignity as the five elements god and begged for mercy. Give me a way out. I am willing to tell you how to create a world that belongs to me. I'm not interested, Lin Zichen said without any fluctuation in his heart. The moment he finished speaking, a monstrous void energy gushed out from his hand, covering the water god below with a force that covered the sky and the sun. He is different from the water god. The water god has no family, no people, and no worries in his heart. He doesn't care whether the earth and the origin exist. For his own evolution, he will give up everything. But he has family and people, and the existence of the earth is extremely important to him. He will not destroy the earth inhumanely in order to create a world that belongs to him, and let his family and tribesmen be buried with him. Boom! There was only such a deafening and huge movement, and the endless and majestic void energy poured all on the seriously injured and dying water god, instantly devouring him, and completely annihilating him in the vast void. In the last moment before disappearing, the water god's eyes were full of unwillingness, and he used up the last bit of energy in his body to leave such a sentence. The origin of the five elements will be immortal, and I, who was born in the origin of the five elements, will also be immortal. One day I will be born again in the origin of water. As the last word slowly fell, 5 dazzling streams of light, golden, green, azure, red, and brown-gray, shot up from the void where the water god was annihilated, quickly turning into light spots all over the sky and disappearing into the air, becoming ownerless elements again. At the same time, the earth gradually stopped collapsing, and disasters such as earthquakes, hurricanes, rainstorms, and magnetic field riots all disappeared in an instant, and everything returned to calm. Lin Zichen looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, everything is over. Chapter 329. The spiritual power covered the entire earth. Seeing that all the disasters on the earth had come to an end, Lin Zichen's tense nerves finally relaxed. Soon, his eyes fell on the remaining void below, carefully sensing the breath of the water god. Nothingness. Not a trace of the water god's breath was sensed. It seems that the water god has completely disappeared and no longer exists. However, the words left by the water god before his death made him very concerned. The origin of the five elements is eternal. The water god born in the origin of the five elements is also eternal. One day, the water god will be born again in the origin of water. Will he be born again? Lin Zichen murmured, feeling a little worried. But then he thought, a defeated general will be a defeated general after being born again. There is nothing to worry about. At most he can kill him again. After thinking about it, Lin Zichen did not stay there any longer. With a thought, he tore a crack beside him, stepped through the void, and came to the side of Shen Qinghan and others. Lin Zi, did you win? Shen Qinghan asked immediately when she saw Lin Zichen. In fact, she knew without asking that Lin Zichen must have defeated the water god, who was the unity of the five elements. After all the disasters around him dissipated, and the earth stopped collapsing. This is a sign that the origin of the five elements has been broken up. Otherwise, the earth must still be in a state of accelerated collapse at this moment, and it is tending to destruction at a speed visible to the naked eye. Well, I won. Lin Zichen said, the consciousness of the water god has been wiped out by me, and the origin of the five elements that were fused together by him has been dispersed again, and the earth and the source have stopped collapsing. Hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Before welcoming this good news, they were all full of worries, and their hearts were hanging in the air, worried that Lin Zichen would not be able to defeat the water god. Fortunately, Lin Zichen was still as reassuring as always, and never let people down in solving problems. Alas, there are ruins everywhere at a glance, and I don't know how many families have been broken up. Zhang Wenqin, who was holding Lin Ziying, felt very uncomfortable looking at the dilapidated earth under her feet. Lin Yanxin on the side was not as emotional as her, but just said lightly, this is inevitable. It's good enough for our family to be safe and sound. Shen Jianya and Su Ming didn't say anything. This teacher couple was relatively quiet. At this time, Shen Qinghan asked, Lin Zi, how to deal with the source. The reason why the earth was unsafe in the past was because there were constant incidents of alien beasts attacking humans, which often made people panic. For example, the giant alien rat incident, the citywide alien plant incident, and the pagans making trouble, etc. The root of all this lies in the source. Without the source, there will be no strange beasts. As long as there are no strange beasts in this world, Humans will no longer have to worry about going out like before. Let's talk about it later. The source is no threat to me now. Let's see how to deal with it in the future. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he said, the most urgent task is to do a good job in disaster relief and rebuild our Earth. Although the Earth has stopped collapsing, the damage caused by the previous disaster has already been formed. Countless high-rise buildings collapsed. Heavy casualties. Wherever I feel, it is a ruin. Yes, rescue work, we have to rescue quickly. There must be many people buried in the ruins waiting for rescue. After listening to Lin Zichen's words, Shen Qinghan reacted belatedly and said, looking at Shen Qinghan, who was a little dazed, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. Then, he looked at Qi Qingmo, who was not far to his right, and said, Master, let's go and rescue the injured together. Okay, Qi Qingmo said sparingly. After settling his parents. In the following time, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Qi Qingmo, relying on their own strong strength, began to fly in 3 different directions to rescue the injured found along the way. This process lasted for several days. In the end, with the assistance of people from all sides, almost all the injured were rescued. After dealing with things on the Earth, Lin Zichen planned to go to the source to see how to deal with the source. After entering the source land, Lin Zichen carefully felt the difference between the source land and the Earth. The main difference is in energy. The air in the source land contains source power, which can make creatures evolve more extreme and become more full of vitality. Perhaps, the Earth and the source land can be fully connected, and the air in the source land can flow into the Earth, helping the creatures on the Earth to start a new round of evolution. Lin Zichen thought so in his heart. As for the problems that may arise after full connection, such as a large number of strange beasts pouring into the Earth, he doesn't have to worry at all. After all, his current biological level is as high as the creation level, and his spirit can cover the entire Earth. He is in control of the entire situation at all times, and there will be no accidents. After thinking for a while, Lin Zichen no longer hesitated, and immediately thought of connecting the Earth and the source with the help of the void energy, completely connecting the 2 separated worlds. At the moment of connection, a large amount of air belonging to the source rushed into the Earth. Then, under the nourishment of the air of the source, the animals and plants on the Earth underwent subtle changes. Animals became more energetic. Plants became more vibrant. These were all very subtle changes, and only strong people at least above the rare level could detect them through mental power. You connected the source and the Earth? Qi Qingmo noticed the changes in the 2 worlds, turned his head, and looked at Lin Zichen beside him, and asked. Lin Zichen said, well, I thought about letting the air in the source rush into the Earth to see if the creatures on the Earth can achieve further evolution. I see. Qi Qingmo nodded, and did not ask more. Lin Zichen did not say much, and continued to observe the changes of the creatures on the Earth under the nourishment of the source. Qi Qingmo also observed for a while, and then said in a calm voice, I'm going to look for an opportunity to make the biological level go further. See you later. Well, Pavilion Master, take care. Lin Zichen also said in a calm voice. Every mythical 9th level creature yearns to evolve to a higher level of creation level. The wood god is. The water god is. Qi Qingmo is also. Not long. Under the gaze of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, Qi Qingmo's figure flashed, turned into a red stream of light, and went away, carefully exploring every corner of the origin. The origin is very old, with many long-forgotten secrets. She firmly believes that in addition to the unity of the 5 elements, there must be other ways to evolve to a creation-level creature. After all, Lin Zichen successfully evolved to a creation-level creature without the 5 elements combination. And if these other evolutionary paths really exist, as he firmly believes, they must exist in the source. Back. Looking at Qi Qingmo going away, Lin Zichen had the same idea in his mind, and he also wanted to find other ways to evolve to creation-level creatures. Not for himself, but for Shen Qinghan, he wanted Shen Qinghan to evolve to creation level as well. If possible, he even wanted both parents and his sister to evolve to creation level, live forever, and always be by his side. Otherwise, he would live forever alone, watching his relatives around him grow old and die one after another, which would be an extremely sad thing. Time flies. 2.5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2.5 years, Lin Zichen has been committed to dealing with the problem of coexistence between the Earth and the Source. Let the 2 worlds adapt to each other's existence. With his unparalleled strength, he successfully integrated the Earth and the Source. Moreover, in order to protect the vulnerable creatures on Earth, he imposed unilateral restrictions on the passage leading to the 2 worlds. After the passage was restricted, creatures on Earth could freely enter and exit the Source through the passage, while creatures on the source could only be trapped in the source and could not enter Earth. Creatures in the source had to obtain permission from the relevant departments if they wanted to enter Earth. The person in charge of this relevant department was Yuan Dongji, the former vice president of Shandong University. He was also Shen Qinghan's master. Lin Zichen recognized Yuan Dongji's character and was willing to hand over the relevant power to her. In addition to Yuan Dongji, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were also entrusted with important tasks, responsible for the promotion of pure-blooded humans. Also, research to lower the threshold for pure-blooded humans, so that ordinary people can also achieve evolution by tempering their bodies. After all, both gene fusion and mechanical transformation are somewhat anti-human. Only the pure-blooded human path is the most suitable evolutionary path for humans. That morning, it was just dawn. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were still sleeping in bed, and there was a banging sound outside the door. Then, a tender little girl's voice sounded. "Brother Chen, Sister Hanin, Mom calls you to get up and have breakfast." It was the voice of the younger sister Lin Ziying. Hearing the voice, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan quickly came out of the room. "Come, little Ying, sister will hold you." Shen Qinghan, wearing pajamas, picked up the little Lin Ziying, her face full of love for her. The young Lin Zichen looked very cute, with watery eyes and a little baby fat on her face, which made people want to hug her in their arms and rub her. Soon, the three of them went to the living room to have breakfast. As soon as they sat down, Zhang Wanqing asked, "You two got the marriage certificate yesterday. When do you plan to hold the wedding banquet?" Lin Zichen answered while drinking porridge. "Hanin and I can hold the wedding banquet any day, Mom. You can arrange it for us. You and Dad go to discuss it with Uncle Yi and Aunt Ming." "You still call Uncle Yi and Aunt Ming. You and Hanin got the marriage certificate yesterday. You should call Mom and Dad." Zhang Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Zichen. At this time, Lin Ziying on the side said, "Brother Chen, Sister Hanin, you guys hurry up and give me a brother or sister to play with me. I want a brother or sister." Zhang Wanqing corrected, "That's not called brother or sister, that's called nephew and niece." After that, she looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and asked with a hint of urging, "By the way, when do you two plan to have a baby?" In response, Lin Zichen replied, "Just let it go, and give birth when you get pregnant." Zhang Wanqing said unhappily, "How can that be possible? You must prepare for pregnancy. How can you be so casual?" "Okay, I listen to you." Lin Zichen didn't like to worry about these things, so he just became a hands-off boss, and let Zhang Wanqing arrange everything. Half a month later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had their wedding. The wedding was not grand, but rather warm. It was just a simple gathering of two families, and invited close friends. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqing are both online writers, and they stay at home most of the time, writing, and don't have any particularly good friends. The only good friends are Xinjianya and Su Ming, who are in-laws. Xinjianya and Su Ming, a couple of teachers, are also homebodies, and don't have any close friends or relatives. So, the two families decided to invite only some of their close relatives, who lived in their hometown. There weren't many people, only about a dozen. As for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, neither of them liked to make friends, so they didn't invite many people to the wedding, just 10. They were He Yu, Li Chuxin, Yuan Dongji, Lu Chuanwu, Song Yuyan, Qi Qingma, Ma Shiwei, Li Muyu, Luo Yongjian, and Luo Qianxue. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan didn't really know Luo Qianxue, their childhood playmate, very well. The reason they invited Luo Qianxue was because she was also Yuan Dongji's apprentice, so they had to invite her anyway. In this way, the beautiful wedding of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan was attended by only more than 30 people, and they only needed to set up 4 large tables at home to sit down. Therefore, the wedding of the two was simply held at their own home. The food they ate was made by themselves. The drinks they drank were also made by themselves. If they could not buy, they would not buy. If they could do it themselves, they would do it themselves. The main feature was a special sense of ceremony. It was full of special commemorative significance. Hanin, why are you and Zichen wearing casual clothes today? Aren't you going to wear wedding dresses? Li Chuxin asked in a puzzled voice. Shen Qinghan smiled softly and said, Lin Zi and I don't like to be too conspicuous in the crowd, so we didn't wear wedding dresses today. Is that so? Li Chuxin still didn't quite understand, but I feel it's a pity not to wear a wedding dress today, and I'm missing the most memorable time in my life. Shen Qinghan disagreed. I think it's actually okay. Didn't Lin Zi and I go to Shuangri Bay to take wedding photos a few days ago? It's good to have those photos as a souvenir. That's right. Li Chuxin nodded. Next to them, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingma sat face to face, at the tea table and chatted. "Master, you have been exploring the source for more than 2 years. Have you made any good discoveries?" Lin Zichen asked curiously. In the past 2.5 years, he often went to the source to explore, but found nothing and didn't find anything particularly valuable. He wanted to see if Qi Qingma would make any different discoveries. Qi Qingma said calmly, "We have discovered many ancient ruins, which contain various evolutionary pathways. Unfortunately, there are no evolutionary pathways that lead to the Genesis level. At most, there are only pathways that lead to the mythology level." Lin Zichen was not surprised by this answer. If the Genesis level evolutionary path was so easy to find, then the water god would not have planned countless epochs to unify the 5 elements. At this time, Qi Qingma said again, "I think if you want to find a new Genesis level evolutionary path, you have to look for it in the mysterious and unknown abyss. The void in the abyss contains unimaginable energy. If you can absorb the energy in it for your own use, you may be able to transcend the mythical level." Lin Zichen agreed with this. He has explored the earth and the source in depth. There is no valuable good discovery. Now, only the unknown void of the abyss is left unexplored. To be more precise, it is not that there is no exploration, but it is difficult to explore in depth. Many places have not been explored. The void of the abyss will devour the perception of creatures, which greatly increases the difficulty of exploration. Even if Lin Zichen, whose biological level is as high as the Genesis level and has some abyss energy, has limited perception after entering the abyss, happy times always pass quickly. In a blink of an eye, the wedding day was over. At night, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took a bath and stayed in the room to enhance their relationship. After finishing, Shen Qinghan lay on her side and looked at Lin Zichen and asked, "Lin Zi, do you think it is better to have a boy or a girl?" "I think both are good." "Then what do you think? Is it better to have a baby earlier or later?" "It's fine to have a baby earlier or later. It depends on fate." "What a perfunctory answer. No perfunctory, you must choose one." Shen Qinghan pouted her rosy lips slightly and said with some dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Lin Zichen had no choice but to say, "I thought about it and felt that it would be better to give birth earlier. While Ying is still young, if the age difference between the two is not too big, they can play together from childhood." "I thought so too." Shen Qinghan's eyes were full of spring, and her voice was soft. "In order for me to get pregnant earlier, we have to work harder." As she said that, she turned over and sat on Lin Zichen, wanting to do what she had just done again. Lin Zichen was also happy to do it again. After all, he had already become a saint in the flesh, and he would not be tired no matter how many times he did it. The days passed one by one. About 2.5 months later, Shen Qinghan got pregnant as she wished. Feeling the little life that had just been born in her belly, her face was full of happy smiles. When the parents of both sides heard the good news, they all smiled from ear to ear, and even praised the young couple for being so capable that they got pregnant just when they were preparing for pregnancy. Facing the praise from his parents, Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. Making Shen Qinghan pregnant was a creation-level creature for him. As long as he wanted, he could make Shen Qinghan pregnant at any time. And he didn't have to pay anything in the process, just a thought after the matter was done. His powerful mental power could easily control the birth of life in his belly. But he preferred natural pregnancy to artificial intervention, so he chose to let it go without any interference. A few months later, Lin Zichen left the earth and entered the abyss between the earth and the source. In the past nearly 3 years, he had entered the abyss many times to explore and find new ways of evolution. When he came to explore before, he was empty-handed and brought nothing. But this time, he had 5 balls of light of different colors in his hands. The golden origin of gold. The green origin of wood. The blue origin of water. The red origin of fire. The gray origin of earth. This is not all of the 5 origins of the 5 elements, but just a trace of them. These are the few origins of the 5 elements that Lin Zichen has successfully mastered through day and night research in the past 3 years. He controls these few origins of the 5 elements not to achieve the unity of the 5 elements like the water god, but to transform the void land of the abyss. The origin of the 5 elements is the most basic element that constitutes a world, and the void land is the framework of a world. If some of the origins of the 5 elements are brought to the void land of the abyss, life may be born. If life can really be bred, the abyss, which symbolizes death and nothingness, may evolve into a world full of vitality, just like the earth and the source. I hope that as I expected, with the addition of the 5 elements, this life-forbidden zone can evolve into a new life land. Lin Zichen murmured. Then, with a thought, he dispersed the 5 elements in his hand to every corner of the abyss, allowing these 5 elements to evolve in this life-forbidden zone. After doing all this quickly, he did not stay in the abyss for long and returned to the Earth soon. If possible, he really wanted to stay and see what changes would happen to the abyss with the 5 elements in the next period of time. But unfortunately, he now has more important things to do. Just now, his telepathy with Shin Chi-han broke through the abyss's limit on perception, and sensed through the boundary wall that Shin Chi-han, who was pregnant for more than 9 months, was about to give birth.